I've been walking through the fire with my head up hard aligned. Every scar became a scripture, every tear a deeper sign. They try to silence the truth, try to ban what's real and right, but the louder they deny us, the brighter we ignite. All is standing on his word, fact is standing on the line. Still we do it for the people, still we never waste the time. They counted us out, but we counted the cost. Never lost a mission, even when we lost a lot. Truth in our lungs, hope in our stride. We don't move with fear, we move with God inside. Still untouchable, can't break what's chosen. Still untouchable, truth stays spoken. Our hands to the sky, feel the rise when we come through. Still untouchable, we level up for you. Hey. Untouchable, we ride. Untouchable, for the truth. Untouchable, hey. Step is elevation, still grounded where we came. We don't fall for reputation, we don't run from saying names. Organ crying like a prayer, violence know how it feels. Tambourine shaking the ceiling, every note remind what's real. They said power changed the soul, but it sharpened our resolve. If we eating, then the people. If we winning, then it's all. No crown without the weight, no shine without the scars. We speak light into the dark, turn the wounds into the art. Still untouchable, heaven knows us. Still untouchable, doors stay open. From the struggle to the summit we break through. Still untouchable, we rise for the truth. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, hey. Untouchable, 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 hey. I sing for the ones who've been silenced, I cry for the nights we survived. Every note is a promise kept. We are proof that faith multiplies. Oh, we don't bow. Oh, we ascend. Oh, when truth calls, we answer again. Untouchable. Hear the anthem. Untouchable. Feel the momentum. Choir in the back, violins lift the roof. Still untouchable. Untouchable. We do it for the youth. Untouchable. Level up. Untouchable. Still chosen, never folding. Untouchable. Still standing, still rising, still rising, still untouchable.
I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can control the rage. I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can control the rage. When I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can control the rage. I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can. I can control the rage.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Just don't understand shit. So when I'm saying low IQ, I mean as in your legal analysis is low IQ. It's retarded. Your name should be Dr. Retard. And then for the guy Fatty, who I can't understand anything this motherfucker's saying because he's a foreigner, the reality is you guys just don't understand certain concepts.
Pack you all the way up, son.
You're fucking retarded. Someone's got to tell
Myron,
you.
I accept it. Myron, I accept it, right?
You're fat. Who gives a fuck what you think?
I know, and you have a bald spot on your head like a halo. I know, we both have problems, yes.
No one understands what you're saying. You're a fucking foreign fat fuck. Nobody cares. You got no motion besides your stomach moving because you're fat as fuck. We got Dr. Retard in here. We got this nigga Goat who literally looks like a fucking dude that still wears South Pole in 2026. We got a bunch of chimpanzee retards on here that don't understand basic
literally
concepts.
look like a... Get the fuck out of here.
Why y'all won't let me go?
Now it's because we want Andrew to answer the question, is Myron chimping out?
No. Bitch, we see you. Stop lying.
Why talk shit?
Well, that's
Why not have a debate? Why talk shit?
Well, that's
Why not have a debate? Why not have a debate? Why not have a debate?
You're a fucking retarded monkey chimpanzee fuck. Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm freezing to you niggas. Get the fuck out of here, bruh.
You guys want to go back and forth. What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate. What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate. We can have a civil debate.
Oh shit! Oh shit! But wait! There's more!
Andrew, a question.
We're tired of you fucking dumbass, retarded racist niggas. Shut the fuck up, you chimpanzee retard.
Hey, come get this nigga, man.
I choose when I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can. I can control the rage.
Somebody lies. Yeah. Now, somebody lies. I don't know who, but I'm telling you, somebody's lying.
Now, hey, 1 second. Hey, Andrew. You know what? You know why I know that Ali's right? Because when Tez was calling you white boy and all these things, we literally stopped it and said, let's not make this racial. Let's not go. Let's talk about the argument because both of y'all seem informed. Myron, since the moment he got here until now,
bro,
he's not having no argument, no nothing.
And you know what it is, Fatty?
Ali, check the message.
We about I got you.
But
the real
fucking dumb. We got Dr. Retard talking.
I hear you, Fatty. The real thing is when they do counterintelligence, he has to act like this. They don't act like this to people they really think is stupid.
If you're gonna mute Myron,
hey, Andrew, he's literally talking. He's literally y'all. Right, look at
y'all gone.
Look at your. If y'all both gonna go then, because y'all when you.
This is Sparta.
I choose when I want to become a Super Saiyan. Chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can. I can control the rage.
We rise higher to the fire. Untouchable empire. Untouchable empire. We rise higher. The fire, untouchable empire, lift us higher. Ollie and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire, we don't break. We rise higher, every step we take. Higher, untouchable. Higher, untouchable. Yeah, we step in the room and the whole crowd lives. Truth in our blood, that's the realest gift. We talk power, elevation, transformation, untouchables. Yeah, we built this nation. We ain't chasing clout. That's for boys, not men. We chase money, purpose, legacy, and man. Ollie with the flame and Fatty with the spark. We light up the world when the whole world dark. Lift up the people that survive. We bring talk, justice, unity. Every time we swing, we don't bow down. We stand tall and rare. Untouchables, baby, we everywhere. We rise. Through the fire, we stand together in the light. Untouchable forever. This alright, this alright. Oh, we rise higher, through the fire, untouchable empire. Lift us higher, Ollie and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never
We move with the grace. Power to the people, that's a look on our face. We don't fold, we don't run, we don't hide. Stand on truth, yeah, we walk with pride. Fame don't move us, we built on honor. Heart of a king, real warrior armor. Empire the world, that's the mission tonight. Yeah, we always do what's right. From the city to the globe, we shift that tone. Building up lives with a righteous throne. We step in the storm and walk through the fire. Why? Cause we got made for the rise higher. Hands up, hands up. If you feel that fire, stand up, stand up. We only rising higher. Untouchable empire, higher. Yeah, we lighting up the sky, higher. From the struggle to the victory, watch us fly. Every move we make. Through the fire, we rise higher. Oh, touch, him play.
Hey girl, you watch Ali and the Untouchables? Nah, girl, they talk too much.
Man, man, they talk too much.
They talk too much. Too much for real.
They talk too much, Habibi.
They talk too much.
Y'all talk too much.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, to Ilkhan Ali, part of the Untouchable
Empire, baby.
Empire, baby. I see we already got some people in the chat that's throwing some type of shade and maybe some type of insults. Our feelings ain't hurt when people criticize us, but when you telling us we're doing something that we're not doing and creating a false narrative, that's where the problem comes in. You can't tell a community of people that they're disrespectful and ignorant, and they shame and disrespect supposedly the people who counter their arguments, but then you're demonstrating that same type of behavior, what I think y'all call So me and Fatty don't do the ad hominems and the disrespect. We don't do what Myron ended up doing when the show, when he came on the show. We tried to have a debate. We try to have a civil discourse. We try to use logic. We try to communicate. And in his words, that's what he should have done as well, too. If there's disrespect going on, if people are arguing, if people are having a back and forth, Myron says we should just have the debate.
If you guys want to go back and forth, what we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want.
That's what he said. Instead of going back and forth, we should have the logical debate. A lot of you that are on their side or supporting what they did or not what they did, Andrew gets a little bit of grace. We just got him a little bit for co-signing and not holding Myron to the standard he holds the people to and the community to, or the people he calls ignorant to, especially when we're asking people to be logical. So we're going to dissect the contradictions and the hypocrisy that happened on that show. A lot of you will even believe that definition of what a hypocrite is because they say it when they're getting the definition of what a hypocrite is wrong every single time. We'll talk about that as well too. But we're going to have the logical breakdown. It's not going to be feelings based. It's not going to be emotional. It's not going to be insults. It's not going to be ad hominems. It's just going to break down exactly what happened. And it's going to hold people to the fire that support them as well, too, but not more so in supporting them, but what they're saying and what they're doing. OK, more specifically, Myron. I'm not going to go with Andrew that much, but I'm going to call out where Andrew erred as well, too. You know, we can make mistakes. Fatty can make mistakes. Anybody can make mistakes. But if what the person is saying isn't factual, then we got to call out the person for it, right? Just because it's your favorite content creator, just because you think this person is a legend, just because you think this person is an icon, it could be God himself. If they're wrong, they're wrong. Especially if y'all want to use the so-called law of logic, right? So the first part of the show, what we're going to break down is the fact that y'all are creating a narrative that we never spoke of. We never said that Carmelo Anthony wasn't in the wrong. We said he ended up murdering the kid. We were talking about whether the sentence was too excessive. And we were talking about the fact that if he can use self-defense or not, because so many white people are able to use the defense of self-defense, right? But the part that threw the show is when Andrew said that he believed the boy should have got the death penalty, especially when y'all believe in law and the way that the law should be practiced, right? But we're going to start the beginning of the show. I'm going to shout out some people. Even if the people are not with Ali rocking today, I'm going to shout y'all out because y'all in the building, because that's what we do. We don't go into the disrespect or insulting. We love logic and debating on the untouchables, all right? Shout out to Mo Business, all right, in the building. Shout out to Johnny Bravo, even though you giving us smoke right now. It's no problem with that, my brother. I hope it makes sense at the end of the day and y'all don't end up being biased and being selective and following clout more so than you follow the truth. All right. My brother Backworks is in the building. Much love to you. My brother Hakeem is in the building. Jermaine is in the building. My brother Zero Fallout is the sponsor of the show currently with the first super chat of the show with the $5 super chat. He said Fatty was framing a narrative with no proof, but he framed Fatty letting Taz being mean to him with no proof. Spent 30 minutes debating me and us. Yes, Andrew claimed that everybody on the show was being racist to him, but the only person that called him the white boy was Taz. Everybody else on the panel was respectful. Rachel was disingenuous as well too. And contrary to popular opinion, which y'all keep thinking about black people, Myron and Andrew is some of the people the black community was supporting. Pearl was a person that the black community was supporting until y'all started using the red pill as a grift. If you're going to be truth-based, you have to acknowledge when there's actual racial divide, and you got to acknowledge if we're pulling the race card, you're not pulling the American card. I could pull your American card, excuse me. If it's about equality, if it's about freedom and justice for all, why do you always talk about black men pulling the black card if we're talking about someone who's not getting justice or injustice occurring? Nobody is fighting for the majority of black people when they commit an actual crime to be let go. Nobody's fighting for white people. Nobody's fighting for any so-called American that's in this country to be let loose if they're committing a crime. The main issues that we're addressing is when there's an injustice and when it's not carefully and respectfully spread across everybody. If a white man does something and a black man does something and it's in the same nature, they should get the same sentence. That's all we're saying. If a white man named George Zimmerman or a white man called Darren that kills a Mike Brown or any person of a different color, it could be white or black, someone kills somebody, and those people are able to practice self-defense and stand your ground, then every race of person in a similar act should be able to perform in the same capacity as well too. If George Zimmerman can stand his ground and he was following Trayvon Martin, and Trayvon Martin supposedly followed him back and they got in a confrontation, he shot Trayvon Martin in the chest and used self-defense, then if a white boy puts his hand on another boy, he should be able to practice self-defense if he didn't initiate the physical encounter. Nobody's saying that Carmelo Anthony is innocent. We're saying how the law isn't just and how other people get to practice this and get the ability to manipulate the law when other races of people can't. So either we're going to be justice for all, or we have to point out that there's a double standard. And is it because of race? Is it because of sex? Why is this double standard being practiced? That's all. If I'm calling somebody a cracker, if I'm calling someone a leftist, if I'm calling somebody a MAGA supporter, if I'm deliberately going at white people because the color of their skin, stop telling us somebody isn't racist if they selling somebody saying that a black man is a watermelon felon. If they're talking about the fathers of the community, the mothers of the community, when 70% of all arrests in today's society is of white people. We're not going to equate all white people to the minority of white people who commit crimes. So the only way y'all can talk about black people when black people only lead in 2 crimes, that's homicide and robbery, and white people lead in all the rest of them, The only way you can make black people look bad is if you use crime rates or you try to conflate the majority of black people to the minority of black people. We don't do that to you. We don't have that disingenuous conversation and make every single white person guilty because one white person did something. So we're not going to have the disrespectful, disingenuous conversation. We're going to have a factual and logical conversation. Much love to my brother Zero Fallout. My brother Player One, been a member for 20 months, man. Salute to you, my brother.
The untouchable empire, baby.
All right, so we're going to get to the beginning of this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to break down the beginning part of our show. Actually, I was going to do Myron's part so I can show y'all the type of people that I comment in that section. The people on the Untouchables isn't racist. And if the people on the Untouchables go at white people in a racial manner, we always address it. Just like when Taz went at Andrew multiple times, we called it out. Stop pretending that people who debate that go on different platforms or different content creators channels don't encounter some type of bias or racism when they go there, and the moderator has the responsibility to stop it. Nobody just stops the conversation when it's a reflection of what is actually happening in real life, where we don't want an echo chamber. So if I go over to a white person's channel, I'm going to expect, which always happens and typically happens, white people to be racist towards me, but I'm going there to have the conversation in real time about real life. And I don't want somebody to stop because I get in my feelings or triggered because white people are being racist towards me. I want to have this civil conversation to demonstrate what kind of person I can be, how I can conduct myself when I go to the other side of YouTube. So if a white person comes here or a black person comes here, we're going to vouch for both of those individuals, regardless of who they are and how we affiliate with them if they're being disrespected, which hosts should do and content creators should do on their channels. All right. So we're going to get to the nitty gritty. All right. We're going to start up the part of the show. All right. And I may still review when Myron comes up to show you when y'all are literally the people who support Andrew and Myron are calling us racist, while Myron and Andrew's chat are demonstrating the craziest type of racism and with their rhetoric and what they're saying to us in their chat, calling us monkeys, iggas, or all different type of names, and regardless to us just being black people. It has nothing to do with the debate. It has nothing to do with the conversation because me and Fatty aren't insulting anybody. Nobody on the Touchables are insulting anybody from our point of view when we look in the chat. And if they do, we address it unless they're responding to the racist, the racism that's coming from the people. And from y'all chat, more specifically, people are already up in my chat going crazy. So again, this ain't going to be about racism. Excuse me. This ain't going to be me being racial and disrespectful and insulting anybody. It's going to be a logical breakdown. All right. So let's get to that. And y'all know this is a smoke show. Okay. I shared the wrong screen. This is a smoke show. Anybody can come up if they got smoke. Okay, except for Tommy Sotomayor until he apologizes. That's the only person who can't come up is Tommy Sotomayor. Everybody else is more than welcome to ask or pull up for smoke. You gotta be canned up. As long as you don't become disrespectful, we can have a conversation. All right. Let me see. Well, I want this right now. I may want it like this. I actually want it like. All right. Forget, hey, when people come up to the top, that's why I want the people at the top. So it's fantastic. When you talk, they'll be able to see you, man. But I just want to break this down with the whole video showing up. All right. What's going on, my brother Trevor? What's going on, Jermaine? He knows what he did. Maybe we ain't got to talk about that. My brother Knightish, man. That's Knight in the Bishop. Much love to you, my brother. It's good to see you in the building always, man. Haitian Moore. What's going on? Homicide and robbery is kind of worst of the worst, not including crimes against children. Again, we're talking about who commits the most crimes. You went to homicide and robbery and you moved the goalpost already. We're not going to deflect. White people commit the most crimes. The only way society gets to deflect from it, or white people get to deflect from it, is if they bring up the crime rates. But if 5 hippos are committing crimes. There's only 5 hippos in America that commit crimes, and all 5 of them commit crimes. But there's 1,000 white people or 1,000 tigers that live in the United States, and 500 tigers are committing crimes. The tigers still commit more crimes than the hippos. This is how you get to create a narrative towards black people being the most violent or black people committing the most crimes, because you have to move the goalposts and use the crime rate instead of using raw numbers, which shows that white people commit the most crimes. There's no deflection on that. It's a fact. And will y'all admit the fact, the people that's in the chat, do black people commit the most crimes overall, or do white people commit the most crimes overall? You can't refute that. It's white people. And the only way you can combat that is using the crime rates, but nobody's talking about crime rates. We're talking about the raw numbers. All right. So we're going to start this review.
5 years to Carmelo Anthony was convicted to 35 years. Now he's doing an appeal. My question is, was 35 years too much? I'm going to start with Andrew, and then we fill in.
It's time to do.
Go ahead, Andrew.
No, it not only wasn't too much. I think the death penalty is appropriate for a case like this. So, in my opinion, he stabbed an innocent person in the heart with a knife at a school event. And that generally leads to, or at least it used to in a more moral nation, to the electric chair. And that's what I think should have happened personally. But at least life in prison at a minimum. Right now, he can serve 15 years and he's out. That's ridiculous. That's insane. The victim's family, of course, they're deprived from their son for a lifetime.
King Riches, do you agree with Andrew, or do you think it was that will be too much?
Andrew's talking about he believes the death penalty would have been justified. I don't believe that. I think that it's a manslaughter charge. Like, obviously it was a heinous crime, but I don't think it was in Carmelo's intention to delete the guy. I think that there was a level of conflict between him and these other boys. Now he made a very, very crucial mistake to use a tool. And obviously, you know, the other boy is deceased. But I think saying that you think the death penalty would have been a better result is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, he just unintentionally stabbed him in the heart. It was an accident. He didn't.
I never said that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Manslaughter
I didn't
usually
say that.
revolves
I'm
around
saying that
accidental
I don't
killing.
think his listen. I'm saying I don't think his intention was to delete the guy.
Oh, so he's so what?
So Andrew is already wrong there. Okay, when you're talking about manslaughter, what he was talking about was involuntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter is when someone kills somebody in the heat of the passion. So manslaughter would be appropriate if the person killed the person in the heat of passion. Okay, typically when there's involuntary manslaughter, that's when it would be an accident. My brother King Richards was saying that it should be manslaughter because his act was intentional, but it's because of the provocation, right? Something was happening. There was an altercation happening. It wasn't premeditated. And Andrew's going to make the mistake again and tell us what premeditated murder is. I'm going to let him keep talking, but he's absolutely wrong in that part. But again, I'm seeing if you will call Andrew out or you won't call him out because he's wrong. I will rewind it as well, too. Let's go back. We're going to start from the very beginning because I want to make sure I break this down all the way, in which you can call out Andrew and he can call himself out and point out that he was wrong about the manslaughter. What King Richards wouldn't talk about involuntary manslaughter. He was talking about voluntary manslaughter.
The guy,
I'm going to go right back to the beginning.
Right leads to, or at least it used to in a more moral nation, to the electric chair. And that's what I think should have happened personally. But at least life in prison.
And the morality part is subjective, right? When we're talking about the death penalty and we're talking about kids and we're talking about how the law is practiced today in the United States of America. If he's going to bring that up, In 2005, there's a Supreme Court case with Roper versus Simmons, where the court held that executing somebody for a crime committed before age 18 violates the Eighth Amendment ban on cruel and unusual punishment. They changed it because of the fact that juveniles are generally considered less mature and they're probably more impulsive and their minds haven't developed all the way yet. So why would he think it's moral to kill a young kid if the law came to a place where they're saying that the kid has the capacity to change, where young people are considered more likely to be mature, likely to mature and rehabilitate than adults? And then you have the, I think, evolving standards of decency, where the courts will conclude that society has increasingly rejected juvenile executions completely. We wanted to stop killing minors, giving the death penalty to minors. So why would that be moral in a sense and he not see it as objective when there are people, if you look at past laws where someone kills somebody, then it would be just to kill somebody. But if we've evolved as a society where the people believe that killing a minor isn't moral because they have the ability to change, he didn't have to prove that in a sense. He should have substantiated why he said that, and he should have proved why he said that as well too. But the death penalty would be cruel and unusual punishment under today's law. But he didn't talk about that.
At a minimum, right now he can serve 15 years and he's out. That's ridiculous. That's insane. The victim's family, of course.
Let me see, because I'll address it in real time. And again, if y'all got smoke, you can ask for the link. If I mix for the link, I'll also put the link down because it's a smoke show, right? Ali, are you being disingenuous? You aren't going to mention what Fatty did to cause Myron to crash out. We will get there. The gotcha moment he tried to pull twice instead of the conversation. It wasn't about a gotcha moment. It was about the hypocrisy. It's about saying when someone has the right to practice self-defense and when they don't. He wasn't trying to get a gotcha moment. Everybody keeps thinking that Ali or Fatty tries to get a gotcha moment. It's when you're on a live panel saying one thing, but you're clipped online for saying another thing. Andrew and Myron are known for doing reviews, going on panels, and talk about things that may have been clipped or be on other videos that may be on TV or on television, and you're reviewing and talking about it. How is it a gotcha moment for taking what somebody said and bringing it to the panel versus what they're saying now on the panel? It becomes a contradiction and you become a hypocrite. So no, it wasn't about no gotcha moment, and it's not being disingenuous. What happened with Myron is instead of debating what he said, if you bring what we said to the panel, we should have a conversation about it and debate our contradiction or hypocrisy instead of throwing insults and disrespecting the people on the panel. All right. What's going on, my brother? You got smoke?
What's up, Ali?
What's up, family? You got smoke?
Yeah, that's some friendly pushback, man. Nothing too crazy, man.
No problem. It's hard to hear you though, family.
I said just a little criticism, man. Nothing too crazy, man. You know what I'm saying?
No problem.
So yeah, man. I've been watching you for about a year. You know what I'm saying? I like your content, man. You know what?
Yes, sir.
I just got a little pushback, man. I think y'all going at the race thing and the victimhood. I don't like when y'all do that. Just attack the argument. Y'all always try to attack the person for what they said. And most of the time, y'all can't even say what they're saying is a lie, especially with Myron. That one clip that y'all tried to get the aha moment, I think y'all took that out of context. He gave the context. Y'all just didn't want to accept it. He does believe, he practiced what he preached, bro. I watched Myron. He never said it's okay to just be fighting and chimping out and doing those things. He's ex-law enforcement, so if anyone's going to hold themselves to that standard, he is. He knows about the laws, use of force, when it's appropriate to use self-defense. I mean, he breaks all these things down. I don't know if you watch him or not, but Myron goes through all these things. And I just want to, and as far as Andrew, who cares if Andrew Wilson is a racist, bro? He has the right to be a racist. Just attack his argument. That's all I got. That's all.
Okay, so you said that Myron addressed the fact that people shouldn't chimp out, right?
Yeah.
They talk about people chimping out, right?
But do you understand what he means?
No, hold on. No. I'm asking you to. No, hold on. Chirac, hold on, fam. You already talked, fam. Fam. I did. I'm responding to you.
You know what he mean when you say black people chipping out?
Yes. So people should show Chirac fam. I'm talking, fam. Please, come on. You got smoke from me, right? You can respond right back to what I say. If chipping out is disrespecting people, if chipping out is literally going at people for their thoughts, if chipping out is going at people for disagreeing with them, if chipping out is throwing insults at people, didn't he chip out on our show? We didn't disrespect Myron.
You left out the.
No. Let me finish. Chirac, let me finish first. He came on our show. He said I had a low IQ. He went at Fatty's weight. He called us retarded, and he was calling us a bunch of niggas. Nobody insulted. Let me finish. Okay, so what is chipping out?
Being violent towards one another, like we do in the black community. You know, the black on black crime. That's chimping out when we attack each other. Instead of building a brotherhood, we attack each other. In the black community, a black person will kill you more. Man, we have no problem with white people. It's the black people. We trying to fix the black community. And it seems like every time someone calls them out and show a little criticism, y'all kind of equate that with racism or hatred. And I don't see it that way. I see it as a calling out. Like we trying to shame all these men that want to be gangbangers, these Chief Keef wannabes. Everybody want to be a rapper. They killing and they killing. That's what we call now. Why we never addressing that? It's always it's racism, victimhood.
No, you so first, fam. Fam.
Aggressive towards one another. We worrying about some white man being aggressive. Let's worry about why the black community is so violent and aggressive towards one another.
Black people already addressed that. That we're talking about a minority of black. Hey Chirac, you can't keep over talking me, fam, when I'm talking. If you got respect for me, you want to talk over Myron and Andrew if they talking, why you keep over talking me? You said something and I'm responding. Okay. That's disrespectful. And that's the same thing he did. He came on the channel. We tried to have a civil discourse and debate and have a conversation. He started disrespecting everybody that was on the panel. He even called a lady a bitch. And you sit here talking about black men that weren't even on the panel. You talking about people that's deleting each other. You talking about black people that disrespect each other. If it's wrong for black people to disrespect each other and kill each other, why is it right for a black man to come on a panel and disrespect other black men on the panel who didn't disrespect them? I want you to address that. If it's wrong for black people to kill each other, if it's wrong for black people to disrespect each other and to degrade each other, why do you give Myron the out to disrespect black people? And in general, he's not calling out the minority of black people. He came on, and if he did, he wouldn't have disrespected. Let me finish. I have a family. I take care of my family. Daddy is a businessman. He takes care of his family. We're not the chipping out. If we're the ones, if he's talking about just those type of black people, why did he come and disrespect us and said we were chipping out when he was the one being disrespectful?
I feel like y'all was being unreasonable and y'all didn't want to accept this.
You didn't address fam. You didn't address what I just said. No. Chirac, you're not addressing me. And this is being biased, right? You say you got respect for me, right? Right? And you say you got respect for them people, right? You said they're just calling out the minority of black people because of killing each other. Nobody on this panel killed anybody. Your argument will fall apart because you said he's talking about the violent black people that kill each other, even though you're wrong about the definition of fam, I'm still talking, fam. Chipping out is literally meaning you can't control, you losing your emotions and you react with intense anger, aggression, or irrational behavior to somebody. That's what chipping out means. But you change the definition like they do, even with hypocrites, right? You said it's about being violent and aggressive towards your own people. Nobody on the panel was violent, aggressive towards their own people. So why did he disrespect us when we're not those people? Your argument falls apart.
Okay, I feel like he didn't want to debate y'all anymore, so he just started talking shit.
Who? Say it again.
I feel like he didn't want to. Y'all was being unreasonable, so he didn't feel like engaging in the conversation no more. So he just started trolling y'all. I guess he felt like y'all was trolling him. So
how were we being unreasonable?
Because he gave the context, y'all didn't want to accept the context and move on. Y'all just want to.
No. Listen again. Listen again. No, you said now. Hold on. You said we were being unreasonable, but now you said we didn't accept what he was saying. So were we disagreeing or were we being unreasonable?
I feel like y'all were being unreasonable more because I mean, it's kind of go hand in hand. If y'all was being reasonable, you could have accepted what he said. Say, okay, well, because he did say, obviously, I would never do what I was saying, but y'all could have accepted that and moved to a different topic. But y'all wanted to hold him there on the aha gotcha moment, and I don't see why. Just like Andrew said, just because he violated the standard that he holds himself towards doesn't mean he doesn't believe the standard himself. Myron does street debates all the time, bro. You know how many guys come up to him and heckle him and call him names? He never chipped down on any of them. So, but it's just for the people who not his fans. They always going to try to clip up what he said and try to paint it, the narrative, like just bogus.
No. You said we were being unread.
When he said that,
you said what?
I know what he meant when he said that.
You know, so hold on. Look what you're doing. That shows the sign of a fan, though. How do you know what he would listen? Andrew, no, hold on, please. Andrew and Myron would tell you to prove it. What you just said. I know what he's thinking. I know what he meant. You would have to literally prove, based on their logic, that you know what he meant and what he was saying. You can't prove that. No, but you did say it. You said chipping out is when someone engages in a physical. The black people who engage in the physical acts and harming each other, and now you're changing it to something else. So if it's about chipping out, how do we chip out? If again, I'm asking you, you keep moving the goalposts. Let's stay there now. If chipping out is engaging in violent acts or aggression towards your own people and deleting people in the black community, why did he disrespect us when we weren't? There's nobody on the planet that was killing anybody or being in no physical altercation. And you got to stop saying unreasonable. You would have to concede and go, nobody did that. He decided to disrespect us because he just didn't agree with us.
Okay, I can answer that. I feel like he trolled y'all because y'all let your boy Goat troll Andrew, and he felt like, because you know it's a narrative that black people are the most racist. And I can speak from a anecdotal experience. Where I'm from, black people are the most racist. In my whole life, I never been called the N-bomb by any white person, but I can't count how many times I used the racial slur in reverse because it was like a normal thing talk.
So now this is where no, hold on, brother. You just said Taz. We let Taz troll Andrew. Right? Hold on. You keep doing it too. This showing your bias. Every time Taz says something to Andrew, we stop them. And Taz stopped after the second or third time. He didn't do it anymore. He was silent for the rest of the show almost. No. Stop. Can you stop again? Did we let him do it or did we stop him?
I didn't let him do it, but that's what.
No, No. It's not Chirac. Please stop. No, he saw what he wanted to see. He chose to be. Listen, this is the same person that says this. This is the same person that says this.
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism. If you guys want, you guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism. If you guys want.
Instead of name calling, let's debate. So you're demonstrating that he doesn't practice what he preaches. Everything that he says out of his mouth to not do, he literally turns back and does it. He called us niggas and disrespected us, and nobody called him a nigga and disrespected him. But he's supposed to be the one that has class. He's the one who's supposed to be righteous. He's the one who's supposed to be honorable. He's the one that's pushing the American dream or the American standard. And he came and disrespected the people on the panel having a discussion and debate, and y'all supporting him being the same way he claims other people are.
That's because he felt like he disengaged from the debate and he didn't want to debate no more, so he just trolled y'all, and you just won't accept it. Just like y'all didn't want to accept his context that he gave of why he said what he said.
So why if we were so disingenuous?
He felt like y'all couldn't get what Andrew was trying to explain to y'all. Mm-hmm. So like I said, he felt like y'all was being unreasonable, and black people tend to have that unreasonable attitude, like. They already got this narrative.
Chirac, you still going? Chirac, you did it again. You're comparing. Why do you like me and Fatty? Because we're reasonable or unreasonable?
I like y'all because y'all reasonable.
Shit. Got your ass.
You see what? So because you like Myron. Because Myron demonstrated the type of behaviors that you do like, or that he has more clout than us, you claimed that we were being unreasonable when we were having a civil conversation with Andrew, where Andrew didn't act nowhere near like Myron did. He was having a civil conversation, but Myron decided to come on the panel to look good to a white man and to the people who like black people being disrespected, and he disrespect. Let me land, please. If you're asking black people to be respectful and have a civil discourse, just because you don't agree with them doesn't mean you become unreasonable. He tried to use the fact the channel supremacy or content creator supremacy instead of having the conversation, because we are known to have the conversation. We don't do this with nobody. The only time people get kicked off our channels or where they no longer can come to our channels is when they're being unreasonable. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, especially when people can be reasonable.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair to say. I ain't got no argument, no pushback with what you said, brother.
Then we cool, man. If that's your only pushback, you have to concede to the fact that Myron disrespected the entire panel. Andrew didn't. A white man was able to have a conversation with black people. Myron wasn't, and he's black. Myron, let me finish. Myron's family is Sudanese. He's Sudanese. He's a foreigner, or he's a first generation foreigner, and he disrespected a foreigner that was on our show as well too. So it would mean he would disrespect his parents as well too. He disrespected everybody he claims to not be, but he demonstrated the nigga behavior that he's against.
Nah, I just think he was trolling.
I know. No, hey fam. If me and Fatty did that on Andrew's show and Myron's show, you would say we were being disrespectful. It's because it's Myron. You're gonna say he's trolling. If me and if let me finish. If he's a civil person, if he's a good debater, if he's the more knowledgeable and experienced person, you don't go on a show trolling people who didn't disrespect you. I get if he trolls people who disrespects him, but you're justifying these people who are supposed to be great debaters with trolling because they didn't want to have the logical conversation once somebody caught him in a hypocrisy or contradiction. That's what happened.
Bro, like Andrew said, bro, he holds himself to the same standard he holds everyone else, even if he violates it. That's the part that y'all just can't see.
So he became a hypocrite on our show. He disrespected us. We didn't. If do you Andrew and Myron? Let me finish. Andrew and Myron, I know for a fact, believe in respecting people and being righteous. Myron was disrespectful to us on our show, and he insulted black people and he insulted foreigners when he was on our show. So it's one thing. Let me finish. He called him retarded for being a foreigner, and he said he didn't know anything because he was fat. So he talked about fat people, he talked about my IQ, and he talked about niggas when he was on the show, and he disrespected foreigners. Nobody disrespected him, and it was inexcusable. It's inexcusable. And if he wants niggas to have better behaviors, then the nigga need to practice better behaviors as well too. If niggas need to be respectful, then that nigga need to be respectful. And that's all, fam. Is that your only pushback, fam?
That's my only pushback, Ali. Like I said, man, I rock with you and Fatty, man. I support the content, man. I'm becoming a member real shit quick, man. I got put something on my little card and shit, man. But other than that, man, I support you, bro.
Hey, no doubt. No doubt. Hey, but fam,
man, I know I like the smoke show, man. That's why I said I just want to give y'all.
But let's put the way we treat each other, the standards that we uphold. We should all be making sure our favorite content creators, including me and Fatty, should practice that. If we believe people should respect each other, regardless of our beliefs, regardless of our sex, regardless of our race, then when you have a conversation with somebody, instead of trolling them and disrespecting them, have the logical conversation, man. Be reasonable instead of unreasonable.
I gotta clear something up. I'm not a fan of Myron because he got more clout and all that. That's wrong. I fuck with Myron because he educational. That brother's smart. I'm learning a lot from watching that brother. He don't just talk about women and relationships all day, even though that's cool and all. But like I said, man, Kevin James, Tommy Sotomayor, they already pretty much red pilled the world of how these women think and move. I rock with your show because y'all kind of highlight these women's thoughts live on air, so we can already see what we knowing, and it's kind of entertaining. But I rock with Myron because he's educational, bro. He's diverse in the content that he puts out.
Yes, sir. Hey, my brother, hey, Chirac, is majority of black people criminals?
I was majority, let me say, out of 100%, I think 60% want to go the wrong way, and that's the problem that I have with the black community.
Chirac, less than 1% of black people engage in crimes, fam. Look what you letting people put in your brain. You just believing and feeling that. No, Chirac. Chirac. You from Chicago, obviously, right? It's one of the. It's more of a city that's known for being violent, right? But less than 1% of black people engage in that type of violence or homicide. Chirac, fam. You are letting people create a narrative about black people when less than 1% of those black people are engaged in those type of acts. No. Can you concede? Can you concede? No. Chirac. That's not the point. Please don't move the family. We haven't. You believe that 60% of black people engage in those acts. That's what you just said.
Yeah, I do.
And you were wrong.
I don't see it that way, Ali.
But it's so do you look, is that Chirac, slow down, fam, slow down, fam. If I said 80% of white people commit crimes and I found out that only less than 1% of them committed, and I said I don't feel that way, do I have a bias towards being negative towards my own people or towards white people?
You could say that.
You have a bias towards your own people, fam. A negative one. There's a self-reflection you need to do about your own people because of what people are teaching you because of experiences that you had. Your anecdotal experience is you putting it to all black people when less than 1% of black people engage in that behavior. Do you know that 70% of all the rest of white people?
We ain't got to talk about white people. I'm trying to fix our problem.
You get what I'm saying? No, but you get what you were fine and you show Chirac. You're showing that you have a self issue when you were fine with talking about black people, but you don't want to talk about white people, fam. And you black. And I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this too. Let me finish. Hey fam. Hey fam. If you love your people, you wouldn't put out the false information that 60% of black people are committing crimes.
Yeah, how much I think. That's not false information. You said, what do you think? And I said, I think. I didn't say I know. I said, I think. And that's not false information. I could be wrong about what I think.
No. But when I told you the facts, you said that's what I believe. You said I'm gonna still believe that. No. Hold on. You said no. Stop real quick. If you say you love your people and I give you factual data, you still said, well, this is what I believe. 60% still.
You were wrong, Ali. I didn't say you was wrong. I just said, man, you know what I'm saying?
All right, fam.
Is that it? I got a bias towards my people. I just got a want to fix it with passion type of energy. I just want my people to stop doing wrong and show a better representation as us as a whole. Because the small minority that makes us look bad, it like reflects on all of us.
Should black people
know what they love to do? They love to take the small number of people and conflate it with us as a whole. So we all sharing that image. And I think that image to be something more positive.
Okay. And most black people and most black men and black women, most black men and black women are hardworking, law-abiding citizens, Chirac.
Those are my people. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like we come into an era where we trying to shame the guys that's doing wrong and bad in the community. Kind of like on some Charleston White kind of energy, like calling out the gang members.
And my brother Tony, I'm about to let you up, fam. I see you.
Gang bad, drug dealers. That's what type of time I'm on. I'm trying to just like separate myself from those black people and be with the righteous black people.
There's nothing wrong. There's no, hold on. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
I'm biased towards my people from calling out the bad and negative behavior that I see. I just want people to do better. And like have a conversation about that.
No.
Racism and victimhood. I think we should focus more about that.
You know what's funny is you contradicted yourself again because hold on. Excuse me. You become a you. Hold on. Hey, Chirac, you keep talking, fam. You see how I control myself? You think Myron would let you do that to him? Do you think Myron would let you do that to him? You think Andrew would let you do that to him? And you'll say they're more respectful than me, probably more righteous than me. Do you think Andrew to Myron? No, I'm asking, do you think Andrew to Myron would let you to keep talking over them like this?
Oh, my bad, Ali. Nah.
No, I'm asking you, would you?
No, they would not.
Right. They would say you chipping out.
Nah, they wouldn't say that.
Fam, if you talking over me and not controlling yourself while I'm asking you to stop so I can speak, he would, not Andrew. Myron would say you chimping out. Now, I'm not gonna say Andrew would say that. Myron would say you chimping out, and he would go off on you because you talking over him on his own show.
I don't think he'd do that, bro.
So then, you know how I know, and you know how I know you being biased. You know how I know you being biased because we didn't do none of that. We didn't do none of that to him on our show, and he disrespected us. So why would he not disrespect you for talking over him? He disrespected us for having a conversation with him, and you're over talking me. He would have disrespected you for over talking him if he disrespected us.
That because Myron has called in shows all the time, and people make a mistake by talking too fast. And
I know. I hear you, fam.
Don't disrespect him. He tell him he do what you do, but kind of in his own way. Hey, let me talk, let me get it out. But he would never just say you're chimping out, bro. That's a false narrative you're trying to paint him, bro.
Direct, are you okay, fam?
Yeah, I'm okay, bro. Don't try to.
Why would I have to, fam? Why would you say that when you saw him do it on our show? Why? That's what I don't understand.
Oh, bro. He did that.
Are we known for being logical black people or disrespectful black people?
Bro.
I know. I'm asking you. Please, can you? Hey, Sharak, you're not answering. Hey, Sharak, you know what? Don't worry about it. Fam, you got it. No, fam, right? He trolled the people who would have the conversation. Right? He disrespected the people who would have conversation. All right. Hey, Tony. Hey, fam, you ready? That's it. Sharak, you done with the smoke?
Ali, fuck with you, bro.
All right. Peace out, fam. Hey, Tony, you ready, fam? You got smoke for me too?
Hell no. I'm calling to give y'all some love. I ain't even finna be up here long. Anti-blackness, excuse me. Anti-blackness, bro, this shit is a sickness, bro. That shit, man, I was just listening from what Chirac talking about. Bro, don't even understand that he's just anti-black. How can you as a black man, and I ain't gonna lie, I was gonna ask y'all too, but I guess y'all was trying to have a conversation, so I respect that. But
go ahead, fam.
Like,
What's your question, fam?
Myron has them had on KKK outfits, uniforms, making monkey sounds. I mean, I don't even know why I don't even know why we entertain that man no more. But I see y'all. I think y'all was just trying to give him a shot to get his shit off, had a conversation like men do. But after what he did to y'all, it ain't no sense of even fucking. I mean, ain't no sense of this no more. He not gonna never have no real conversation with us. That's just what it is. He gonna do that same shit every time. They gonna protect each other. The same way he over there grabbing Myron nuts. That's the same way him and Andrew did y'all on the show. The problem is we don't stick with each other. In my opinion, all our ops got it down motherfucking pat. They gonna lie for each other. They gonna cover for each other 100% of the time. But we gonna pick apart each other to hell to get our discrepancies out. Bro, we trying to appear moral to to savages, bro. We trying to have a moral compass for people who don't have a soul, bro. I just feel like I feel like we'll be better off like how he just did. Like you just told him, only 1% of us is in prison, bro. So why are you sitting over here? All you want to do, so you just want to talk about the problems. Like, I hate people that do that. Oh, I'm just trying to help the community. I'm just trying to talk about the problems because motherfucker, we know the problems. We've been knowing the problems. How about you talk about some of the solutions that's been going on since we've been knowing the problems? We know not having a father in the home is very important. In my generation, I'm in my early 30s. My generation is making sure that we already got the records to be on track being the best, way better fathers than the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. So why come we can't give big ups to the fathers out here right now who doing it? Why we still talking like this 1989 and ain't nobody got people don't know who their daddy is and shit. This ain't that. A lot of us is educated, black and white. A lot of us entrepreneurs. A lot of us own stuff. It's a lot of more positive shit you can say about our community than you can. I mean, granted, yeah, of course we got some negative. I ain't going to negate that. But to sit here and just act like, man, to take Myron's side on this type of shit and you one of us, I can't stand you bootlicking ass niggas like that, bro. I really can't. My fault, Ali.
No, it's all right, family. It shows like most of those people, black people were supporting. Black people were supporting Pearl. Black people were supporting Andrew Wilson. Black people support Myron's. Black people were supporting a lot of these people until they start look like they grifting. And again, I'm speaking mostly on Myron. I'm not going to even go too much into Andrew right now. I'll get into Andrew later. But Myron went from what seemed like he was a black man and the co-host of him as well too. They seemed like black brothers who were just spitting game at Red Pill. and now they grifting. Like he literally grifting. He's talking about things that's trying to make the black community look bad so he can make money and profit off of it. But if he's red pill, he knows exactly what's happening in society. So why are you so comfortable telling black people to do? Go ahead, fam.
No, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Lily. That's my.
No, I don't. Why are you so comfortable calling out black people for the wrong they do and the disrespect that you say they demonstrate when you turn around and demonstrate the same type of behavior in front of white people, and then the white people don't even call him out, and he don't call himself out?
Because this ain't got nothing to do with the shit that they say it do, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with that. They hate us. And me, for one, personally, like, I'm cool with people and everything, but everybody ain't black in my eyes. That dude, he's Sudan, and he not black in my eyes. That's how I look at this type of shit.
But we can't. But Tony, we can't, fam. That's the thing. Why it ends up happening, right? We'll do the FBA versus the African versus all these things, right? White people connect with each other all around the world. Asians connect with each other all around the world. Hispanics connect with each other all around the world. We the only ones that's being taught to be divided in that capacity. So just because he don't think he black, don't mean that other Sudanese don't think they black. A lot of the Africans or the black people that come across worldwide that affiliate with us as well too. Most of those people don't act like Myron, man. It's just it's a narrative they perpetuate, so we stay divided. It's just like in America, we got the coons, we got the street nigga, we got the hotep nigga, we got the woke nigga. Like everybody just divided. Some people want to be Jews, some people want to be Christians, some people want to be Muslims. Instead of us, like you said, uniting on a common front, but being able to unite with other human beings who want to come together as well too. We don't want to do and practice the same thing they practice. We acknowledge that there's people against us, but there's other human beings that have different races. There's different races and different colors that want to be with us as well too, connect with us. And I'm not saying it's the majority of people, but I don't want to do the same thing those people do. If there's black people who want to rock out with us, there's Arabs that want to rock out with us, Indians that want to rock out with us. We should be building with the people collectively who trying to be human. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand that, and I think the FBA, the American Indian people, I believe we not. I don't believe that we saying that we don't want to fuck with you. I'm saying that we just identifying who's who, and that's how maybe we can help us understand. But even like Chirac, he more than likely is one of us, and hell, he sounds just like he sounds just like a raccoon, like all the rest of them. So I understand that, but it do. How could I put it? It's more of a identification ideal than anything, because everybody else, they all have their own specific identifications. Yes, the Caucasian men in America know that they're Caucasian, and they might say they're American, but they're gonna also say they Poland. They're gonna also say they got French or Irish, or they're gonna also say that part too. So and it's not like they don't, oh, okay, well, you're Irish, now no, they don't do that, but they still know who they are. That's what I mean by that. And when I say Myron ain't black, Myron ain't black. And now, granted, like I said, it's some immigrants that is cool with the mission. I ask foreigners and immigrants one question, and after that, that's kind of how I know how I can treat you. I ask you is you for the foundation of Black Americans getting their reparations? If you say no, then I know what kind of person I'm talking to. If you say yeah, then you the type of person that we can fuck with and we can build with. Because at the end of the day, we just trying to elevate. And if you trying to stop us on our elevation by sitting here trying to make us out to be degenerates, making us out to be slow, making us out to be stupid, making us out to be criminals, when like me and you know the majority of us are not. Majority of us are average working people that trying to take care of a family, kids, shit like that, paying child support, now this and that. At the very, it's not, we ain't all out here being a little dirt and shit. So at the end of the day, that's more of the
Majority of us ain't, but they try to conflate or equate most black people to a minority of people so they can keep talking to us the way they talk to us and treat us the way they treat us, and the world to view us the way they view us. And that's the conversation that we need to have more of. And then they have people like Myron who end up being a token blackie that's used to fuel it even more. When a black man says it, it hits even harder. So if it's just white man say it, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for people to be believing it. But when you got black people that are they're prominent and they become very powerful and they get clout, and they come up in certain societies, and that black man is saying the same thing that ignorant white people say, then it puts more fuel on the fire to be able to treat black people in a certain capacity. And that's the problem. He is equating all black people to minority of people to purposely look that way to other white people. So he makes more money as well too. It's a lot of money in disrespecting black people and degrading black people. There's a lot of money in it.
Yeah, we pay their bills. Yeah, they wouldn't have no money if it wasn't for us. That's all they got to talk about. So them talking about something positive, they're gonna lose viewership. This shit really, that's why I'm trying to tell you, bro. We really wasting time talking to motherfuckers like them. Cause I'm gonna tell you something, bro. And this is why I do stand on what I stand on. Because if your blood been here for the last couple 100 years, your people went through what they went through, then you'll know why we feel the way that we feeling. Bro, they was whooping our asses and treating us bad when we was wearing suits and we wasn't bothering nobody. We was staying out our way. These folks would lie and say we did something to one of their community members so they can come over there and unalive and flood and do a
That's
whole
that
lot of egregious stuff to
that
us.
that
There's no point, fam, of trying to prove
that's
our righteousness with
it.
these demons, fam. That's all
It
I'm
is.
saying.
It is though. Tony. There's a lot of people that don't know something until they come across the conversation or the knowledge. Some people will probably push back on it. Some people may not listen, and some people may convert. Some people may apply it, but you have to have the conversation. There's look. We can look at Malcolm X for instance. He was committing crimes when he was incarcerated. Right? Somebody spoke to him. So he might have been a lost cause. There might have been other people who were lost cause when you spoke to them. They still remain a lost cause. But these conversations are important. The information is important to put out because people will still be converted, and people can still have the possibility of being converted or actually trying to be a human being. But some people may not listen. But the conversation is always important, fam. That's why you think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all these Marcus Garveys, they keep having a conversation with not only their people, with other people, because when there's a narrative out there, when there's an agenda, you have to have the conversation for people to be able to go, hey, I'm gonna use this conversation versus the narrative that's being put out versus the propaganda that's being put out against these people. So you have to be able to be able to talk, or we just these violent savages everybody's talking about.
I agree. I agree with that, and I agree with talking to regular people. I guess it's just that motherfucker Myron, bro. It ain't no. I get it though. I mean, I understand, and then I understand that it's lucrative for both sides with that conversation as well too. So I ain't trying to stop nobody money flow either. But at the same time, I'm just as just a regular average man that just be on YouTube looking around. I'm tired. I mean, I'm like, man, we just need to just denounce this motherfucker, and we know what he is, and that's just what it is. Ain't no, cause for him specifically, at least, ain't no saving him. He don't give a damn. That's the whole point. It's a lot of now. I feel what you're saying. Each one teach one. Saving who we can save. And
Of
out the
course,
savage. I get that
but
part, and
but Tony,
I'm with that too.
remember what
I'm
they
just as
say.
far as on a community level, because I ain't.
Yes.
On a community level, I'm each one teach one too. I'm gonna always speak to my people and uplift all my people. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, with that motherfucker, bruh, we beating a dead horse. You can't squeeze no
How would
blood
you
out of no
ever,
turnip.
brother, if you trying to be solution based or have a logical conversation with people who even disagree, how do you think you can pinpoint people when they're lying if you don't have the conversation? When we have the conversation, you can pinpoint. Now I got something I can review to show you this person and how they demonstrate themselves, how they communicate, and what they go to when they feel like you put them in the corner against their own words, and you call them out for their hypocrisy or their contradictions. Now I got to show I can review. You have to have the conversation. You get what I'm saying? But I know what I know what you're saying though, right? I'm not gonna say I know what you're saying, but I can make an assumption of what you're saying. Why are we wasting time talking to people who don't want to listen and disrespect us and have no respect for us, right? But that's how we get to a place where we build, where we put we bridge the gaps, fam, and we bring people together where people had a misunderstanding, where people on two different sides, and you can possibly have people and have a common goal and create a common goal and bring other people together that never would have came together in the first place. You know how many white people I won over? How many black people I won over? It might not be a lot of them, but it's by having a conversation. So people go, oh man, you know what? That black man ain't like what they say in the encyclopedia, or that white man or the Arab is not what they say in the encyclopedia. We have to have the conversations so that we get to differentiate on what we see is happening versus what's actually happening.
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm with you, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like Ali, we saying the same thing in my
Of
opinion.
course, yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
It's just that motherfucker. Like I was on a podcast earlier, a couple days ago. He not even from America, but he was speaking about America stuff. And I had a conversation with him, and we was talking propaganda. Like I fell into the same. I do. I fall into the same type of propaganda too. I'm from the South. Where I'm from, it ain't like a lot of African immigrants and like that. Actually, that's around my day to day. I don't have to deal with no Africans for the most part. There's a lot of Mexicans, shitload of Mexicans, few Asians, but for the most part, it's just white folks and black folks where I'm at, and Mexicans. So I had to. I take a lot of my information that I get from the immigrants because just being real, growing up in America, bro, I didn't even think Africans had no problem with us. I mean, we don't even think about them like that. Like in my mind, yeah, as
Most
kids,
don't. Most don't though.
yeah, we
Most
don't
don't.
even be thinking about them. So then
No.
when I start getting on these YouTube shits, I'm seeing like a lot of them saying some real hateful shit about us, and that made me be
They
like, you know
getting
what?
money, but it's the people who getting higher in the corporate world. It's the ones who making more money. It's the ones who's coming up. Like it's not the average black man, average African. It's typically the people that's getting higher to the upper echelon, and they seem like they want to make more money and get comfortable with the white people that's around them, or Arabs, or Arabs and Asians, whoever's around them, and they want to do the same thing the ignorant people are doing that are paying them or putting money in their pockets. That's what you see. It makes more money. You see, and that's why they can't denounce racism, because racism makes a lot of money, man. If me and Fatty made content that was hateful to the black community, we make even more money.
Boy, y'all be the next part of your family.
Yeah, heck yeah, they make it's a lot of money in it. So you know the racism is still alive because you can still thrive and you can still profit off of it.
That is, yeah, that's correct, bro. That's correct.
But
But
go ahead, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, fam.
No, you finna say what?
No, I was gonna let you go because I think you about to say you about to go.
Yeah, well, yeah. Basically, I was just gonna say, bro, it's all love. I feel like we want the same common goal. We
Yeah,
might have a
absolutely.
different, it's more than one way to skin a cat. So you know what I'm saying. But we gonna get it skinned regardless. Feel me? So I just wanted to say, love to y'all. Goddamn me, y'all keep doing y'all thing. I'm gonna keep supporting. Shout out to you,
Yes, sir.
Fatty, Melon, and all y'all, man. I fuck with y'all.
Hey, shout out to you, fam.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. And shout out to my brother Zero with the $5 super chat. He already had a preconceived notion of the channel. That's why he came in hot. Fatty already had evidence of him saying stuff before he joined. And also Zero, before he joined, he was already disrespecting us. He had already called Smell the Roses a bitch before he came on the show as well too. So we don't even know each other like that. If the person is already becoming prejudiced, or already having the presumption of what we're about to say and do, then he's not demonstrating the practice that he's saying that people should do if we're supposed to respect each other, be able to have the civil discourse from both him and Andrew. But I'm gonna keep going with the review of the show, man.
They're deprived from their son for a lifetime.
King Riches, do you agree with Andrew, or do you think it was that will be too much?
Andrew's talking about he believes the death penalty would have been justified. I don't believe that. I think that it's a manslaughter charge. Like, obviously it was a heinous crime, but I don't think it was in Carmelo's intention to delete the guy. I think that there was a level of conflict between him and these other boys. Now he made a very, very crucial mistake to use a tool, and obviously, the other boy is deceased. But I think saying that you think the death penalty would have been a better result is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, he just unintentionally stabbed him in the heart. It was an accident. He didn't.
I never said that, bro.
And Richards never said that. He didn't say it was involuntary manslaughter. He said it was voluntary manslaughter, which means that killing was intentional, but it was in the heat of the passion. So Andrew is wrong. And if Andrew is watching, and I don't know if you would concede, he never said it was involuntary manslaughter. He said it was manslaughter, that the kid should have got manslaughter. And you're going all the way up to the death penalty and saying that the kid premeditated it, but that doesn't even align with what the premeditated murder is. Okay, premeditated murder is if he brung a knife, he waits for him, he decides to kill him, and then he stabs him. But if they end up fighting, and in the heat of the moment he pulls out a knife and stabs him, that's not premeditated murder, Andrew. He has to have thought about it. He had to have thought about bringing a knife. He had a thought about waiting for him. He had a thought about acting it. And then he finally acted out what he was thinking about. That's premeditated murder. So you're wrong. Andrew was wrong right there.
Bro, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do
What's
that. I didn't
manslaughter?
say that.
Manslaughter
I didn't
is-
say that.
Manslaughter
I didn't
usually
say that.
revolves
I'm
around
saying that
accidental
I don't
killing.
think his listen. I'm saying I don't think his intention was to delete the guy.
Oh, so he's so. What is your intention when you stab somebody in the heart? Is it to just not kill them, or is it to kill them?
What do you mean? What do you mean
If
by
you stabbed a
what's my
person in the
intention?
heart,
What do you mean?
would you try to convince me that you didn't mean to kill him when you were stabbing him in the heart?
I honestly think that.
And that's another bad argument by Andrew. Andrew would have to prove that the kid knew where to stab him in the heart. He have to prove that he didn't do it in the act of his emotion. Just when he was just swinging his arm, it ended up hitting him in his chest, and it could have ultimately hit him anywhere else. He has to prove that a 17-year-old knows exactly where to stab somebody to stab them in the heart. Most 17-year-olds, most adults don't know where to stab to kill somebody. When it comes to stabbing the heart, I think if people know to aim at the chest or aim at the head, maybe they know to kill somebody if they're older. But a 17-year-old to know where to perfectly stab the person, to stab them in the heart, that's a disingenuous argument.
The boy was stupid. I think that is ridiculous. I don't think that he should have got off. I think that, yeah, of course, he had to go to prison for what he did. But I don't think that.
And remember, they are telling us that we're supporting Carmelo Anthony to get off when King Riches and majority of the people everybody on the panel said that I think except for Taz, is saying that he murdered the kid, but it should have been a reduced sentence, and it should have been a manslaughter charge. Nobody said he didn't murder him. He acted out in his emotion, and he ended up killing a boy. He was wrong for that. But is the sentence long? Yes. Did the kid was it premeditated murder? No. So y'all keep putting that narrative. It was put on Andrew's show. It was put on Myron's show. It's put on people's shows that's reviewing it. We never said that the kid didn't murder Austin Metcalf. The part we were addressing was the fact that Andrew said that this kid should have got the death penalty when there's already a law in place to keep minors from receiving the death penalty. If Andrew believes in law and order, he would follow the law. Or is he selective and he becomes subjective with morality and wants to practice a different type of law and a different type of morals? He can't say it's moral to kill the kid when we know that morality is subjective.
He premeditated that. He wanted
How
to.
is it not premeditated if you pull out a knife and stab somebody in the heart, dude? Yes, that's
in
premeditated.
situations like that where he was obviously the smaller guy.
It's not premeditated murder. He didn't plan that out. He didn't think about it the night before. He didn't say, I'm going to have a knife to kill this person when I get under this tent at the track meet. Andrew, you're absolutely wrong. It's not, and any judge would tell you that. Any lawyer would tell you that. It's not premeditated murder.
And we know this happens in
what?
Every day. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying before you start making sound effects.
Man. Go ahead.
Like seriously, like don't do that, innit? Yeah.
Do what?
So like basically.
Go ahead.
Let's go on, Mike, and then interrupt it. King Riches, and then when you land, Andrew will.
Don't do that because
King, I'm here to moderate. Don't worry about it. Finish your statement, and then you can go afterwards, and then we move to the bottom.
As I was saying, like at the end of the day, like we wasn't there, you wasn't there. You don't know what was said. You don't know the temperature that or you don't know what was going on. All you know is that, and all you're going off of is that he stabbed the boy, and I understand that. But you're saying that he should have got the death penalty. I just don't agree with it. I don't think he was on some serial killer vibes like, oh, I'm coming out my house today to take someone's life. I don't think he was that was the situation.
Well, let's
now,
let's
do I think that he do I think as a boxer, I'm a fighter. Yeah, I'm somebody that uses my hands. I don't believe in carrying weapons. I don't. So in terms of 35 years, do I think that was he took someone's life. So at the end of the day, if you take someone's life, your life should be ruined, basically. But you're saying the death penalty, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but you see how he never made an actual argument for why. He just
And I hate when Andrew Wilson does that. He made the argument for why. He literally broke down for the last 5 minutes of why he believed that it should have not been the death penalty. He don't believe it was premeditated. He didn't believe he was a serial killer. He broke down to you and gave context to why he felt like it shouldn't have been the death penalty, Andrew. And you're going to turn right back around and be disingenuous a lot of times when we had this conversation and tell him he didn't break it down and he didn't give you context. He just literally broke it down. You didn't give us and break down to us why he should have received the death penalty. You just said, hey, man, it's all based on morality. If the country was more moral, the kid should have got the death penalty. You didn't break it down. You didn't substantiate. You didn't prove why this kid deserved the death penalty. And you didn't tell us why it's premeditated outside the fact that he thought about going into his bag and killing the person. And you were wrong about that.
Vibe in it, right? Just my vibe.
I don't think you. I just told you. No. Don't say I'm
1 second. Hey, one second. One second, friends. Hey, King, let him land, and I'll give him a chance to correct him.
My turn.
King, you will have the
calm down, bro.
Friends.
Don't tell me.
Hey, friends. We talk. Hey, we talked before the show. If your opponent is committing a mistake, don't interrupt him. Let him land his plane. And King, afterwards, you are left the chance to say he is wrong and this is.
And also, when people, and even Andrew said we allowed people to be racist, even before racial encounters, Fatty and Ali, and most specifically Fatty, was stopping even the altercations to tone down the arguments, to make sure people didn't argue, and we debated and had the conversation more so than go back and forth with each other. And that's the problem we had with Andrew, especially when he believes in having the conversation too.
Why talk shit? Well, why not have a debate?
Right? Why talk about each other? Why disrespect each other? Let's have the debate. So instead of both of us going up, instead of both of us talking over each other, let's have the conversation. And Fatty interjected and made sure we focus on the conversation more so than it becoming argumentative. Nobody said nothing about that. Right? Everybody said we were being racist, and everybody said we were allowing people to gang up on Andrew. Did Fatty just break that up? Was Andrew escalating the situation and making it more argumentative, or was it King Rich's? Did Andrew have to interject and say what he said to make King Rich's respond to him and say what he said? Or are we being selective based on how we like people and how we support people instead of shedding light on what honestly happened? If I disrespected Andrew or Myron and my people were supporting me, my people are wrong. They're not calling me out. They're not holding me to a standard. They're allowing me to disrespect my guests. So if you're going to say we were being racist, if you're going to say we were allowing people to jump Andrew, y'all would be only aligning with the people that you support and like are saying. You're not aligning with the truth, which means people can sway majority of people. Majority of people can get their definition of what they believe. They can get their beliefs changed. They can get how they see the world change based on how they like someone. That's why power is so influential. Most people are clout chasers. Most people listen to and gravitate to the most powerful person in the room, not the most truthful. And y'all see it from what we see on these panels. If it's truly about the truth, why are we still pushing the narrative that we were allowing people to be racist towards Andrew and we were allowing people to disrespect Andrew?
Why? Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so anyway, all you gave me was vibes. You didn't give me a single argument for why he doesn't deserve the death penalty. You don't think so. Well, that's nice.
And anybody watching, Andrew just lied. Did King Richards give him a single argument of why he didn't deserve the death penalty? He said it wasn't premeditated, which means he gave you an argument of what, and he broke down of it being premeditated. He said he wasn't no serial killer. He didn't come there to kill him that day, which means he gave you a single argument, and you said he didn't give you a single argument. Andrew just lied.
You also said, well, we don't really know because you weren't there. That's great. We had a trial. That's what that was there for, so that we could discover the facts of the case. And as it turns out in the facts of the case, all that happened was these other kids moved his stuff, and that made him upset, right? They got in each other's faces. There was a moderate shove. He pulled out a knife, stabbed him in the heart. Now you say, well, that's not premeditated. The second you go for a weapon, pull it out and stab somebody, you are making the conscious premeditated decision to kill them. By the way, in the state that they were in, when it comes to
everybody, hey y'all, is that true? Is that true what he just said? Once the kid responds by making the conscious decision to go into his bag and respond with the knife, does that deem him having engaged in premeditated murder? Is that true? Anybody watching? Did the kid plan it beforehand? Did the kid make threats about it beforehand? Did the kid get the knife beforehand solely to kill this person? Did the kid have time to reflect on it before he ever did it? Did the kid break down the circumstances of what would happen and the conclusion of what would happen if he murdered him? That is not premeditated murder. What he did was not premeditated murder. So again, Andrew has been wrong multiple times, and his arguments have been flawed multiple times up to this point.
Murder, they don't even make those distinctions. They don't even do that. There's like, look, if it's the case in Texas that you murder them under whatever the circumstances are, premeditated or not, it's the same penalty. So you don't even know what the facts are of the case. You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
King uninterrupted, please.
At the end of the day, as I said, I don't think the boy's intention was to delete the guy. I think that there was an altercation, and I felt that, and I think that he probably was feeling like, I'm the smaller guy. There's more of them. He was in their like environment, their tent or whatever. He probably was scared and thinking, oh, I'm going to get beat up. I've got to do what I've got to do. But I don't think that his mindset was, I want to delete the guy. That's what I honestly believe. And somebody like me who's been in a lot of situations, bro, like sometimes you make stupid decisions that you will regret later. I'm sure the boy regrets it. But I don't think that he premeditated that I want to take this boy's life. I think that he was in altercation, and you're saying the trial, we have all the facts. You don't have all the facts because you don't know who's lying. You don't know what pieces of information is left out. We don't know. All we're going off of is what these people said. They came to court and said, and that's it. You still wasn't there. You still don't know 1,000% what happened. You only know all you're doing certain parts that you know.
Look. Andrew's about to say he's still not going to take his argument. Another thing is too, on that day at that track meet, it was raining. The kid wasn't planning on murdering Austin Metcalf. He went under the tent to take shelter because it was raining, and the kids confronted him. They didn't want him under the tent, so he responded in that confrontation. Now, whatever the evidence-based things that they're putting out, whatever the witnesses are saying, obviously there's going to be some bias towards what they're saying and what they concluded versus what was happening, especially if some of the people there are your friends. But they didn't want him under the tent, but he went under there because it was raining. So you know it's not premeditated murder. He didn't go under the tent to murder Austin Metcalf. And if he did go to murder him, the confrontation and the altercation that went to the escalation wouldn't have resulted in him warning him before he stabbed him. If that's what he was going to even do in the first place, he could have just impulsively before hitting, he just, okay, I'm going to stab. But the motive there was not to stab Austin Metcalf. It was to take shelter under the tent because the school that kid was going to didn't have no tent. So while it was raining, he went under the tent, which means Andrew is demonstrating a bias. Now, we can't say, we can assume it could be a racial bias. It could be a gender bias. It could be a generational bias. It can be whatever kind of bias, but there's a bias there because he is not taking the argument that King Riches is giving him, nor did he include that part of the argument as well too. And then he's saying it's premeditation just because the kid responded to the shove by going into his bag. He's responding emotionally, but he didn't come there to kill the kid. That's a horrible argument by Andrew. Right now, King Rich's argument is better than Andrew's argument for why the death penalty shouldn't happen and it should be manslaughter.
All you're doing is making a gaps argument. You don't know for sure 1,000% anything by this.
You don't either. And this is what I'm telling y'all. When we had the conversations with Andrew and people just like him, they'll do to prove it. They'll do to define it. They'll do the hypocritical conversation as well too, but they will keep responding in a disingenuous way when they can't even prove it as well too, by saying you can't prove it. Andrew, you can't prove it 100%. Neither can he. So why bring that up? Why not have the conversation? He give his perspective and what he believes in, regardless of what happened with the encounter, and you do the same way too. Why continue to respond to him in a way that derails and deflects from what he's saying, and you discredit the brother in his argument when he's giving you repeated arguments and you keep saying he's not? You keep doing the prove it thing. You keep doing the debating thing. He gave you his perspective and he's beating you right now in this argument.
Same exact logic.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Hang on, relax. You don't know anything.
Don't do that passive aggressive.
Dude, I'm not. It's not. It's aggressive.
You've never seen me upset in your life.
Nothing passive
Never
about
seen
it.
me
I'm
upset in
literally
your
telling
life.
you, just
You've
relax
never
for a
seen me
second.
upset in your life. So don't tell me, oh,
Yeah, dude,
relax,
okay,
I'm relaxed.
Just percent anything by the same exact logic.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Hang on, relax. You don't know anything.
Don't do that passive aggressive.
Dude,
relax thing
I'm
with
not.
me. I'm
It's
normal.
not.
You've
It's
never seen
aggressive.
Me,
it's
never seen me upset in your life.
There's nothing passive
Never
about
seen
it.
me
I'm
upset in
literally
your
telling
life.
you, just
You've
relax
never
for a
seen me
second.
upset in your life. So don't tell me, oh,
Yeah, dude,
relax,
okay,
I'm relaxed, I'm calm.
Can I get 3 words out without you interrupting?
This is me normal.
And again, this is a bad faith conversation. Andrew keeps escalating him by telling him to calm down. King Rich is calm. He's having the conversation. And he's interrupting, but saying he's interrupting when he responds the way he responds because he's telling him to calm down when he responds to him.
In your mind.
This is me being normal, bro.
You're good. Then just normally
you don't
be
need to keep
quiet so
telling
I
me
can
to
make
relax.
my point. Can you normally be
Yeah,
quiet?
cool.
so I can
Don't
make
tell
my
me to
point?
relax because I'm relaxed. I'm calm.
Okay, chill out, bro. Whatever you want me. Whatever
Now,
you want me
stop
to say.
saying that. Just get on with what you're saying.
Okay. You have to close your mouth, dude. You have to
friend.
not talk.
Friend.
Bro, like, don't
Hey,
even-
one second.
And remember this, y'all. The white community wants us to believe, and I'm talking about the ignorant part of the white community, not all white people, that these kids that was under this tent were not instigating Carmelo Anthony the way Andrew is instigating King Richards right now in this conversation, instead of, you know what, let me let him talk and let me respond when he's done. Andrew will say this is de-escalation. This is not escalating somebody. This is not ruffling somebody's feathers. This is a civil discourse where you're having a positive interaction with someone that's civil, right? Because both Andrew and Myron believe that you should put the conversation over the insults, right, Andrew and Myron?
Why talk shit?
well, that's
Why not
just
have a
stupid.
debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want.
That's both of them, right, Andrew?
Why talk shit?
well, that's
Why not
just
have a
stupid.
debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want.
You can't make this up, man. Fatty's trying to make sure the conversation is civil. We make sure we ain't trying to disrespect anybody. We trying to have great conversations on the untouchable panels. We don't like the ad hominems and insults. We know how to respond to one when it happens, but when we spoke to Myron and Andrew specifically, because we know how it can turn up, we try to make sure we're on our best behavior so no one can say that we are acting like a nigga. But everybody's finding every excuses to push people towards a way to become emotional and react to them. Give us the same respect you want. Talk to us like the way you want to be talked to. Allow the person to finish just like you would like to finish your argument as well too. If you're asking somebody to control themselves, make sure you control yourself as well too. And if the other person don't know how to control himself and you can do a better at it, show us the example. Show us how righteous, how Christian you are, how moral you are, how respectful you are. Show us all those characteristics of how a man should conduct himself, how Americans should conduct themselves, how a righteous and Christian should conduct themselves. Because if y'all are so high and almighty, why is it when y'all pick and choose, you get to disrespect and insult somebody and berate somebody? Why do you get to throw the insults and ad hominems? Why do you get to talk over people if you want the people not to talk over you? Again, we must practice what we preach, especially if we want people to live up to a certain standard. And y'all, please don't forget Ali's goals, y'all. I ain't got a Cash App yet. And we need some memberships, man. If y'all supporting the show, if y'all supporting the channel, man, make sure y'all hit the Cash Apps in our membership, man, and our super chat goals, all right? And if y'all can't do that, man, please like and subscribe. Please hype the videos when they're done. It's absolutely free.
Make sure you like, make sure you hype, and make sure you subscribe to the homie Ali. It's free.
And we got 130 people in the building, and we only got 74 likes, y'all. Come on, man. Let's get some more likes.
Friends, 1 second. Hey, friends. If somebody tells you to relax, you know what it means. It's for you to get agitated. Don't fall for it, please. Okay? Calm down. Relax. Calm down. Relax. Don't fall for it. If somebody tells you to calm down, it's for you to control yourself.
Right. He can just carry on with what he's saying. Don't need to keep
How am I supposed to do that when you can't close your yap? You can't close your mouth to let me say a sentence.
Hey, Andrew, how about you close your mouth when he's talking and he can perfectly do it? Don't tell him to calm down. Don't escalate the brother. How about you close your mouth while he's talking so he can talk, and then he needs to close his mouth so you can talk. You still not practicing what you preach. If you are better than us in regardless to how you conduct yourself as a man and an individual, and there's a standard that we all should set for each other in practice, why aren't you practicing that same standard? And the same thing Myron did. You cannot act like you're the standard and epitome of what a man should be. You cannot call yourself Christian and American. You cannot tell people to respect each other, and then you're not practicing that while you're on a panel. It's past the debate now. Treat the person like you'd want to be treated. You're escalating this. King Rich isn't escalating this. You're escalating this, and you know how to escalate people. You know how to get under people's skin, and you know how you can make people emotional. It helps you in how you debate with people. Myron does the same thing too. Make the person mad, and then you can go at their IQ. Make the person mad, and you can call out they being emotional. Make the person mad, and you can say they chipping out. Make the person mad, you can say they can't control themselves.
It's totally fine. Let me bring Mr.
Like, I don't interrupt you, and you just can't close your mouth for 5 seconds for rebuttal.
Let me bring Mr. Fantastic.
Serious impulse control
like that.
issues.
You wouldn't talk like this in person.
Serious impulse control issues.
You wouldn't talk like this in person, but carry on in it.
Oh, so you're gonna beat me up now?
I'm just saying.
And and he is being a hypocrite. So this is the thing, right? And me and Fatty was trying to have this conversation as well too, right? And we have to change the argument a lot of times because they're having a bad faith arguments, right? When someone's being a hypocrite, when they're telling you to do something that you're not doing or you're not doing yourself. So if I say people shouldn't murder and I murder, I am a hypocrite. And for some reason, Myron, my brother Fugazi, they keep trying to change the definition of a hypocrite. If you say people shouldn't murder, but I can, you ultimately are not hypocritical with what you're saying, but societal wise, you're a hypocrite. But it would demonstrate, if you say that you're demonstrating a double standard. Stop telling people you're not a hypocrite when you say something and tell people to do something that you yourself can't practice or do. You're a hypocrite. And this is how y'all avoid the actual conversation or debate when you feel like somebody got you, and then you call it a gotcha moment if someone catches you in a contradiction, or when they catch you being a hypocrite, or when they just beating you in an argument. You got to go somewhere else. Prove it. Define it. Control yourself. You're being emotional.
It's unrealistic.
I'm not violent, and if you say I am, I'll kick your ass.
Unrealistic. It's unrealistic.
I'm not
you
violent.
Would just be
Hey, Fatty. Hey, I'm moving past it though. I'm moving past it. I'm moving past. It's killing me. I'm telling you. They keep telling people. They keep trying to redefine what the word hypocrite is. It's blowing my mind. But what Fatty says is, if you're telling somebody to practice something that yourself can't practice, that's where the problem is. You're telling someone not to you're telling someone to be respectful, but then you're choosing not to be respectful since we don't want to play with the word hypocrite. That's what you're definitely doing. You can't walk out of that one. That's a fact. You say let's respect people, but you're not respecting people. You're saying control yourself. Don't be impulsive, but you're being impulsive and can't control yourself. You're not practicing what you preach since you don't want us to use the word hypocrite anymore.
Everyone would be normal. Everyone would be normal.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying to you.
Be normal.
So why do you need to keep saying calm down? I'm saying I'm calm, and you keep saying it over and over and over again to be antagonizing.
Because the other person won't shut up. Then you tell them to calm down.
And now you're saying shut up and all of this. Like, bro, when you tell someone to shut,
is this trolling? Is this a joke? Is what Andrew doing? Is that trolling? Y'all said Myron was trolling. Is this what trolling is? Are we trying to have a conversation and debate? Telling someone to continuously calm down, telling someone continuously control yourself while you can't control yourself. Is this trolling? Is this a tactic? Is this a strategy? Is this something we should support? Should me and Fatty do the same thing to Andrew and Myron? Are y'all going to say it's a W if we do it? Is it a W if we can get under somebody's skin and make them emotional, make them upset by talking over them and telling them to control themselves? Is that a W? I don't know. Is that? I don't know. It might be a W. Maybe we win for that one.
What do you expect?
You still won't calm down.
Like, oh, okay.
I didn't tell you to shut up. I asked you to relax.
And then you said close your mouth and all this kind of
later because you won't.
Just carry on with what you're saying, bro. I'm gonna stop.
Is anybody but you allowed to talk this entire panel?
I'm gonna stop talking. Carry on with what you filibustering.
And he's still trying to escalate the person instead of calming himself down. That's another disingenuous statement. Is anybody else allowed to talk outside of you when he's been allowed to talk? This is what you call creating a narrative, and what Andrew's side has been doing and Myron has been doing. Everybody else has been able to talk, including Andrew. Andrew has been able to talk more than everybody else. So when you say, is anybody else able to talk other than you? That's a disingenuous statement. You have now created another narrative. Where all the Andrew and Myron people at? Y'all were very loud before the show started, man. Can y'all speak up? Y'all got any smoke? Am I wrong? Or is he wrong? Is he escalating King Riches? Is he telling King Riches something to do that he himself is not practicing? Did he lie when he said he wasn't able to talk, but he's talking? And he's been the person we've given the mic the most. But he's saying nobody else has been able to talk but King Riches. Is this bad debating tactic? Is this trolling? What do you call this? Is this a W? Is this a win? What he's doing? That's when it's your favorite content creator. Can Ali and Fatty go on people's channels and troll them, make them upset, name call them, but because you like them, you see it as a W instead of us going into those positions and making sure we win the debate? And we become logical. We make sure we respect the host. We make sure we respect the chat. We make sure we respect the channel. It's a W for going to people's channels and escalating people and making them upset. Is that a W? On top of Myron coming and disrespecting people and throwing insults, is that a W? Is that how you win a debate?
Yeah, great. So all you have to do is just let me speak. So anyway, when it comes to the things that you just said, there's a whole bunch of rebuttals to them. The first thing is just like, sure, you can't know anything 1,000%, I guess. Great. The purpose for a trial is so that we could discover facts about the trial. Once we discover the facts about the trial, that we go based on the evidence. And we do have compelling evidence that there was no justification whatsoever for Carmelo Anthony to pull a folding knife out of his pocket and stab the other kid in the heart. We have good, compelling evidence for that. So, by the way, the jury agrees with me, and the judge agreed, handed him down 35 plus years.
And this is how he derailed and deflected and moved the goalposts. That's not what we were arguing. We're arguing the fact that you said the kid deserved the death penalty. Andrew, you got to stay on course, my brother. You got to stay the path. We're arguing the fact that you said this kid deserved the death penalty. Where is the evidence and facts that he deserved the death penalty? That's what we want to know. We didn't say he didn't deserve to get a sentence. We didn't say that he didn't murder the kid. He murdered the kid. He acted out of impulse and emotion, and he murdered the kid. You said he deserved the death penalty. And again, you're the one who believes in law and order, but you should know that the Supreme Court says that anyone under the age of 18, the act of killing someone has become banned because it's looked at as cruel and unusual punishment. So where did your law, if you know that, if you believe in evidence-based, if you believe in law, if you believe in what's just, how would it be just to kill this child if based on the Supreme Court case of Roper and Simmons, executing someone for a crime committed before the age of 18 violates the 8th Amendment ban on cruel and unusual punishment? Where my button at? Huh? How am I being up? How again? If you're not being a fan, if you're not clout chasing, and you're just speaking out the side of your mouth, how am I being obtuse on purpose? Tell me how I'm being obtuse on purpose. Again, if we're illogical, you're gonna say we're ignorant. If we throw in homonyms and we're disrespectful, you're gonna call us out for bad behavior and we chimping out. If we're being logical and we're putting facts on the table and we're calling people out for being disingenuous themselves and actually chimping out, and I'm not talking about Andrew at this point, but demonstrating the type of behaviors that y'all go against, especially when it comes into a debate where the person is escalating somebody and trying to get under their skin rather than having a debate, how am I being obtuse? Did the kid deserve the death penalty under the law of the United States of in the United States of America? Did he deserve the death penalty based on law? Can an 18-year-old be executed in the United States of America, or is it a cruel and unusual punishment if a minor is executed? So I'm not being obtuse. I'm putting down facts. Andrew is wrong again. Whoever watches this, we're going to demonstrate multiple times where Andrew is wrong. We ain't even got to Myron yet. He's wrong on premeditated murder. He's wrong on the fact that this kid deserved the death penalty. He only based it off his morality and people who think like him. He was wrong on the fact that King Riches substantiated and gave evidence on his stance on why he believed the kid should have manslaughter. He was wrong about the fact that he took King Rich's argument and made it about involuntary manslaughter when King Richard said it should be manslaughter. He moved the goalpost to involuntary manslaughter, and he conflated involuntary manslaughter with manslaughter, and they're two different things. So again, tell me how I was being obtuse. Don't go quiet now, please. You said I was being. Andrew didn't say according to the law. He said what he thought he deserved. His opinion case in the point and penalty would apply. Is what's important in this case evidence and facts, like he said, or is it his opinion? Y'all with the untouchables right now. Is Andrew's opinion and feelings more important, or is it the facts of the law? What's more important? Because y'all with the untouchables today. Andrew believes in law, and he keeps talking to people about the law of logic as well, too, and facts. Is his opinions and feelings, does it override the facts and of the case of the evidence which he's bringing onto the panel? If he says he believes in the death penalty, he would be again contradicting himself because he believes in following the law and he believes in the facts of what's in the evidence brought to the case. The death penalty is cruel and unusual punishment if you're trying to execute a minor. That's emotional. That's not logical.
So like, what do you mean?
Cool statement.
Yeah. So yeah. So it wasn't a judge. It was a jury in Texas, as you said, right? The judge didn't really give the sentencing. The jury decided it. Second thing, yeah, you're right about the premeditation and things not being necessary or needed, but being that the judge and the prosecution considered manslaughter, it leans to the fact of the matter that they were considering that it could have possibly been manslaughter also. Even though, of course, there was the worst possible outcome, man. I didn't see him. I definitely saw him getting time, but I saw him getting maxed out at the manslaughter 20-year rate. At the same time, though, 35 years ain't 99, right? Oh, and as far as the death penalty, it was never on the table because he was a minor. Even though they're trying him as an adult, he can't receive the death penalty. If we're going to probably talk about the state of Texas and the parameters that were in the case. And again, there are very, very unfortunate things, right? Again, when we start talking premeditation, be it,
up to this point, again, we're reviewing this. Riches and Fantastic were being logical. Andrew was being emotional. He brought his opinions and he brought his feelings to the case, which means he was demonstrating bias. Now, can I say it's because of race? Can I say it's because of his nationality? Can I say it's because of his views? I can say it could be those possibilities, but I don't have all the evidence and proof to say that, right? But he's arguing based with his emotions and opinions at this point. It's not logical.
Necessary or not, the clear understanding of it is, hey, I'm going to kill somebody today. I don't think that Carmelo Anthony came out of his house saying, I'm going to kill a white person. I'm going to kill Austin Metcalf or anything today. He made the worst possible decision and had the worst possible outcome. Actually, I just learned this a week ago. I think they say it's less than 10% of people that get stabbed die from stabbings. Okay. Now, of course, stabbings are far more lethal ways of, ending an altercation or dealing in an altercation than fighting. And I would have suggested, or I would have definitely preferred him fight it out with his hands and use a weapon. And this is why you don't bring weapons, a knife to a fist fight, because stuff like this can happen. So is 35 years too much? Being that he got found guilty for murder, no, it's not too much at all, because he could have got 99 years. They could have maxed him out. So, despite feeling like it was more towards the manslaughter, because I don't think that, that he's not this fucking ninja assassin that knows exactly where the heart is and aimed it directly for the heart and stabbed the boy. I think it's very, very, again, he shouldn't have used a knife in the first place, but it was the worst possible outcome that it was. And being that he could have got 99 years and he didn't even get half of that, 35 years and then eligibility of parole at 17 and a half, that's more than reasonable. I'm done.
I don't know. Is it my turn for rebuttal? Because I saw somebody else up on the screen. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to follow the rules. Okay, gotcha. Well, there's an olive branch here. There's some things that I agree with you on. So the first point, when you're asking about the death penalty, you're right. It wasn't on the table. They were asking what should have happened. This, to me, is a hypothetical about idealism. You're asking, ideally, what would you want to have seen in a case like this? I don't think the death penalty would be off the table from my moral view. You're right in the facts that wasn't on the table as far as sentencing goes. However, life imprisonment, I think, was actually on the table as far as sentencing goes. I think it was. Am I incorrect there?
Yeah, you're incorrect. Like, it was maxed out at 99 years, but they can't give him life because, well, no. Even still, he has the ability. Well, technically, you're right.
It's life.
But yeah. So 99 years would be life for all intents and purposes. But by the letter of the law, he can't be given life in prison.
Because, like, what would he be? 116? Right?
Yeah, he has. But you're right. You're correct. But I'm just saying, going by the actual statutes and things, he has to be the eligibility of parole, being that even though they tried him as an adult, he was a minor when the offense occurred. My bad. So technically, you're right. That would definitely be life.
So again, olive branch there. No disagreement there, but I do think that they could have given him a much more rigid sentence. I would have been fine with it. I would have been fine with the 99 years if they could have done it. And when it comes to this idea, though, one of the things that you said here that I do take issue with is when you're talking about the stabbing itself. You don't think that he purposely was setting out to kill him. You said 10% of stabbing victims only die, which, by the way, is still really high. Just so you know, 10% is still enormously high. When it comes to a thing that kills you. If 10% of the activities that you do would kill you, you would avoid those 10%, right? So when we're talking about this, it's actually...
I worked on no. I worked in the most dangerous place on the planet, bro, for like substantial military carrier flight deck.
I don't think that has a 10% mortality rate. I'd be willing to bet right now.
Well, I'm just telling you that it's the most, like, top 5, no less than top 5.
Most but I'd be willing to bet you that it's not even close to a 10% mortality. Not even in the same universe.
So what would be? Give me an occupation that would be a 10% mortality.
I don't think that there are many occupations that would, which is why I'm saying that if it has a 10% mortality rate, you'd avoid it like the plague, because the chance of it killing you are so outrageously high. So you try to minimize by saying it's 10%, but that's actually really high. If I were to give you 10 jelly beans and say one of these will kill you, would you pick and eat one? No. Right? That's still astronomical odds when you think about it. So That's the first thing that I'll take issue with. The second is when you say, well, he didn't intend to kill him, then why did he aim for the chest? Why not go for the leg? Why not go for the arm? Why not go for those things? Why would you stab in the chest? The chest is the area that you would normally go to if you wanted to kill somebody. That's not the area that you would go to if you didn't. Slashing an arm, going for the leg, going for the arms, things like this, going for the neck or chest, that looks like something that has the intent for a killing blow, from my opinion and from my view.
No, I agree with that. But again, that's what I'm saying. And being till the evidence has been presented, I can't say his intention or intent as far as the direction or like the location. But it seems to me like that was just the thing that was most likely or right there as the way it's described or whatnot. Like I said, at the end of the day, I don't believe he should have used a knife in the first place. But it's the fact of the matter that people do things all the time in a violent nature, in a violent manner, without the intention of killing people, and they end up dead. And I'm thinking that's what happened in this situation.
I don't disagree with you in a sense that, yes, people can engage in conflict with each other where they don't intend to kill the other person. This happens accidentally with fists, with feet, in aggressive, fights at a club or bar. Accidents like that do occur. I think that there's a distinction to be made here when you pull out a folding knife, right? You still have it half folded before you stab at the chest region. That to me looks like intent. If it was me and let's say we were in a bar and we ended up in some sort of conflict and I pulled out a knife, slashed at your arm, slashed at your leg, something like this, later told the police, hey, I was just trying to get away from the situation, or it was so aggressive, I was trying to get out of it without killing the guy. That sounds a lot more believable than, but I pulled it out and stabbed him right in the chest in the heart region. That seems to me like I'm trying to kill you, right?
No, I agree. And my only thing would be for that is that, unfortunately, this is the first time he stabbed someone, and as far as we know, he has any history of violence and so on and so forth. And I'm not going to say ignorance and so on and so forth. Again, I just like you said, I don't think it was the thing that where, to a kid, a knife is, stab, slash, all these different things. It was just the worst possible fucking location, bro. And like I said, from the way that it was described by the coroner, it was the worst possible way, even the entry wound of the knife.
Yeah, it couldn't have gone worse.
So that's all I'm saying, man. Again, at the end of the day, I don't agree with him using a knife in a fist fight.
But let me just tie it off with this, because I think we do agree, but maybe we can tie it off with a lot more agreement. If I said in my defense, I slashed at his leg and it hit his femoral artery, and I clearly wasn't intending to do that because I was slashing at the leg and I thought that that's a non-lethal area. Doesn't that sound way more believable than I wasn't trying to kill him, but I stabbed him in the chest area?
Of course, and I agree. Yeah. The biggest, and that's the biggest thing, and I think that's what gave him what it was: the injury, the positioning of the injury, and all the things and so on and so forth. When you hear the coroner say he pretty much died instantaneously, there was no way for him to even be resuscitated if they wanted to. I think that's what got him the level of what he got.
Yeah, then I think we have more agreement than we don't, honestly.
Yeah.
Tess, please, uninterrupted. And friends, if I show a cash app in the camera, don't stop talking, okay? I'm just acknowledging the fans. Thank you very much to the 900 people watching, plus the people on Andrew Wilson's side. We appreciate y'all.
I think there's 10,000 over here today.
Yes, you are not famous at all, sir. Thank you very much once again. I hope y'all having fun. Support the content creators that y'all watching, respectively. Everyone in the chat.
And by the way, to my chat, remember, people who host us and are kind to us, we're kind back. Make sure you go over to this channel, send in the super chats, show the support for people who are willing to platform us and allow us to debate on their platforms.
Thank you very much for the kindness, Andrew. Appreciate that. Tess, uninterrupted, please. What do you think? 35 years was too much, or you actually have a different idea?
Yeah, it's definitely too much. So I understand why he got 35 years. The inadequate defense that he was given is why he got 35 years. I'm actually of the belief that he shouldn't have got any time. I do believe that as the innocent party just sitting there, the aggressor is the person that walked up to him and put their hands on him. And so if anything, he should be home free right now. And that boy is where he deserves to be for putting his hands on someone who didn't touch him first.
So you're making... Oh, I'm sorry.
There's your statement. Do you have, Andrew, you can rebuttal that. Yes.
So I want to ask everybody this all over the world, right? It's even nature of law, right? Well, I was thinking about this even before I had this conversation. If I touch, even in nature, a buffalo, a hippo, a lion, a snake, a poisonous frog, any animal, a tiger, if I touch them in the law of nature, does that animal have the right not to only harm me or take my life and take all the social constructs away? Will that animal not only take my life, or will it try to take my life if I touch it? Number two, and I'm just using laws of nature because we like using law of logic, right? What white man would not say in the United States of America around and find out if you touch them, they would not justify not only harming someone, but taking their life if they told them not to touch them? Before a black man ever even tried to practice self-defense. We had the George Zimmerman case, right? I don't know why we don't bring these cases up with all these people that's doing the stand your ground, right? Or shooting people in the back. The Chinese man, Rick Chow, was able to say that he shot somebody in the back because in self-defense because his son was had a gun pointed on him by another kid, Cyrus, a kid named Cyrus, right? A kid named Cyrus. They were chasing this kid. The kid supposedly pulled out an illegal gun on this child, and in defending his son, he shot the kid in the back, right? And they allowed the Rick Chow guy to go free, shooting Cyrus in the back. If you put your hands on somebody in this country, if it's your friend, if it's your father, if it's somebody that you know, relative, anybody, who would not say that person has the right to take that person's life or do physical harm to that person? No, it's not. No, that's not a bad. A Gully, come on, this is a bad take. You can defend yourself. No, a Gully, we would say that. But I'm saying, what would white men in mass or people in mass say if somebody touches them? What would they support? If right now, I live in North Carolina, we talking about Texas and Florida. I live in North Carolina. If I put my hands on a white man that tells me not to touch him and he takes my life, do you think they're going to support Ali and say that he was murdered? Or are you going to say that that man was practicing self-defense and he stood his ground? My brother tells you with the $2 super chat, systematic law versus law of nature, been saying this. Thank you so much, tells you with the $2 super chat. Can y'all answer the question, please? If right now white man is walking in my area, in my neighborhood, and I got a problem with him and I put my hands on him, would people support the fact that he had the right to self-defense and he had the right to take my life because I put his hand on him? Or would they support me? Would white people in mass say, hey, that black man was murdered? What would they say? Would they say the white man practiced or stood his ground and he was engaging in self-defense? Or would they say that black man was murdered? Do I need to do? Let me do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll because this is where this stand your ground came from. This is where this black child thought there's a possibility that he can get off if he engaged in self-defense because somebody touched him. He would have never even thought about self-defense or standing his ground, because people are standing their ground throughout the nation. If somebody touched him, he felt like he had the right to stand his ground and take someone's life, even if we disagree with it. So let me ask, if Ali put his hands on a white man and that white man told him, hold on, before that, if a white man told Ali, if you touch me, no, he said, touch me and watch what happens. All right. Would the white man say I was murdered? Or would white men say the white man practiced self-defense? No, self-defense. All right. Did I do that right? Oh, okay. Hold on. Dang, man, hold on, y'all. Because y'all saying I'm being disingenuous. Did somebody say I'm wrong? Hold on real quick, y'all. I'm trying to make the poll. I want to know what y'all think. I don't know, CEO. You know it's not going to be. If George Zimmerman was stalking a white Trayvon Martin, who was minding his own business, and then Trayvon Martin, when they tried this case with George Zimmerman said that Trayvon ended up following him, and they got in an altercation, and he shot him in his chest. He said he was standing his ground. So if you're having multiple cases, even with the Mike Brown, when the Mike Brown was shot by the police officer, and that police officer got off as well too, and he had a firearm. If this kid told this person, mess around and find out, and we don't know if the intention was to kill the person, and he responds in harming the person or killing the person, did he operate in self-defense? Would white men, if that was a white kid, if this kid was a white kid, would they have supported him? If this was a white, that's what I need to do. If he was white, would it have been self-defense? That's what we're going to do. If Carmelo Anthony was white, what would the verdict be? White boy gets self-defense, or white boy gets murder? Which one? All right, that's my poll. If Carmelo Anthony was white, would he get self-defense, or would they say he murdered Austin Metcalf? What y'all think? Would he be free? Let me know. We're going to keep going.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, there's nothing here to rebut. This is, first of all, you say it's an inadequate defense, but you give no examples of how the defense was inadequate. You just say that it was. Assertions that are made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, and you provided none. You didn't even provide a single example of how the defense itself was inadequate. Hang on. I didn't interrupt you once. Just
it's fine. Let him land, and then you got it.
And then I promise I'll let you say whatever you need to, right? So I want to hear out what you have to say, but I'm going to also make.
You see what Johnny doing? Disingenuous question. Every case of self-defense is different. Nobody said it's not different. But if it was a white child that did it, would he got off as self-defense, or would they say that white child committed murder? If there's a group of black boys under a black tent, and a white boy goes under the tent to get shelter, and a black boy shoves the white boy, and then the white boy stabs the black boy and claims self-defense with the black kids under a tent, would he be found guilty of murder, or would they say that he operated in self-defense? Just change it. Flip it. What you think would happen in Texas? A white kid goes under an all-black tent with black children, and the black kids say, man, bro, you got to get up from under this tent. You can't be under this tent, bro. Even though they keep trying to say that supposedly Carmelo just went in there, just started cussing everybody out. And it's believable that a 130-pound, 5'8" kid that was a good kid prior to this goes under a tent and starts cussing out people that don't want him there. It would sound like the people are cussing him out and because they don't want him under the tent. If a white kid goes under an all-black tent and one of the kids that's black shoves this kid, and before he shoves him, the white kid says, touch me and find out. Is that white kid getting off with self-defense, or are they going to find that kid guilty of murder and give him 35 years? Y'all let me know. And this is what I'm saying. These narratives and propaganda is created, man, so we can still treat black people the way we treat black people. And again, it's not all white people. there's a ignorant part of the nation that's black and white that wants to perpetrate this narrative to continue to mistreat black people. It's no way around this, man. Because if instead of us pulling the race card and they say we pulling the race card, then we need to pull their American card. I'm gonna keep telling y'all that. If they're about justice, they should be standing up for when there's injustice towards any person, not just white. It should be towards black people as well too. Because if this is injustice that black people see, black people will call it out. Y'all know it for a fact. If black people see something wrongfully happen to a white man, most black people will call it out. That's why black people are so hard on each other. Anyway, look at how many black conservatives there are. So many black people can't wait to disrespect and degrade black people and hold them to a different standard than they hold everybody else and hold black people accountable. Black people love holding black people accountable. What if white people practice that same energy with their own people? And again, it's not all white people, but let's keep it real. Black people are more about keeping people accountable than white people are in this country.
My adamant defense is here. So you didn't provide any adequate or any examples of inadequate defense. That's the first thing. The second thing is when you're talking about self-defense itself, you say he put his hands on him. You do realize that in most states you have some sort of escalation policy which occurs, which means that you have to have some sort of clear and present danger to your life. Carmelo Anthony himself and the witnesses there seem to think that that was not the case at all.
And y'all, don't tell me when we do racial conversations or political conversations, I get more support when I talk about the women in regards to when I talk about the people, about right and wrong and injustice. I got what I got. I got $12 in the super chat. We got almost 150 people in the building. Ain't nobody hit my Cash App yet. We ain't got no memberships. Y'all telling me that Ali and Fatty will make more money when we talk about women than we do talk about what's happening in this country to human beings? Is that what we saying? Make sure y'all supporting the show and content, man. We want to make more content like this and address what's going on in the country. What's going on with human beings, the injustice that's occurring. Don't tell me y'all support those shows more than this shows. Andrew Wilson, the Myron shows, they support them degrading and talking crazy about black people. Johnny Bravo, Ali, he could have left it if he felt threatened. They didn't corner him, proving him from leaving. He was as being as tough kid. Hey, brother, you got to write a little bit better than that too. All right. Myron would have called you a... Come on, fam.
That it did not justify pulling out a folding knife and stabbing him in the chest. If I were to say that he pulled out a gun and shot him in the chest after it was the case that he got shoved, would you say that that was equally justified?
The laws need to demonstrate what actually happened, again, which is a young man who sat there and was aggressed by another young man, responded to being pushed. And so those examples you're looking for, one of them would be this idea that Carmelo called all of them pussies, but when he was questioned on cross-examination, that wasn't in any 2025 reporting. There is nothing that denoted that Carmelo Anthony was an aggressor in any of the early reports. So these newfound stories and testimonies that we see in 2026, those are inconsistencies that were dealt with inadequately by the defense. Now, if you wanted me to give you the examples of inadequacies, I could have. Don't just imply that I didn't. I was just giving you an opening statement.
Okay, but you didn't, and now you've given me one, and yet
would you like another? Would you like another?
Under the witness statement. Well, let's refute one at a time. Okay. Under the witness statement of the provocation, the witness stated that after Anthony was repeatedly asked to leave the Memorial High School tent during the rain day, he refused, became hostile, saying, "I'm not leaving. Fuck you all." The slur, witnesses say that he then called the surrounding student athletes a bunch of pussies who were not going to do nothing about it. That's what the witness testimony showed. That came out in the trial. So that is what the evidence is that we have on record. I don't know what evidence you're referring to, because
I'm referring
just the physical evidence. Like, if he was the person to get touched, who was the aggressor? Right? Sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but names will never hurt me. Who's the first person to put their hands on somebody? Who was the aggressor? Who ended up being the person to become physical first? If he was so aggressive and hostile, why didn't Carmelo touch somebody first? If you want evidence, Andrew, y'all are disingenuous when it comes to this debating. If one person is aggressive and the other person is aggressive, obviously the person who touches the person first is the more aggressive person. He's the more aggressive. Can anybody deny that? If Ali just talking, y'all ever heard? And man, he all talk. He just talking. He ain't about to do nothing. Even when we beefing, when black people about to fight, when white people about to fight, or somebody got to hold you back. If the person touches the other person first, they're the aggressor. They're the actually aggressor. You can't deny that. I touched. Hey man, who hit who first? Hey man, Ali was the aggressor, but the other dude smacked him first. So Ali was the aggressor, but how he get smacked first? We would all have to concede that the person who did the smacking first was the most aggressive person. He initiated the shove. Carmelo didn't touch anybody. Show me the evidence where they say Carmelo shoved, pushed, or punched somebody. He was talking. And if he was so scary, if he was so hostile, man, he was so dangerous, why didn't he hit anybody? Why didn't he touch anybody? Y'all don't want to have the actual conversation because, again, there's implication of bias, of people being racist, of people of trying to make this narrative and propaganda look this way so we can come to the conclusions that Carmelo was the bad person. I got the delay. Let me refresh. Okay, can y'all see me now? Let me see. Hold on, y'all. It restarted completely. I thought it just restarted. It restarted completely. Everything restarted. Hold on. I should be much clearer now then. Okay, I'm good now. Okay, good. Hold on. I got to get back to where I was. All right, there we go. That ain't even it. Hold on, man. Hold on, y'all. I got to get back to the. I don't know why it didn't go right back to that spot. So hold on, y'all. I just got to find out where the spot was. I think it's right here. Hold on. Okay, I found it.
Wanted me to give you the examples of inadequacies I could have. Don't just imply that I didn't. I was just giving you an opening statement.
Okay, but you didn't, and now you've given me one, and yet
Would you like another? Would you like another?
Under the witness statement? Well, let's refute one at a time.
Okay.
Under the witness statement of the provocation, the witness stated that after Anthony was repeatedly asked to leave the Memorial High School tent during the rain day, he refused, became hostile, saying, "I'm not leaving. Fuck you all." The slur, witnesses say that he then called the surrounding student athletes a bunch of pussies who were not going to do nothing about it. That's what the witness testimony showed that came out in the trial. So that is what the evidence is that we have on record. I don't know what evidence you're referring to because
I'm referring.
it sounds hang on, almost done. And then I promise you can respond. And then secondarily, he didn't actually answer my question. What would be the distinction had he been there with a Glock concealed, and then this guy shoved him in the shoulder, he pulled out the Glock and shot him in the chest? Why would that be a distinction in your mind?
So I want to make sure we're doing this one at a time. So let's deal with what you just read. What you just read again was debunked on cross-examination, because until you show me something from 2025 that says Carmelo said these things, this is new testimony as highlighted by the defense in cross-examination. So whatever you're reading, can you continue reading it to let these people know what was said under cross-examination?
Yeah, I'll continue to read it. During cross-examination, the defense tried to discredit the claim by pointing out that the students did not include Anthony's cursing or slurs in their initial written statement. That's what you're referring to, right?
Absolutely.
But the jury ultimately found that the verbal provocation accounts were very credible and rejected the self-defense argument. They rejected it because they found they found the claims to be credible, even if it's not the case that the witness initially reported it. Who cares? They don't think that made the witness less credible because they didn't initially report it. They did report it afterwards when they gave a totality of recounting. So I don't really know how this is in any way, shape, or form inadequate defense, especially since the defense was the one that pointed this out.
Right. Well, they pointed out the fact that the testimony was inconsistent, which is what they're supposed to do. Now,
yeah, so how's that inadequate?
Don't interrupt me after you just sat here crying about it being interrupted.
Well, I'm just curious about the inadequacy.
Right, but don't do that though. But don't do that though. You just sat here and cried about being interrupted.
Dude, I'm just asking.
Come on, my ass. Shut up when I'm talking.
You shut up when I'm talking. You shut the fuck up. Fuck you.
You chipping out. You chipping out, white boy. Relax.
Now that the goats rammed each other, let's go ahead and interrupt.
So you see, whether they were agreeing or not, when Taz went to where he went, Fatty stopped that again. Let me tell y'all something too. I just saw right in Texas, the general rule is the same. Words alone do not make someone the aggressor for purpose of justifying physical force. Under Texas law, verbal insults, taunts, or arguments by themselves generally do not justify physical aggression. Oh man, that I wonder where the lawyers at, man. God dang. Self-defense is generally based on a reasonable belief that force is immediately necessary to protect against another person's use or attempted use of unlawful force, not just words. They've been saying that Carmelo's been the aggressor, but lawfully the words don't make the person the aggressor. Look it up if y'all got time, y'all. Hey, shout out to my brother Freezer for giving us the first member of the show. Ooh, look it up, y'all. Chat GPT and Google it. Words alone, even in Texas, don't make somebody the aggressor because they talking crazy. It's the person who uses physical force. And type in the example as well, too. In most legal cases, words alone do not make someone the physical aggressor or aggressor. Person A is insulting you, threatening you verbally, or talking crazy to you, and person B responds by punching person A. The person B, the one who threw the punch, is usually considered the aggressor because they were the first person to use force. Hey, that's not my thoughts. That's the law. And shout out for Zero, man, for gifting us a member as well, too, my brother. Much love to you. I want to press this button. So that changes a lot. If that's not what I says. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. It changes a lot, man, if we're going to say that this kid is still the aggressor, but he didn't touch nobody. So let's keep going. And by the way, make sure you acknowledge when there was a racial issue, Fatty broke up that part again. When there was conflict in an argumentative issue, Fatty separated my brother Andrew and Riches. When Andrew and Taz got into it, Fatty separated them as well, too, when it became racial. So who was being racist towards Andrew at this moment? You can imply that Taz being racist, right? We said Taz was the only one that used racial remarks. Who else is being racist towards Andrew? Andrew said the panel was being racist against him, and his wife said we was being racist against him, and then he got the chat and his supporters to say we were being racial against them. If we were actually racist, Andrew wouldn't even come over here. If we would allow people to be racist towards Andrew, he wouldn't have to continue the conversation unless this is in an echo chamber and he goes to places where people can be racial and he still has the conversation without deflecting.
Respond, then we go back to the latest.
Well, I mean, because again, I just want him to understand that the point he's running from is the fact that it was dealt with. And now when I'm calling it inadequate, they're not challenging enough of these witnesses on their inconsistencies. So I know he does not want that to happen because it benefits him in terms of the outcome. But there are multiple inconsistencies. For example, another would be one saying he was pushed with one hand, another saying he was pushed with two. One saying it was a light tap, another saying it was a direct shove. Because you have these inconsistencies that were not dealt with by the defense, I am well within my intellectual reasoning to say that that's inadequate as a defense. What is he talking about?
It's really funny here because what you're saying is actually self-contradictory. It's P and not P. The defense was inadequate because they didn't point all these things out. And then it turns out they did point all these things out. The jury just didn't believe them. So how could that be the defense being inadequate? In fact, it would be the opposite. The defense is adequately making the exact same defenses that you would make based on the sworn witness testimony and the inconsistencies you see. So how's the defense being inadequate again, dude?
Because again, these arguments that we're making about that one statement, that is the only time they pointed out that inconsistency. When if you're fighting for this young man's life, you'll point out these multiple inconsistencies multiple times. And even now, when you get the chance to call witnesses, you'll call that witness up and show his inconsistency through questioning.
Are you saying that the defense
failed to
attorney
do that.
specifically did not, under cross-examination, point out these various inadequacies that you right now are pointing out? Because the matter of record that I have, at least for the first claim, they did. And I'm willing to go claim by claim. And I got a feeling the defense actually did point these things out. So inadequate defense. How?
Because pointing it out is not the same as using it to get Carmelo a better sentence. Pointing it out shows now that you are identifying it. Pay attention, white dude. Pointing it out means I see it.
No sense.
I didn't. Right. I'm trying to show you. I know you're smart. You're not smart. You're white. So when I point it out, if you don't pick up on it,
one second, please. I already know this is going to escalate into something that we don't want here. I said before the show, please let's take the motherfucking racial situation going on. We're already talking about race. No need to be insulting each other in the levels of race. And as long as you don't want to lose the show. If I want to lose the show, keep doing the white boys and all that shit so we can wrap it up in 15 minutes. Okay? Y'all having a decent and civil conversation. It seems like both of y'all are informed about the case. Let's keep it that way. Go ahead, Tess.
right, but again, he's informed about the case, but what he's not going to acknowledge is that the defense's inadequate representation is what I'm talking about. If you don't call those prosecution witnesses back up and challenge them on their inconsistencies, you're not helping Carmelo Anthony. And so while he may not think from a defense standpoint, I am. So as you have identified these multiple inconsistencies, you don't take out the time to bring those witnesses back up after you've brought out the inconsistency on cross-examination and use those moments to benefit Carmelo. That is an inadequate defense.
Yeah, this is just goalpost switching. So it can't be an inadequate defense if the defense is actually.
Do you see? And this is what I mean. What Andrew does. All he's going to say is inadequate, and he's saying Taz doing a contradiction, and then he's saying doing a goalpost move. When all of us can look up and see that there is inconsistencies with what actually happened and how it happened. The thing a lot of the people could agree on was there was an argument. Austin pushed Anthony, and then Anthony stabbed Metcalf. But the jury ultimately concluded that the push itself did not legally justify the deadly force. But there's different witnesses that say that Austin pushed Anthony first, and there's different witnesses that say Anthony was the aggressor and made Metcalf push him into where he stabbed him. So Taz is right. Why keep deflecting for what Taz is saying if the accounts of what happened that day, the witnesses' standpoint and what they saw, there was inconsistencies. He's absolutely right. And shout out to my brother. I ain't trying. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me get back up here first. My brother, Chef Chapino, has become the member of the Ali Show and part of the Untouchables. Much love to you, my brother. Chef. And then our sister Wanda, we ain't seen you in a while, man. Hope you're doing good. Our sister Wanda has become a member again of the Untouchables. And then my brother Sean Scott with a $10 super chat. Thanks, Ali, for being the voice of reason and accountability. Keep up the great work. And much love to you, my brother, with the $10 super chat. Man, y'all ain't even tell me I'm sitting here tripping, not even reading this.
Thank you for the $10, fam. I see you.
I meant not pressing the buttons, man. I've been tripping. Hey, shout out to my brother. I ain't trying to go out like Big and Pac. Great show and wonderful topic. And then my brother gifted us with 5 gifted memberships. Much love to you, my brother. So let's see, y'all. We just need 12. We got 8 memberships now. All right. We just need 12 more memberships. All right. And then let me see, man. If the brother Cash App still looking crazy, man. Let me see, man. Ali still ain't got one. Hey, who gonna be the first person to hit up Ali Cash App, man? All right. And my brother, I ain't trying to go out like that, became the sponsor of the show with $25. All right. Much love to you, my brother. I ain't trying to go out And I'm about to type it all. Like Big and Pac is crazy. All right, we trying to get down to the nitty gritty. What actually happened, man? It's getting deep. The plot is thickening, and this is another place where Andrew is being disingenuous with the argument. Taz is giving a reasonable argument. He's not being unreasonable. None of the people that's been on our panel so far have been unreasonable. Taz did get racial. Taz did call him a white boy, but Fatty intervened and he stopped it, and Taz was able to calm down after a couple of times. I think he's going to stop after this time, but then we went right back on the conversation. Everybody currently are showing their ability to be reasonable, even if they become disingenuous. And again, Andrew, when he feels it's appropriate, does not want to take on your argument. Our Andrew has a hard time with conceding with when someone makes a point. You can disagree with somebody, but don't make it seem like they're not giving you a actual reasonable argument. Great job, Taz.
Doing the things that you claimed you wanted the defense to do, which is point out the various inadequacies. The defense, that was part of their defense. This is inadequate due to the fact that there's inconsistencies in this testimony. There's also inconsistencies in this testimony. That was presented by the defense. The jury had access to that information. They just didn't buy it. So when you say when you say it was an inadequate defense, or you're just saying you think the defense attorney did a bad job, fine. I guess you can think that. But you haven't actually demonstrated it, because they are pointing out these various inconsistencies. You just want them to call the witnesses back up, but you don't know if that would have actually served Carmelo better or not. You have no idea.
No, he admitted it, that they showed the inconsistencies, but the jury didn't buy it. They showed the inconsistencies. Andrew is the one that's, again, still being disingenuous. If they demonstrated to it and the jury decided not to accept it, then they're not being just. If you're seeing the inconsistencies by the witness account and what happened on that day, and the jury refuses to accept it, that's not working under the law of the way the jury is supposed to work, especially if they're trying to engage in demonstrating a fair verdict. If you're not even listening to the accounts of the witnesses on that day. Isn't that injustice when you don't buy the accounts or you don't accept it and you make your own judgment and the jury decides to go past the accounts of what happened that day and saw that it was inconsistent? Shouldn't the trial have been longer because of the inconsistencies? Shouldn't they make sure the stories are matching up? Shouldn't they make sure that the people really prove who was the actual so-called aggressor? That trial went fast. It seemed like they already had a verdict. They already knew who they were going to find guilty.
Well, we do know it would serve him better because it would actually highlight the inconsistencies that you're downplaying now. Even right now in this moment, as I've given you two different things that were testified in the trial that would benefit.
And yes, Wanda, I saw that today. I meant to bring that up today with the kids were fighting inside of the bathroom, and that kid he's a white child, Allison. He was involved in the stabbing, and they said that it was self-defense, but it seems like the same thing that looked like that was happening, where the kid felt like he was cornered and he stabbed the Ramirez kid and he got a 10-year sentence. So it's a similar situation, but a different sentence. And that's where the problem, a lot of times, where black people will have the issue, or any reasonable human or American would have the issue, if when we're supposed to be American, everybody doesn't come together and go, hey man, that's not a fair trial. That's corrupt. That's extremely problematic that this kid did the same thing and got a different sentence than another kid. Where is the American in you that's coming out? Forget black and white. If we're not going to make it black and white, if we don't want the racial divide, where are the Americans coming together and saying this is injustice? If other people can get a different sentence, if other races of people can practice stand your ground, if we concede and say this kid did engage in murder, but it was possible, in his actions resulted in the death of this child, but it should be manslaughter because it wasn't premeditated. Where is Americans coming to the defense to make sure that this kid gets justice and gets a fair trial of a jury of his peers? If, again, I'll say this again, If a tiger was on trial for killing a hippo, and the judge was a hippo, and the jury was a hippo, is that a fair trial for the tiger? I'm going to say it again. If a tiger killed a hippo, and the judge was a hippo, and the jury was a hippo, and the tiger was taking trial, is that a fair, taking a stand, is that a fair trial for the tiger? Even if he was wrong. So again, nobody's asking for an advantage. Nobody's asking for somebody to look out for them. Nobody's asking for this case to be corrupt. They're just asking for it to be fair. If the kid is a minor, why would Andrew ask for the death penalty for the child when he knows that's already unlawful? That's cruel and unusual punishment. If you're trying to execute, do an execution for a minor. Why would he even bring up the death penalty? Where in America, if this was a kid, and we know that children who are they're still developing, minors are still developing, and then we should push more for the rehabilitation than the punishment of these kids, and he's a kid, do we now want to give our kids the death penalty or only the black ones? Is this about race? Is the fact that this is in a racist state, or excuse me, state known for being racist, can't prove they're racist, right? Can't prove from the history of what goes on in Texas or in McKinney, in that city alone, or all the cities in Texas, or what Texas is known for. We can't prove that it's an all-white jury, excuse me, a jury of white men, Asian and Hispanics with no black people. We can't say that there's a possibility that the jury made the verdict based off race. We can't say that, right? If it's supposed to be a jury of your peers, you would think there would be representation of black men. And I think there's a question that Roses asks that's a justifiable question and legitimate question as well too. What kind of if there's black men on the jury, what kind of black men are on the jury? Are there these extreme conservative black men who look down on the black community and want to make an example out of the black community to look at good to white people like the Myrons, like the Jesse Lee Petersons, like the Officer Tatums? And we want to pretend, just like there's white men that pretend white racism doesn't exist, there's black men that want to pretend that like they're not acting like coons. So if we're not going to say you're racist, if we're not going to say you're acting like coons, we can say you're demonstrating coon behavior and racist behaviors. Me and Fatty, again, would not tolerate nobody coming on here disrespecting white people to the level Myron was disrespecting us. It wouldn't have even been funny. If Fatty was making those type of slurs towards anybody, Myron was calling us retarded, low IQ, chimpanzees, monkeys. Told us we chipping out, but he was the one that was chipping out. But we were the ones who was wrong. Again, they found a way to make Fatty and Ali have a panel full of racists when we don't even allow racism on our panels. We don't even allow people to disrespect black people at that level or women to that level unless somebody responds with a similar energy and someone has the right to defend themselves. If you disrespect, y'all know if somebody gets disrespected on our panel, they have the right to rebuttal, they have the right to respond, and then we'll break it up. But we're not going to let just anybody blatantly be disrespectful and blatantly be racist.
Fit Carmelo. The only thing I'm saying the defense would need to do is challenge that directly, as opposed to just simply saying this in a cross-examination. I don't know how you don't understand that, other than the fact that you might be biased for the other side. But on the side of the defense, I'm not done. On the side of the defense, you want them to challenge this information directly that these prosecution witnesses are saying, especially since they can't stand on it.
That's exactly what they did during cross-examination. That's what the challenges are. During cross-examination, they pointed these various things out. That is the challenge. What else could they have done? What are they supposed to do? You say drag them back up. It's like, for what? They already got the information there to the jury. They already got him under cross-examination, pointing the inconsistencies out. That information was already out there. In both the examples you gave, I had demonstrated in both cases, the jury was informed about those inadequacies. And in both cases, they just simply didn't believe that that was inadequate. That's it.
Right. So inadequate defense would have automatically known to call them up on their inconsistencies and now directly question them on their inconsistencies, because the only thing that happened under cross was the inconsistency came out. He did not further elaborate on the inconsistency under cross-examination. So now that you get a chance to
there you go with that prove it stuff. Hey man, did I miss? I think I missed. Hey, did I miss somebody? Hold on. Hey, my Brad, at 1A Freedom from Fear, man. My bad, family. Thank you for gifting us a membership. I just caught that. My bad. Nobody told me either. I caught it. My bad, man, for missing that, man. Thank you so much for gifting us a membership.
Question, you use those inconsistencies to create the questions about said inconsistencies.
Well, prove it. Prove that he actually didn't, during cross-examination, when this came out, rigorously question him about the inconsistency. Go ahead and show me the evidence for that, because I don't believe you.
You don't believe me about, say it again? Ask the question again?
Show me the evidence that when this came out during cross-examination from the defense, they didn't rigorously ask questions about that inconsistency, which is what you're demanding right now.
Right. So we can determine that by the fact that they didn't call any of those witnesses.
Yes, they did. They cross-examined them. Under cross-examination, they did the rigorous. They already did it.
They did not recall them as witnesses to challenge the narrative that they testified to. They absolutely do.
Why? It already came out and they were rigorously questioned.
Because
why are they calling back?
Right, they're calling them back to challenge their testimony. It was challenged under cross and determined that it was inconsistent. So now if you're trying to help Carmelo get off, you want to further expound on those inconsistencies. What is it that you're not understanding about further expounding?
Because they already did that. They already pointed out.
Right. And again, hey, Fatty, I don't know if you're watching, but the panelists are beating Andrew in these arguments. And they keep saying, Andrew, if Taz is saying there's an inconsistency, then we got to re-question the witnesses again. We got to get testimonies again. If we're doing a cross-examination, if you got inconsistent responses, then you have to do it again. We have to see if there's more inconsistencies. Things have to start matching to make sure that someone gets a fair trial, that both kids get a fair, well, that Carmelo Anthony actually gets a fair trial, right? Because obviously Metcalf wasn't on trial, but Taz's argument is way more legit and solidified than Andrew's. Andrew was saying, hey, inconsistent argument, still, hey, I don't believe you. We're going to go based off the inconsistent account and just still make a verdict off of the inconsistent account. Instead of making sure we do it again, we question people again, they have to expound, get more context, and see things and make sure they match up. But instead, Andrew tells Taz to prove it and say, I don't believe you. They already did the cross examination.
Hang on. They already pointed out the inconsistency during cross-examination, rigorously questioned them about the inconsistency. Calling them back up may have actually damaged that testimony in many ways. Perhaps then in the second cross, there's other reasons for it that they don't want to deal with. There could be any number of reasons why they didn't recall them. But for you to say it's an inadequate defense because you didn't call the witnesses, first you said they didn't even question them about this. They did. The second thing you said is they didn't.
Don't lie on me.
The second thing you said was that when it was the case that they didn't really ask any questions about it. That wasn't true either. It was just done under cross-exam. Your entire case here for inadequate defense is they should have recalled witnesses for the same information they had.
So I would implore anyone to rewind this back to the beginning of what I said.
Just 1 second, Tess.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No.
And by the way, anybody who wants to say Andrew is still right? Typically, when they're not going to do that, obviously they're going to hold another trial when there's inconsistencies, right? But the lawyers will cross-examine witnesses about the inconsistencies, right? You're going to still make sure of that. And then the jury obviously will decide which witnesses are more credible, right? And they'll reach a verdict by that. But they should, what he's saying is that the cross-examination should witness there should be a cross-examination about the inconsistencies. Unless there's a misunderstanding, unless I'm missing something, unless Taz is saying something else. After you get those inconsistencies, first you do the cross-examination, and if there's inconsistencies, you do the cross-examination about the inconsistencies. That's all Taz is saying. What is wrong with that? How is Andrew right about that? If there's an inconsistency, the verdict shouldn't be made solely off the inconsistency. There should be a cross-examination of the witnesses about the inconsistencies, is what he's saying. So he would checkmate Andrew. Andrew would not be right. So again, Rich is one on the argument. Fantastic ultimately ended up wanting to agree to disagree, which I don't think was right. But then Taz beat Andrew on this argument as well too.
So you have time. Make kind of like a semi-final statement on this back and forth, and then we bring the ladies up so they can have a chance.
Can I just get the answer to my question though on the Glock versus knife, just real quick?
What is it? What's the question, bro?
If he had pulled out the Glock and shot him with a Glock, a concealed Glock, instead of stabbing him in the chest, would your opinion about this be different?
No. No. And the reason it wouldn't be different, because ain't no white boy got no business walking up in front of no young black man standing over him, telling him he has to leave, and then pushing him on his shoulder, demanding that he leaves. So whatever happens to him, he was asking for it, and whoever got to go clean up his blood, so be it. Keep your hands off people, leave people alone. You're not a bully, you're not tough, and you can't make nobody do shit. Go get a teacher, tough guy.
And
well, I don't know now.
And again, y'all, if we say just someone putting your hands on you doesn't just justify you to kill someone, is that what the nation practices with the things that we saw happen in certain cases? That's what made the George Zimmerman case so huge. If they were just putting their hands on each other, why was George Zimmerman justified in shooting Trayvon Martin in his chest? Same place that Andrew was talking about. If we can't kill somebody just for touching them, why was George Zimmerman found not guilty of self-defense? They got in an physical altercation. But again, most of us would not justify somebody getting killed just because you touched them. Nobody can refute that, right? We're not fighting against that. We still talking about this death penalty thing that he said the kids should have. But if we're living in a country where you can stand your ground, if we're living in a country where if a black man is gunned down for touching somebody, punching somebody, being the aggressor towards somebody, why wasn't Carmelo Anthony allowed to use the stand your ground rule, or at least it become the self-defense gets used and he can use manslaughter? That's all. There's inconsistencies about how law is being practiced and how it's applied to different races of people in this country. That's the main problem that black people have an issue with, and Americans should have an issue with. If you're a white American, Asian American, Hispanic American, whatever American, if there's a place where you see injustice occurring, it should be important to all of us. And I hope somebody, like, what people will take this and go, oh, Ali being racist, Ali being racial, Ali doing racial divide. But I'm having the conversation. If you disagree with me, that don't make me a racist. If I disagree with you, it don't make you a racist. Excuse me. If I disagree with you, it don't make you a racist. And if you disagree with me, it don't make me a racist. We should be able to have the conversation. And we should be able to get to the root of the issue of why this continues to happen and where the problem actually resides.
Now he's in prison, right? So I mean, how'd that work out for him?
Right, and Austin's dead.
Friends.
Yeah, and the other guy's in prison where he's not going to have a pleasant time for the rest of his life.
One second, friend. Andrew, I actually have a question for you, Andrew. If it was a gun and it was one shot, like, would your opinion change about it?
Mine?
Yes. If it was a gun and it was
I would consider both of them to be murder with intent.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Andrew. And Andrew, we didn't know that you were going to be here like 1 hour before the show, so I don't want you to think that this is an ambush, right?
Well, hang on. How come though? I told you guys earlier in the week I'd be here.
No, it's because we did the thumbnail.
No, it's because Andrew, when you told me you was coming, there were like you didn't message me for a while, so we didn't know if you were coming or not. So we kind of halted on making the thumbnail. And the last minute, you said you were coming. That's why you. By the way, Andrew was respectful to me when we have conversations, and he agreed that he was coming, but then he wasn't responding to my messages for a couple of days, and then on Friday he responded to my message. So it's no like little funny business or nothing like that. He's always respectful to me when we have a conversation. And he's never been disrespectful to me at all as well, too. So I acknowledge that as well, too. And that's how you see we're not trying to make it racial. But the reason why we thought he might not be coming is because a lot of times when people don't respond in a couple of days, they typically not coming. They go ice, they go cold, or they go ghost on us. So we almost didn't think he was coming.
And all that, and I'm just saying this because it's going to sound like it's an ambush, right? But I'm like we all YouTubers here. I'm kind of a student of the game, and I actually
fucking ambush me. Let's do it.
Yes. So I'm going to play this so you can understand exactly what I'm talking about, right? I think you remember this.
I ain't part of no ambush.
Yeah, he works. He's God damn it!
You're still whining. Stop whining.
That
and
is
just
a
make an
product.
argument.
I'll smack your fat ass.
So you're gonna attack.
Straight
You're gonna
up.
attack.
All right. Nobody's.
Do you usually?
And I cut it here because you say, so do you usually threat people on a stand your ground stage, something like that? And your crowd was raving. They were like, wow! Yeah. And everybody was like, if Wes Watson with the hairs on the arms, whatever the dude I'll call him, smacked Andrew, everybody on the white and black community would say, hey man, you got what you got. You went ahead and you put your hands on a person that wasn't doing nothing to you. So if Andrew has a gun and he shoots you or a knife or a bat or whatever, you are going to. Andrew doesn't spend 1 day in jail. You touched him, you go to heaven, and Andrew goes and does his Crucible podcast. What changed between that and a situation where that dude put his hands on him and warned him? He says, if you touch me again, see what happens. You kind of warn him. If you touch me again, or you threaten people on stand your ground states. Like, what changed between then and this situation? Can you explain that, please?
Gee, what could be the difference between a multiple hardened tattooed felon threatening to attack a man on a stage who's armed in the state of Florida and two kids at a game where one of them shoves the other one in the shoulder during an altercation where you're not even allowed to have a gun? What could possibly be the difference there? What could be the distinction?
So
let's start with this. The distinction is that what I said to him was, do you usually threaten armed men in Florida?
Sure.
That's a de-escalation tactic.
Jesus Christ.
An escalation tactic. That's saying, hey, listen, no, it's the opposite of a threat.
No, it's a threat. It's a threat. And that and Fatty wouldn't go and over pursue. If I say, hey, man, you usually talk to people like that carry a gun in any state. If I just say any state, I'm in North Carolina. You usually talk like that with a person who carrying a gun in North Carolina. Is that if you're gonna say that's de-escalation, then Carmelo, you checkmate yourself, and you would say that what Carmelo did was de-escalation. Because if you're saying that so that you giving him a warning, so he watches himself, then what Carmelo did was de-escalation. You contradicted yourself. If that's the escalation, then what Carmelo did was the escalation. Anybody disagree? If he told that man, if Carmelo's saying, touch me and find out, we're not gonna even play semantics, right? And if Andrew says, do you usually talk to somebody like that that's carrying a gun in Florida? It's the same thing. It's the very same thing. So if that's the escalation, if somebody seems like they're the aggressor to me and I tell them, don't touch me, is that the aggressor? Hey, can y'all think about this, man? Like, can we think about this? Is a person saying, touch me and find out, are they an aggressor? It means I'm not touching you. I'm not pushing you. I'm not punching you. I said, touch me and find out. So the person who wants to touch the person, it becomes the aggressor, right? And if they're both the aggressor, then Austin will have become more of the aggressor. If you're going to say they're both aggressive and they both became the aggressor, you're going to have to say that Austin became the more of the aggressor. Because he said, touch me and find out. Andrew basically say, touch me and find out. Pull up and tell me how I sound dumb. Outside of saying I'm dumb and I sound dumb, if you got smoke, I told y'all can hit the link if you ask for the link. How was that not equivalent to him saying, touch me and find out? Do you talk to a man like this that's carrying a gun in Florida? Y'all, again, are fans. I would not respect anybody that doesn't challenge. That's why we like our people, because our people challenge us. Our people give us constructive criticism. Our people will do shows about us. Literally. Not to disrespect us. That people will literally do shows about us that we rock with, that literally says, I disagree with Ali and disagree with Fatty. And we'll have the conversation if it's appropriate. Sometimes we don't even care. But they're not disrespecting us. We have respect for people to give us pushback and disagree with us. Some of our people is disagreeing with us right now. And we got love for them. But if he says, do you talk to somebody like this in Florida that has a gun? If that's de-escalation, then what Carmelo did was de-escalation. And I'm gonna put the link again if anybody got smoke. Fuck around and find out. It has to be de-escalation too.
Just de-escalation. He made the threat. All I did was say, hey, look, I'll respond in kind if I'm attacked. It's not a good idea to attack me. That's a de-escalation tactic.
Damn, Fatty. Oh my God, yo. Hey, man. Hey, man, you can't make this up.
God damn it. You can't make this shit up.
Right. And if Carmelo said, don't touch me and find out, then that's de-escalation. Don't touch me. Don't come near me. I don't even care if y'all want me out of your tent. Obviously, they had to be the ones that are becoming more the aggressor if they don't want. How was he the aggressor? And that's another thing too. And how you know this trial is just fixed too. And the witnesses are just saying what everybody is. They're saying things that they're agreeing with, and the jury has no pushback on it. Because they wanted this verdict to be this way. If Carmelo is under somebody's tent and he's not supposed to be there, is he the aggressor? Or are the people telling him to get out from under the tent the aggressor? You in the wrong place. You ain't supposed to be here.
That's the first thing. The second thing is that clearly the distinction in size is fucking enormous. Okay.
No,
and
he's
when
not.
you're looking, yes, it is. And when you're looking at the distinction, yes, it is. I was there, dude. You weren't there.
No. And he checkmate himself again. Metcalf 6'1", 215 pounds. Carmelo 5'8", 530 pounds. He checkmate himself again. So could a Carmelo viewed the boy as a threat? Did he believe that he was going to cause serious physical harm against him? And then Andrew tries to make a size distinction between him and the other man, but the other man's 5'8". The other man's similar to his size. Andrew just a little chubby. I ain't gonna call Andrew fat, he's a little chubby. The other guy's muscular. I think the other guy 5'8", 200 and something. I would assume Andrew about 185, 190. That's why Fatty's saying that's not a big size difference.
You kind of made
if you're looking at the distinction, you'll note that is the case. And then the third thing is there was never any threat from me at all. Just if you attack me, not you shove me on the shoulder or something like that.
And y'all, shout out to the 130 people in the building. Y'all, please like and subscribe. It's actually it's free. Okay, it's absolutely free. All right. Make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure you hit the share button at the bottom of the screen. My brother, man, I don't know how I sometimes lose these things, man. My brother, Dark Lake, hits us with a $5 super chat. And Zimmerman literally followed Trayvon. Carmelo never followed anyone. Exactly. Zimmerman followed Trayvon, then claimed in court that Trayvon ultimately followed him and became the aggressor, and then he shot him in the chest. Imagine that. I'm following a white man. The cops are telling me don't follow this white man. And somehow this white man ends up following me. And then I shoot him in the chest and claim self-defense. And now we're at a place where Andrew again is making a distinction between size, but is not giving the same grace for Carmelo for being a much smaller kid. If Andrew viewed I don't know what his name, Wesley as a threat, how did Carmelo not view Austin as a threat? Huge size difference.
You attack me, that's it. And yes, if I'm attacked, of course.
So Andrew, this is the problem with your statement, right?
Yeah.
And I think I kind of got you.
Yeah.
The difference between you and Wes Watson is the same size difference between Metcalf and Carmelo.
Bullshit.
It's literally the same. One dude is the small dude, the other one is the big dude. It's just,
Not even though, not because y'all are not that disparate.
Now we are fantastic. Fantastic. Wait, 1 second. 1 second, friends. I'm 6'2".
Bigger than me.
1 second, friends. I'm 6'2", fantastic.
I'm saying the West guy. The West guy's a little motherfucker. He's little.
Oh. So he's little. He's even little.
He's fucking little.
Oh damn! What?
West is little.
I didn't know about that. I thought he was the mountain from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I did too.
Little, bro. A little roid head motherfucker, bro. He might be 5'8", 5'9". That motherfucker ain't no big dude.
So this the same way you said do X. That's what he said too. He said, "Hey, you're going to do that."
Hey, y'all keep saying this. Could Austin have walked away? Could the kids just let the kids stay under there until the rain stopped? Because y'all keep forgetting that context. Could everybody have walked away? Could everybody just stay out the kids' way, just left them alone? Hey, y'all, he under here because it's raining. Just leave him alone. Because that's the context. That school didn't have a tent. It was raining. He took shelter under their tent. Couldn't they just stay away from him? Was it unlawful for him to be under the tent? Was he breaking the law for being under the tent? And if he was breaking something, couldn't they got a teacher? Just the same way Carmelo could have got a teacher. Couldn't they have went and got a teacher? Couldn't they went and got a coach? Couldn't they get a administrator? They couldn't have done that either, huh? They couldn't have walked away from him either, right? They didn't have to put their hands on him, did they? Let's be logical. Y'all claim to be reasonable and logical. Should they have walked away from this kid? What threat did this kid pose to them other than taking shelter under the tent? Should they have gotten an adult? Hey, excuse me, coach, teacher, administrator, this person ain't supposed to be under this tent. The last thing a teacher or any of these adults want is the kids to put their hands on each other. That kid put his hands on Carmelo. And again, nobody's saying that the kid did not engage in manslaughter or the death of his child. Death penalty is excessive. Murder one is excessive. Murder period is excessive. We're not saying that this kid didn't commit a foul act. We're all acknowledging that he committed a foul act. But y'all have to have the same sentiments on what you're preaching. If you're saying that he could have walked away, everybody could have walked away. If Texas law says that being verbal doesn't make you the aggressor and it's physical force that makes you the aggressor, then who was the aggressor? Words don't make the person the aggressor. The physical force makes you the aggressor. What happened to 3 laws of logic?
Again, then.
Let me ask you this, Fatty.
It's implied, right?
Could I have done that in California?
No, but he wasn't in California.
How come I couldn't do it in California?
Oh, let's help Andrew out. Hey, Andrew, you know what that's called, right?
Hey, you got to stop moving the goalposts, all right? Just leave it where it is. Every time you shift it, this happens.
Andrew, while we talking about California, we talking about Texas. There's no reason to talk about stand your ground in Florida. We talking about stand your ground in Texas.
Because the laws don't allow it. What about in Texas? Now, what about in Texas?
Hang on. Chill out. No. I don't even think in Texas that would be the case, that you could do that in Texas. I could pull a gun out at a school when I'm underage and shoot a person in the chest.
Wait. We talking about you, not the school, brother. We talking about the school.
Okay.
Hey, fantastic. Let me answer. Well, hey, friends, 1 second. We're going to let him. Well, friends, don't fall for the calm down. He's aggravating that. God damn it. Let him finish his statement, and we correct him in the end. Go ahead and explain to you, Andrew, why you bring in California when this was in Texas, and we know Texas and Florida have very specific laws that actually protect people from actually getting jumped. Go ahead, Andrew.
Florida has a different set of stand your ground laws than Texas does. That's one. The reason I bring in the state of California is because it has distinct laws about self-defense too. Wouldn't have been able to use the same laws to protect myself in California, having a concealed carry, that I would have been able to in Florida. And Florida does have better stand your ground laws than Texas does, though Texas does have pretty good laws when it comes to this. So, but ultimately, I think in Texas, I still may have ended up in a problem unless the guy attacked me. And I think in Florida, I would have too. In other words, if I had walked over to him and shoved him, right, or something like this, or escalated the situation by going out and saying, "You're all a bunch of fucking pussies. Come on, bring it on, motherfucker, bring it on." And then he shoved me. I think I'd be in a world of hurt right now.
Sure. So instead of actually asking you, I will ask all your supporters, and you know him very well. You have a very loyal fan base and all that. If that man, Wes Watson, matter of fact, I will tell you this side in Wakanda, right? No, everybody will be defending you. Hey, man, sir, get you out of jail. He didn't do nothing. Go ahead, go. He did. We become the didn't do tribe. He didn't do nothing. Get him out of jail. He defended himself, right? Would your fan base, the people that support you, Rachel Wilson, Rattlesnake, all these people that have very strong sentiments about the situation, say Andrew needs to go to jail because he responded in a disproportional way by shooting a guy that puts his hands on him? Or would they say, hey, man, stand your ground?
Well, I'm sure my close friends and family would definitely support me, even if I was the agitator. Absolutely. But I don't think that my normative fan base or, general people that I interact with would be very supportive at all. In fact, the reason I won that engagement.
Now, somebody, I don't know who, but I'm telling you, somebody's lying.
They're just lying. Look, even in the polls, if Carmelo Anthony was white, what would the verdict be? The white boy would get self-defense, not murder. They would not charge the white boy with murder. That's what we believe and think, right? Andrew is saying, based on how his supporters already support him and follow him and don't call him out, and they support him regardless of what he's doing, even if he's being disingenuous and being disrespectful at times, which I'm not saying he is all the time. He's saying if somebody puts their hands on him and he responds by taking their life, then most of his people wouldn't support him is disingenuous. Especially being a white man. If somebody puts their hands on somebody, they are warranted to do serious harm to the person, and a lot of times even take their life. If the person puts their hand, think about how it really goes down, right? If somebody pushes Andrew and Andrew becomes aggressive with the person, and that's the thing, the context that's being left out. Think about this. If Andrew pushes somebody, somebody pushes Andrew and Andrew responds with violence, and the guy's bigger than him and they start fighting and Andrew kills the person, they're going to support Andrew. The Carmelo incident just didn't go that far. He was already scared. He was already threatened based on his side, or will assume, because they get to assume, a little kid or a smaller kid was threatened by a bigger kid who's an MVP linebacker at his school, 6'1", 215, pushing a 5'8", 130-pound kid, and he went immediately to a knife. And after the incident, he cried about it. And after the incident, he asked the cops if Austin Metcalf was okay. So again, we know if Andrew pushes somebody, trying to get him out of a tent, if somebody pushes Andrew and Andrew starts fighting back with the person and they get in a tussle and the person who initiated it was the aggressor, if Andrew hurts that person or kills that person, he will be supported.
Overwhelmingly is because I was cool, calm, and collected and refused to escalate it.
So if
wouldn't
you did, you
escalate.
think they wouldn't?
I refused to escalate the engagement. Instead, I de-escalated the engagement. It's literally the opposite of what happened here. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know how you draw the parallel.
Yes, you
the
do.
parallel is a hypothetical, like you usually do. You bring hypotheticals to see if people are
Yeah, but the
logically
hypotheticals
consistent.
usually are analogous that I bring up.
Yeah, but this situation is very close to what that.
Hey, y'all, is that an inconsistency? Saying that Carmelo says, find out, touch me and find out. And Andrew saying, should you talk to somebody that's carrying a gun in Florida? Is that an inconsistency with what he's saying? Is that a contradiction? Is there a problem with what Fatty is saying? Is Fatty making the false assumption, or Andrew being disingenuous right here as well too, and he contradicting himself? Right? That's contradicting the three laws of logic and the excluded middle. Both things can't be right at the same time, right? So if Carmelo's wrong, you would have to be wrong for what you said. That ain't de-escalation. According to you, I would see it as possibly de-escalation. You telling somebody, hey man, if you mess with me, this is what's gonna happen. Like, don't mess with me. I'm trying to let's de-escalate the situation. I don't want to fight. I don't want for something to happen in somebody's life. I'm in Florida where I can carry a gun. Don't talk to me like that. Carmelo said, when he said, touch me and find out, obviously the kid felt threatened. And Austin said, I'm going to find out. And again, I'm not justifying the kid dying. It's sad that he died. It's sad that he was killed. What Carmelo ultimately did was wrong. But we talking about the fact of what you're saying is de-escalation now. And what you're saying is he escalated the situation by doing what he did. By saying what he said, excuse me. We got to be consistent. It's a lot of inconsistencies in your arguments, Andrew. But a lot of times when you argue with or have a debate with certain people, or you monologuing, people can't call you out in your inconsistencies.
Happened to you. This is what I'm saying. If this situation escalated because Wes decided to put his hands on you, he was the one that was pussy and threatened you but didn't do nothing, I guarantee you most people would literally say, hey, respectfully, this last to protect Andrew. He warned him first. He gave him a warning shot. Look at where we at. Don't do that to me. And if he did something, everybody will rile up and actually stand beside you because you actually have the right to defend yourself.
Do you think even the reaction of my audience would be much different if I jumped up on the stage and I said, this fucking pussy's not going to do anything. And neither are all you fucking pussies. And then he came over and he shoved me and I pulled out a gun and shot him in the chest. You think that everybody would just be super supportive?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Super supportive of me.
You know,
they were supporting you when you said it. When you said that, they were supporting you. And Andrew, this is how we're different than other people. We were supporting you. We were supporting you. We were like, damn, hey, man, that dude think he's all that. That dude think that he's swole. That dude thinks he can just disrespect somebody. That's a time where a lot of people are supporting you, including black people. So yeah, not only were your fans supporting you, Fatty told you the people in Wakanda was supporting you. I was supporting you. If a dude is acting big and bad just because you're having a conversation and debate, and he's making threats towards you and say he'll slap you, why would we not support you for standing up for yourself? Yeah, not only would your people support you, we support you. Hey, tomfoolery, good point. If I have a sign on my gate that says no trespassing with a picture of a gun on the sign, is my sign escalating or is it a warning? Again, y'all not used to people giving you pushback. You're not used to people giving you criticism. It's too many people following and supporting. And the difference is a lot of what y'all say we would ultimately support. But then when you start degrading and disrespecting the black community is where the problem is. And I'm not speaking directly to you, Andrew, because you didn't do this on the show. It's what Myron did. But it's showing the bias of what you have when it comes to how you view yourself and how you view another person. And I'm not going to say it's because of race, but you're viewing yourself and the other person differently. You have the grace and the right to say what you say as de-escalation, but you're saying what Carmelo did was escalation.
You know, I know that they will be super supportive because I've been watching you for years, and every time there was a situation, let's go. What do they think about Trayvon Martin? What do they think about Rittenhouse? What do they think about all these people? What do they think about Mr. Chong?
Just
What do they
vibes.
think?
You're just vibing it out, bro.
Now, what I'm saying is, once again, there's a pattern of behavior that we observe from years ago, where when a white man decides to go ahead and chase somebody because of some Skittles, chase somebody because of a bottle of water, chase somebody because he was protecting something city from looters, and all of a sudden he's being chased by the crowd.
Did George Zimmerman de-escalate a situation following Trayvon, or did he escalate the situation following Trayvon? Is following somebody escalating a situation, or is it de-escalating a situation following them after cops tell you to leave the kid alone? Is becoming confrontational with somebody under your tent because it's raining, is that escalating the situation, or is that de-escalating the situation? Hey, could they been either walk away and go, hey Carmelo, we know it's raining, bro. You can stay under here. It's fine. Let me be a human. Let me be a so-called American. Let me not make things about race. Let me not make it about maybe rivalry. Hey, it's raining. When I was a track team and people would get under our tents, hey man, you good, bro. You can stay under the tent. It's raining. Or is the aggressor the people trying to get the person from under the tent? Are they escalating the situation? And the person felt threatened, because Carmelo wouldn't threaten nobody until he felt threatened. And if he's wrong for feeling threatened, and he's wrong, and he made it's a false case, he's just calling people pussies. Why did somebody put their hands on him? And he didn't put his hands on nobody. I know why. It's because he was a
all of y'all say they deserve to die. They deserve to die. They shouldn't escalate the situation. This shouldn't happen. So what changes now? Now that we introduced the Andrew Wilson on this situation, what changes now?
Escalation, bro. Like we just determined 15 times. I don't know what is hard here. What are you not getting here? What are you confused about?
So
I
you
did everything in my power not to escalate the situation. He did everything in his power to escalate the situation.
No, you wrong. You would have been like, hey, whatever that dude, big name, hey, big dude. I ain't trying to fight you, big dude. We cool, all right? I'm just trying to debate and have a conversation. All right. I would appreciate you not telling me that you're gonna slap me again. You know, I don't want to slap you either. You said, hey, you talk to people like that got gun on them? Huh? Do you talk to people that got a gun on them like that in Florida? You know we in Florida. You know we can stand the ground on Florida. You talk crazy to me or you smack me. But he was talking crazy to you. He ain't even slapped you yet. He said, hey, I'm gonna slap you. And you talk crazy like that to people in Florida? But you were de-escalating, right? Andrew was de-escalating. And guess what? The people who follow and support him are going to say, yes, he was de-escalating because he said he was de-escalating, when that's not no de-escalation, unless you're saying that you were making that person back down and not want to engage in a confrontation with you because you got a gun. Just like Carmelo maybe didn't want to have the altercation occur and make the situation escalate by saying, touch me and find out. That should be viewed as a de-escalation, right? Touch me and find out. Not I just stabbed you. He ain't even saying that, he just stabbed the person off gate. Came there to kill the person. He been thinking about it all day. He been thinking about it all week.
Now or no? Do you see the distinction?
No, fantastic. You got it. I just want to point out, Andrew, that you like to use hypotheticals to see if people are logically consistent, and now you are refusing to engage to the said hypothetical by saying because I didn't. No, it's because you doing the but I didn't do it, but I didn't do it, but I didn't do it. That's what the hypothetical
no,
is.
You specifically
what
asked
if you did?
Me, and okay, what if I did? So what's the question?
So you would go. So Andrew, you like if you did that, you think you should go to jail? That's what you're saying, right?
yeah, if I escalate a situation instead of de-escalate a situation when I'm armed, right, and try to
It's the same situation. The West.
yeah, try
situation.
to purposely create conflict while I'm armed. That's completely irresponsible. And I think at the very least, I'd get a manslaughter charge, but I think I'd get a murder charge.
Oh, yeah, but that's the thing. Should you die? Should you get convicted? Like you said that it was too. Like you think that he should have the death penalty. Should Andrew Wilson have the death penalty because Mr. Wes Watson escalated the situation and actually pushed you or shoved you or did anything to you on Florida?
Yeah, if it's the case that I'm creating provocation so that I can kill somebody, yeah, that sounds premeditated to me.
Hey, that's a disingenuous argument, right? Right? You know what? I'm gonna let Fatty finish.
Created provocation. Metcalf
that
by
would
actually
that would have been me in the situation.
No, it wasn't. No, it was him.
I'm trying to make this as analogous as possible to engage directly with the hypothetical.
Sure.
Okay. If it's the case, and this seemed to be critical to both the prosecution and the defense, that this guy was saying things like, you're all a bunch of fucking pussies, you're all sissies, you're all wusses, shit like this. He was escalating the situation.
And by the way, and that's why I keep saying, it's not even equivalent, right? If somebody says, do you talk to somebody like that with a gun on you versus somebody saying, touch me and find out, is that premeditated murder? Did the kid say, touch me and I'm gonna kill you? Does that really mean, hey, anywhere in the world? And this is how this is always is not always, right? I'm not going to go to extreme, right? This is emotion, right? Andrew, that's a bad faith argument when you can go straight to premeditated because the kid says, touch me and find out. If someone says, touch me and find out, it usually means I'm about to drop you. I'm about to fight you. I'm about to beat you up. I'm about to knock you out. It's about to go up. And when it comes to from black people, right? And when white people say, touch me and find out, it means I'm about to open up a can of whoop ass on you. It don't necessarily mean I'm about to kill you. You turned what that kid did with the knife into premeditated murder. That kid may have not wanted to murder the kid. That kid may have not want to reach for the knife, but it happened so fast that when he went into the bag, he pulled the knife. Maybe he didn't want the knife. Maybe he thought, I got a knife. He wanted to punch the kid, but the knife happened to be in the bag. And then y'all saying that the knife being there shouldn't even been there, which is right. But y'all acting like as if the kid only had the knife just to kill people. That's a horrible argument that y'all keep making. Oh, the kid had a knife there. Doesn't mean he was trying to murder somebody. He would have been killing and murdering people. It means he had a knife for some other reason. It could have been for defense. It could have been some activity that he was doing. I don't know, cutting rope. Who knows what he's doing with a knife? But it was a folded knife. That's not illegal to have. Y'all know a folded knife ain't illegal to have. A lot of white men have folded knives. They're not going around killing people. So to turn that kid to having a knife and then transform it and to make it upgrade to a murder is so dangerous. If I have a pencil, is that premeditated murder? If I have a razor, is that premeditated murder? If I have a bat, is that premeditated murder? Is anything you have that could become a weapon, is that premeditated murder? Oh, they had to eat, and you know what? It ain't even and black folks keep saying, and I think SH asked a question. Even if you change the jury, would the people that were going that jury, whether they black and white, Hispanic, or Arab, still give that same verdict? Why is there so many people that's starting to get into a position where they're having that same sentiment towards black people? I've never seen so many self-hating black Negroes in my life. Most of the content creators that are black in these sectors be going against black people, be degrading black people, be disrespecting black people. So this conversation got to change. I went to the woman conversation because people lie so bad, and our sisters was lying so bad, and political conversations and religious conversations was so bad. I wanted to see if people can tell the truth. But look at what it's evolved to. Is this many, and it's most of the content creators that become grifters. They start making money and profiting off of disrespecting and degrading the black community and black people. And they black. And they know the white person doesn't like you because you black. The white person likes you because you black, and you talking about black people. And I'm talking about the ignorant white person. I'm not talking about all white people, and I'm not talking about most white people. But I am talking about most white people who like black people that talking about black people. That's the type of white people I'm talking about. If I'm not a black person that enjoys watching white people degrade white people, watching Arab people degrade Arab people, watching Jewish people degrade Jewish people. I don't like watching anybody being degraded. You have to have some form of racism, and you have to have some form of self-hating. If those two people align with each other, doing something that goes against his own race. If I'm a black man talking about a black man, and a white man is only friends with me because I talk about white people, there's racism that we can confirm, some type of racism, and there's some type of self-hating that black person has. Because both of them enjoy talking about black people and equating black people to the minority of black people. If you're a black person, you a weapon. You're a weapon of mass destruction. If you black, you already guilty. You got to prove yourself innocent. Other races are innocent till proven guilty. If a white man was on trial and the entire jury was Mexican, y'all say it's corrupt. If the entire jury was Hispanic, y'all say it's corrupt. If the entire jury was black, you would say it's corrupt, and it's not a fair trial. And you will show it in the things that you say when a black man just goes, "Hey man, isn't it fair to put one black person on the jury?" Oh, look at you. I bet you do want black people on a jury. If you white, don't you want a jury of your peers? If a white man killed a black man and the judge is black and the jury is black, is that a fair jury? Would that be a fair trial? Unless those blacks are self-hating Negroes. And I think that's what Rose is being funny and asking. Is that a fair trial? Can a white person tell me, if you kill a black person and the judge is black and the jury is black, all black, is that a fair trial? We don't want to make it about race. We don't want to make it about color. Ain't nobody trying to have a race war. We actually trying to stop it. We actually trying to stop having these conversations, but we don't have enough Americans who are standing up for justice. We don't have enough Americans who are standing up for all races of human beings. They think this is funny. They laugh and joke about this. Someone gets called a nigga, they co-sign it. Black person loses his life. Hey, he deserves to lose his life. You know what? A kid deserves the death penalty. And I'm not saying there's not kids that may deserve the death penalty. Following this case, I saw a white kid killed his mama and was about to kill his daddy too. There's white kids who killed and mutilated their sisters. Like, there's different cases that you see that you go, hey man, that kid might be evil, but it still was unlawful. They still couldn't do the death penalty on them because you cannot execute a minor under the law. But does a kid who acted out as a passion crime, because he committed a crime, he killed that kid, right? We saying it was manslaughter if we're going to accept it as he killed that child. But if other races of people have the right to stand your ground, if somebody touches you, if you feel like you're at risk of being seriously harmed, especially size difference, does the kid have a legitimate self-defense argument as well too? Should he have got off scot-free? That's it. Death penalty, too much. Possibility of self-defense and not guilty, those are what we asking about. If the white man can kill a black man or if Rick Chow can kill Cyrus and get off, shooting him in his back because he felt like his son was in danger, can a black person kill a white person or other races of people because they feel like their life is in danger or they're at risk of receiving serious bodily harm?
situation as much as he possibly could in order to force a confrontation. That's when he stabs the guy in the chest. I think that if I had done the exact same thing or the exact same parameters with Wes Watson, that, yeah, I would have been arrested, justifiably so, and probably would have gone to jail for murder.
Yes. So for me to land, I think you are like the escalator was clearly Wes Watson on that situation. Nobody would say that you were the escalator for you teasing him and talking about, like, because you were teasing him. You were kind of provoking me here and there. You were throwing some pot shots.
Hang on. There's no choice for me to walk away there. That was a panel situation.
Oh, there was a choice.
Hang on, calm down. Just let me say my piece. In that situation, we were supposed to be there having an argument.
Sure.
That was the point of us being there. These guys weren't at a football game for the purpose of having an argument. I was literally there to have an argument. That's what my occupational standard there was. Andrew's going to go up on the stage and have an argument with you. That was what my job is, my occupation.
But where I don't see no chain in your leg. Like, are you chained on the chair? Like, it looked like it's a tall chair, but I think you can jump off it and leave, just like Anthony could do it. You chose to stay, even though you were being threatened, and he chose to stay, even though he was threatened. He is clearly the antagonistic. He is clearly the hey, Andrew. After that, because I went and watched the show. After that, like 3 or 4 minutes later, he literally asked the crowd, "Hey man, should I smack him? Should I smack him, guys? Should I?" And everybody was like, "Hey, chill." He started the situation.
I agree.
And when he was warned, he kept going. The same way Metcalf started the situation. He didn't react violently, and he says, "Don't touch me again," and you do what? And then he touched him again. So
how did so
and hey y'all, can we follow the chain of events realistically as human beings? If it's raining, my school doesn't have a tent. At the moment I see your tent, I run out under your tent. Did Carmelo Anthony, one, break a law being under these kids' tent? The kids didn't want him under the tent. What made Carmelo Anthony call them pussies? He just called, "Hey, I ran up under these kid tents. Hey, man, y'all white boys pussies." Is that realistic? Like, is that believable? Or is it believable because he's black? It had to be a confrontation that happened from the people that's under the tent that are becoming the aggressors. If he thought it was threatening, he wouldn't go under the tent. So even if there was good lawyers who were fighting on behalf of Carmelo Anthony, the jury already found him guilty. Because what's reasonable? Is that unreasonable to think a kid ran under a tent and just started calling everybody pussies? And man, you pussies. Y'all ain't gonna do shit. Or did the boy run under the tent thinking that he'd be able to be under the tent while it's raining, and people under the tent became the aggressor and didn't want him under the tent? I'm the aggressor. I can go fight everybody, go hit anybody, go stab somebody else before I go stab Austin Metcalf. We trying to think like human beings, right? Because most people don't even have the capacity for their brains to move like that in real time when we have these conversations, right? Why would I go under a tent where I assume that people are going to threaten my life and hurt me? Why would I go under the tent where I don't think I belong? Why would I go under the tent where I feel like somebody's going to do something to me? Why don't I not have a place to go? Why as a person I couldn't go under the tent? Did he break a law? Did he break a law going under the tent? Was there a written rule you cannot go under other people's tent while it rains? Now, when he ran under the tent, was he met with confrontational people? Was he met with aggressive people? Was he met with people who didn't want him under the tent? Who would have been the aggressor? If a white boy, again, goes under the tent of a black school with black children, he didn't go there. I would assume that kid didn't go under the black tent to fight. He went under there because it was raining. Especially if this black kid has no previous record, white kid has no previous record of hurting anybody, of being a bad child. He went under the tent to get cover. I would think if the black kids didn't like this kid because of rivalry or because of skin color, they didn't want him under that tent. Can you tell me why they didn't? Why can nobody talk about why they didn't want him under the tent? Why did the school not want a child under the tent while it was raining? Can anybody answer that? While it's raining, why couldn't he not be under these people's tent? Is it a rule? Is it law? Is it because he's black? Is it because of rivalry? Why was he not allowed to be under the tent? And why was he pushed? Why did Carmelo get to the point where he's supposedly calling people pussies? And then he's pushed. Is he responding to people disrespecting him? Is he becoming agitated because people are saying something to him? So he responds. What makes a kid that wasn't known to be violent and disrespectful go under a tent and start disrespecting people, then stab somebody? And Miss Southern Jess, if it was a rivalry, that means those kids were the aggressors. He thought he can get under the tent. He didn't go there to fight anybody. He went there to take cover, and they said you got to get up out from, if they're rivalries, he got to get up from under the tent. But even if they're rivalries, do they have the right to put their hands on him? Do they have the right to disrespect him?
Here's where it becomes disanalogous. Where am I escalating and provoking the situation rather than de-escalating and not provoke? Exactly. So
no. One second,
please.
If
he's playing
Andrew,
the role,
Andrew, please, Andrew.
At some point, you gotta let me respond to this.
No, I know, Andrew, but you asked a question, right?
Yeah, but I
got you. It's perfect. It's like 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds. He escalated the situation, but you were throwing pot shots from that moment until the end of the show. I literally have the transcript where you keep throwing pot shots and talking about that dude and provocate him over and over and over again. What
Those
is the
are
difference?
all forms of what I was doing was forms of de-escalation. All of it was de-escalation. The idea also there was I was literally in my occupation brought up to make arguments. That's my I wasn't at a football fucking game where I could just walk away from the person. Okay, I was up on a stage. There was two sides in which you could get off the stage. Both of them had people in front of them, including Wes Watson's goons on both sides. So I don't know. First of all, you don't even know the facts there. The second problem that
is Andrew making a reasonable argument, or is he being disingenuous? Do you think that if those guys really wanted to stomp him into the hole, him talking is going to make the situation better? Is this a disingenuous argument? If he has Wes's goons on both sides and he's talking cash, is he making this argument better? Is he making this situation better? Do they have more of a reason to stomp him out, or is he de-escalating the situation? Or he knows that Myron and the people that work there are not going to allow nothing to happen to him, so he's going to keep poking the bear. Even though he didn't start it, he's still going to provoke the guys. He's still going to say things to get under their skin, but he did not think that it would escalate. He wasn't de-escalating. He was actually escalating the situation. If somebody said they're going to slap me, I say, come on. Yeah, go ahead. In this state, come on. I got a gun. Come slap me. And I keep poking the person. I'm escalating the situation. I'm not de-escalating the situation. And to say that he's talking because there's goons on the left and right that can hurt him is a bad argument. And that's not a good faith discussion that he's having with Fatty. If I know that I got people to my left and right that can hurt me, I ain't going to be talking crazy. Unless I'm built like that and I want it to go down. Hey, whatever y'all want to do, let's go. But you can't say it's de-escalation. It's escalation. It's further. It's adding more fuel to the fire. You want to slap me? Hey, come on. We in Florida. You talk to a person with a gun like that? And these conversations, these type of bad faith conversations, disingenuous conversations happen all the time. And then it's flipped back to the person that responds in logic, that they're creating a narrative, that they're being racist, that they're being disrespectful, and that they don't know how to moderate their shows. And they're the ones that's actually disingenuous. But this is bad faith conversations that he's having with almost every single panelist. So far, he had a bad faith conversation with every panelist that he spoke to. And now it's Fatty. Now he was de-escalating the situation.
You have is, even if I were to be the most charitable to this view I possibly could be, let's look at it objectively.
Sure.
If it was the case that I jumped up, because in this scenario, you're utilizing Metcalf is Watson and I am Carmelo. This is where where you're trying to make the analogous feature. And it's like, that's fair enough. But the distinction is that I did no provocations. I didn't stand up on the fucking stage. I didn't call the audience a bunch of pussies. I didn't say, if you don't do anything, you're a little bitch. I didn't do any of that shit. None of it. I did not escalate the situation. I de-escalated it. Well, I have transcripts here that say opposite, at least according according to eyewitness testimony. And by the way, with me, there's no chance that you could mess up eyewitness.
And y'all, where are these I've been trying to look. Hey, do any of y'all got these transcripts? Because I keep looking for transcripts and they say that it's not public. So how does he have these eyewitness testimonies and these transcripts of what was said and done? Does anybody else have these? The only thing that I know about is what the officers have, what the cops have. Not what was discussed in the case. I haven't seen those went public. Have y'all seen those become public? Where are these transcripts at? I asked Fatty about them. I went looking for them. I can't find them.
Testimonies went out to millions of people.
Sure, but what you said is, I didn't have a choice. Yes, you did. I was surrounded by goons. So was he. He was on the opposing tent that has none of his friends, that is all the other people engaging into a person that is bigger than him. First, you use look at the size difference. It's the same size difference or even worse when it comes to them. I was surrounded by
demonstrated that.
If you were on an hostile environment, so was he. He was not on his tent. He was not with his school. He was,
and who's making the claim to the opposition? Even if it was the case that he felt that he was in a hostile environment, that doesn't mean that he was. I didn't feel that I was in a hostile environment. I felt like he was a hostile person in that environment. And perhaps some of his goons were too. The second point to the claim here, though, is that everything that I did was de-escalation. Had I gone over to Wes Watson and
and you contradicted. Hey, you literally told Fatty you said that because there were goons on your left and right, but now you said you don't feel like you were in a hostile environment, Andrew. You're double talking, brother. Hey, Fatty, is he double talking? Hey, chat, is he double talking? He said he had to talk like that because the goons were on the left and right. But now he said he don't feel like he was in a hostile environment. There was no need to say that. And then Fatty keeps saying, hey, nobody held you hostage. You could leave anytime you want to. But what Fatty's really saying is you didn't have to say nothing. He could say all he wants to. Obviously, if you felt like it was in a hostile environment, there was no need for you to say what you had to say. But you said it, so it possibly could escalate the situation in a place where you felt safe. You want to make people think that you can turn up too. That was an escalation, not a de-escalation. You felt like you can get away with talking like that. Because now you admit you didn't feel like it was a hostile environment. But you told Fatty earlier you were speaking like that because them goons was in the building. You double talking. Hey, shout out to the Untouchable.
The Untouchable Empire,
hey, shout out for Fatty. Making them double talk like crazy. Shout out to Taz. Hey, I'm gonna take this transcript, Fatty. I'm gonna take this transcript. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm about to go see who was saying what and doing what, because his arguments are falling apart with every single person. Were they hostile or they weren't hostile? And did you say what you said because you felt like there was a size difference? And then you flip-flop with that too. You said you were de-escalating. You said I said that because of side difference, but I was de-escalating. But what you meant to say was there was a size difference. So you said, hey, you talk to somebody like that when you in Florida, you are double talking, like triple talking, quadruple talking, Andrew. You talking to the untouchables. So was it that you were escalating, de-escalating? Were they hostile? Were you felt like you were in a hostile environment, not in a hostile environment? Were them goons going to do something to you? Did you not feel they were going to do something to you? Was there an actual size difference that made you bring up the gun in Florida? Or did you bring up the gun to de-escalate the situation? You weren't even in fear of your life.
Provoked him and done this and that. And by the way, had a gun where I shouldn't have and things like this. I'm sure the outcome would have been very different. This kid was not allowed to have a knife at the school. He was not allowed to pull it out. He was not allowed to stab him. They weren't allowed to fight. They weren't allowed to do any of this shit.
Fantastic. I promise. This is the last thing. So I went back and looked at the transcript. You said that dude was a jailbird. You said that he was raped in prison. Sorry, YouTube. You said after this dude literally tried to attack you and says, should I slap him? You literally, you talk about his bald head. You said he was a jailbird. You said that he was raped in prison. You said that these veins are popping out of his head because he doesn't have no hair. You escalated the situation.
No. And I'll prove it to you. I will prove it to you. If you watch the video and you watch the back and forth.
Hey, Fatty. Where my button? Checkmate.
Woo! Checkmate.
The Godfather is certified.
Made mistake though. It's not just one.
He told a man he was raped in prison and had you could see the veins in his head because he had no hair. That means Carmelo calling them pussies was de-escalation, right? Fatty got you. If you can disrespect them and it seemed as this de-escalation, then Carmelo disrespected them as de-escalation as well too. Obviously, he was trying to get them to leave him alone, right? If you were saying, hey, Fat, this is what I mean by the double talk and how they contradict themselves and how they'll want something to mean one thing when they want it to, and they can turn it right back to be the opposite. If a cop is pointing his gun at somebody, is that de-escalation or is that escalating the situation? Andrew will pick and be selective about it, or when it's dangerous, or when it's the escalation or de-escalation. If a man breaks in my house and I'm pointing a gun at him, he'll be selective on whether it's de-escalation or escalation. But if he's talking about this man and disrespecting this man and calling him names is de-escalation, then what Carmelo did was de-escalation. Hey, Fat, we become great listeners in all these spaces. We listen to respond. Fatty has made you contradict yourself and flip-flop multiple times, Andrew. And I want to make it apparent that when the show started, Myron's people and Andrew's people were going crazy in the beginning of the show more than my people. I don't even see Andrew and Myron's people anymore. And I'm going to point out to this, a lot of women, when we have these conversations about accountability, they go ghost on my chat. They go ghost on Fatty chat, especially the hyenas woman, the real disrespectful women, because there's too much logic. I have not seen Myron people and Andrew people comment since the beginning of the show. Were y'all waiting for me to be racist? Were y'all waiting for me to be illogical? Were y'all waiting for me to contradict myself? Were y'all waiting for me to be a hypocrite? Call out something. Where's the smoke? Both sides. Where's the smoke?
It was actually only when I started to talk smack back that he calmed down. That was it. That was when he actually calmed down, is when I.
Oh my God, Fatty. Oh my God.
Shit. Got your ass.
And y'all, what Andrew said, he actually calmed down when I talked smack. He actually calmed down when I talked smack. So it's what Carmelo did, a de-escalation situation. When most people talk smack, are they trying to de-escalate the situation? According to Andrew, because his need to be right now on this show. Either you actually de-escalating or you admitting that you practice your right to stand your ground, but because you want to be right so bad, you're now making it seem like when you were disrespecting them and said you had a gun on you in Florida, you were de-escalating the situation. And talking smack de-escalated it even more. Talking smack to him calmed him down. But I thought we were trying to have a conversation.
Why talk shit?
Well, that's
Why
just
not have a
stupid.
debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want.
Can't make this up.
When I said some shit back to the guy.
Hold on real quick.
I've been walking through the fire with my head up hard aligned. Every scar became a scripture, every tear a deeper sign. They try to silence the truth, try to ban what's real and right, but the louder they deny us.
I'm back, y'all. That's my family break. Had to say hi to my kids. Kid like daddy. But where the Myron people at, man? Where the Andrew people at? We making mistakes. We making contradictions. We ain't proving it. We not defining it. We throwing ad hominems and insults at people. We hypocrites. We saying the kid should get off scot-free. We were making racial terms. We were letting Andrew get jumped. Is Andrew getting jumped? Everybody was being racist on the panel towards Andrew. Is everybody being racist? So with great power comes responsibility. Is it dangerous with people with power and clout to create false narratives? Is it dangerous with people with power and clout to make people change their minds, or influence them to change their minds and motivate them to change their minds? You can't make them change their minds. Is that dangerous? And this is coming from people. This is coming from the Christian people. These people were supposed to have the moral high ground. They supposed to know. They supposed to be godly people. Where's the righteousness? Where's the American way? Yeah, somebody got to make a sense to me.
But I never made a provocation towards him. I didn't get in his face. He didn't come and get in my face. If he had, maybe the situation would have become very different, but I still would have moved towards de-escalation. Sure. And I was fully allowed under my rights in the state of Florida to have a firearm in that open arena. I would not have been at a school, especially not a public event. And a public event like that is not a place where you're going to take a weapon unless it's the case that you think there's going to be some type of trouble. Generally speaking, that's what the association is going to be. So he was violating the law under multiple terms. The situations were not analogous at all, not to mention the fact that he was there for a sporting event. I was brought up on stage to make arguments aggressively, which is what people often invite me on their panels and on their shows to do, like you did for this one.
Sure. So, hey, fantastic. Who got on who face?
What? Huh?
Who got on
Austin Metcalf got in Carmelo's face. That's what I was going to ask you about, because you said
hey, fantastic. Is this so? Anthony was you. Anthony was you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He would be
Anthony
Carmelo
was
Anthony.
you. He
Andrew
was
would be
you.
Carmelo Anthony. So
Yes.
that's what I was gonna ask. So that's what I was gonna ask too. So even though
Did I jump up and call everybody a bunch of pussies? Say everybody here is a bunch
You can't do that, Andrew. You can't do that no more. You said that's a de-escalation tactic. You can't use that anymore. You can't contradict yourself and walk it back. You said the very fact that you were disrespecting that man calmed him down. So that was a de-escalation tactic, right? But Fatty made the great point that was you. You were the same person as Carmelo. Somebody got in your face just like somebody got in Carmelo's face. Either way, you lose the argument. Whether somebody got in your face or whether somebody claimed to want to slap you or somebody actually shoved you, you have to be Carmelo in the situation. But you can't use that no more because talking junk to people and disrespecting people is a de-escalation tactic on the Untouchable Super Panel. That's what Andrew said. Ali didn't say that. Fatty didn't say that. Andrew said that. That's a clip right there. Hey, clip that player one. No, I'm joking. He said I calmed the man down.
No. We're not going to do that. We're not. No. 1 second. Let's not use the semantic shit. He only jumped up because a 6'2", 200 and something pounds got in his face. First rule of a man: if somebody gets on your face and is confrontational, you have to jump up and stand up. You're not going to be seated there waiting for somebody to fuck you. What is jumping up? No, please, 1 second, friends. What is jumping up, Andrew? Why are you mentioning that? What is jumping up?
Do you remember how I didn't jump up?
No, you remained seated. Because he didn't.
Because
he didn't come to your fight.
Because I was de-escalating.
Patty, let me have it. So again, Andrew, this is what I'm saying too, right? So let's say this plays out the way that it played out, to where Wes, who isn't that bigger than you, unless you're like a midget. Wes, I just looked it up. I already knew he was a little fella from just looking at him and understanding.
Okay, how
he might
big is
be a
he?
little wide. He's 5'8", bro.
No,
5'8". How tall are you?
That's not true.
It is true. He's
not
5'8". I literally just Googled it.
Hold on.
Hold on. Wait.
That's actually just not. I just don't believe.
Ali, 1 second, Ali.
I'm giving it back to Fantastic.
No, Ali. Wes Watson is officially 5'8". Both of yes,
130 pounds.
I knew were like 6 feet tall, and I said he's a small guy. He's small, wide, and loud.
What is your source? What is your source for this official document?
I just Googled it. The dude has been interviewed
What is
how
his
many
source?
times in documentaries and prison stuff and so on and so forth, bro. I'm pretty sure we were to pull up his
Okay,
mugshot,
then tell me the source for the Google.
Okay, well, I don't know, bro. Just Google.
You don't know,
Wes
so I'm just
Watson
supposed to take
mugshot.
your fucking word for it.
Like,
man.
hey, come get this nigga, man.
You see what I'm saying? You got to take Andrew's word for it. Just believe him. You got to take Myron's word for it. Just believe him. But he ain't believing him. And then when he asks him for the source, where's your source? A lot of times, you know why a lot of times we won't speak on something we don't know? Because I can't tell you it's not true if I don't know it's true. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Ain't nobody trying to hear that petty. Ain't nobody trying to hear trolling. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Especially when y'all claim that Andrew's a great debater and you claim Myron's a great debater. You claim all these people are great debaters. That's a rookie mistake. If you're trolling and if you're being petty, you're losing the argument. Shout out to all the content creators that showed us that over the years. When they get petty, when they start disrespecting people, when they start going to the prove it, when they start going to the define it, you're losing the argument. That's what happens. So again, if he got to prove it, you got to prove that he's wrong too. Because you're saying that he's not right. You're saying he's untrue. So if you don't take his word for it and you don't believe it, where's your source, Andrew? You have to provide the source. Otherwise, you have to be quiet. If I'm talking to somebody and I don't know, and they go, I said, man, you wrong, prove it. And I don't know it, well, you prove it. I'm just as wrong because I don't know.
Let's do this. I want to know the. I want to know the specifics.
I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to ask you this. Andrew.
After you answer my question, you can ask one. What is your source?
I've already answered it.
What
I'm
is
going to
your
ask, how tall are you? How tall are you?
What is your source?
How tall? Google.
I'm 6 foot. What is your source?
Okay, so that's even worse. If you're 6 foot, that means you're bigger than him.
No, that would mean I'm taller than him, not bigger than
Well,
him.
taller,
And then
bigger, whatever. That means your size would be more comparable.
The second,
a 5'8" man versus a 6 foot man is comparable, bro.
Prove he's
Regardless to weight.
5'8".
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Don't worry,
Oh,
Fantastic.
you're
I'm
all
working
going
on
to
it.
work on it together to try to prove this thing?
No,
that you
it's
just
not
said was
together.
a-
He got to. He got to prove it too, though. So what's your sources?
so
Watch
fuck
this,
Andrew.
Watch this. No, you
Watch
too, Andrew. Since he got to prove it, you got to prove it too, though. You got to bring
It's
your
not
sources.
my fucking claim. Why would I have to prove it?
No, you claim that
It is your claim. It is your. Once he claims it, and you claim that he's not, he has to prove it, and it's untrue. It's your claim now. You claimed it. If he has to prove it's true, you made the claim that it's untrue. So now you got to prove it. Why do y'all do this debate tactic stuff, man? It's disingenuous, man. It's bad faith arguments. Shout out to Big Head with a $2 super chat, my brother. Much love to you, family. Hey, y'all, can we get off first? Let me see. No. Oh, my brother CEO hit us with a $5 cash app. Says he should have left the tent. That's what you going to say, CEO. You going to send the $5 super chat to tell me that he should have left the tent. Damn. We in trouble.
Thank you for the $5 cash app. We coming up.
It be your own people. It be your own people. And then my brother Big Head with the $2 super chat because they was racial. They don't like us. A lot of people, man. There's a lot of white folk that don't like us, man. They show it every day. Matreon Roberts with the $5 gifted, with the 5 gifted memberships, man. Now we up to, what are we up to? We up to 13 memberships. We just need 7 memberships more and 95 more in the Cash App, y'all, to reach our goals. Much love to my brother with the 5 gifted memberships. Damn. Who's winning the debate? Y'all said we took a L. Y'all was saying W's. Myron W, Andrew W. This is a W for the Untouchables and Cast. What was the W? Was the W after Myron came and deflected and derailed and disrespected the entire panel and became the chimping out that he claims that black people do? Did he chimp out? Very interesting, man. Like, so far, we taking the W. Or at least the panelists is taking the W. And the body language will tell you too. Andrew is in the corner. He in a tight space. It's thinkers over here. It's people who are going to challenge your thought, and you're going to have to substantiate and prove your side as well too. You got to break it down. You can't say he makes a claim, he has to prove it, and then you make the claim that it's untrue, and that what he's saying is untrue, and then you can't prove it. You can't do that, Andrew. And I was rhyming too. You can't do that, Andrew.
So you claim that he wasn't short. He wasn't 5'8". Yes. He wasn't this.
5'8",
prove it. Yes, I'll prove it that he's
seen
bigger.
him in person, and he was not that much shorter than I am.
Okay.
Also, he is shorter than you.
He was
I
scared.
think so. I think he comes up to about here.
All right, and if you're 6 feet tall, that's a 4-inch difference, bro. Your head,
no, that's like
where you
5'10",
dress on your head.
5'10", 5'11".
No, it's not.
I don't know if you can do
You
math,
gotta
but that's
touch
like
your
2
head.
inches.
All right, hold
That's
on.
2
So,
inches, bro.
Andrew, do us a favor.
Yeah.
You're stopping at your hairline. Stop at the top of your skull. Your hairline and your skull are not the same thing.
No, 1 second, friends. Yeah. So I went and Googled little quick, and there's like a video literally talking about Wes Watson and another dude. And the dude clearly, like, the first thing he said in the video is, "Oh, 6 foot, I can look over you." So we clearly below 6 foot. Is my distance?
Nobody made the claim he wasn't below 6 foot. In fact, that's my claim.
No,
he's not 6 foot.
No, that's what you do. For example, when Donald Trump says I'm 6'3", you compared him with other people that say they are 6'3".
This is not proof. This is not.
It's not proof.
What?
Okay,
You got it.
He's 5'8".
What? If you comparing yourself, listen, Andrew just used his forehead to say that the guy just a little bit shorter than him, but then we can't use comparative analysis to make the same comparison or a different comparison to prove the person's height. Why is your tactic valid and our tactic not valid? Don't y'all say, isn't that a saying? It's more than one way to skin a cat. Ain't it more than one way to skin a cat? And shout out to my brother Matreon Roberts. He becomes the official sponsor of the show with $45 with the $20 super chat. One member said you can stay. One person said you have to leave. Who was in the right? Who made Metcalf the authority? He had every right to stay. Exactly.
Thank you for the $20. You the bomb. Yo, what the?
What law was the kid breaking? And that's what we keep asking. What law was the kid breaking being under the tent? What law was he breaking? And Andrew breaking all type of laws of logic too. I'm telling you right now, Andrew, you believe in the laws of logic, the excluded middle, all that stuff y'all be talking about. Two things can't be right at the same time or whatever you saying with them three laws of logic. But you're saying you can use your forehead to make the determination on how tall he was. But then Patty and Mr. Fantastic can't use the height of Donald Trump to make a comparison in height as well too, to see if the person's tall enough or not. It's a lot of fallacies, and the Myron people and Andrew people is quiet.
Meet in the middle, but so we don't get lost in them.
Yeah, go ahead, Fantastic.
Right? Let's meet in the middle. Okay. Most people wouldn't see this man being way much bigger than you for you to be able to be that intimidated by a man that you're taller than by, let's say, what do you want to say, 3 inches, 2 inches? If you want to say that?
Probably 2 inches, yeah.
2 inches. All right. So no one sees Wes Walker or whatever his fucking name is and you being this huge disparity in size of where you're at a disadvantage.
You are out of your fucking mind if you think people didn't watch that video and see the distinction in size, muscle mass, everything else, and think that guy wasn't way fucking bigger than me.
Well, again, man, maybe we got different eyes because I'm a real big person in real life. So he's small to me.
Be kidding me. You
what does that have to do with anything? You're not making a comparison of him and you.
Oh, hold on. I gotta go. Fatty, do you have? Let me see if I can see the Wes Walker video. The dude look big. I can't say. Hey, we can. If a 5'8" dude is 230 pounds, and let's say, Andrew is 6'1", right? He'd have to have a point a little bit, right? The dude look enormous. He do look like what Fatty said. The dude off the mountain off of Game of Thrones, man. Wes Welker and Andrew Wilson. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that video where he got up. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Let me see. You know what? It's not really that big of a, like, hold on. Outside of, let me see. I'm going to show y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Outside of, Andrew just ain't in the best shape. And that's not a disrespect to you, Andrew. You know you're not in the best shape. Y'all tell me. Yes, the paradox rebuttals that 3 laws of logic as well too, but we'll talk about it another time. Is that a big size difference? Is that so? Wes Welker is the 4th man from the left. All right, with the white, the man with the white t-shirt on, right? I'm doing all this, right? Y'all know who Andrew is, the 3rd man from the right. Is that a huge size difference? That ain't really a huge size difference. I think Fantastic is right. What y'all think? Is that a huge size? That's not a huge size difference. I thought that dude, he looked bigger because he swole when he stood up. But Andrew not that small of a, Andrew not a small dude. Look at Andrew compared to Myron. Andrew looked bigger than Myron. Hold on. Andrew looked bigger than Myron. Andrew looked bigger than what's the dude that's with Myron on Fresh and Fit? I don't forgot the dude's name. He becomes so irrelevant to me. I don't even remember what the dude's name is. What's the Andrew's Myron's co-host name? I don't forgot. Andrew looked bigger than Myron. Andrew looked bigger than the dude next to Myron. Andrew looks bigger than the dude to the left of Myron. The only dude that looks bigger than Myron is the dude all the way to the right. I mean, bigger than Andrew. The only dude that looks bigger than Andrew is the dude all the way to the right. And let me see. The other guy's maybe a height difference, y'all. He don't. That dude. There's not a big size difference. Oh, Fresh. Damn, it's called Fresh and Fit, and his name is Fresh. I don't remember how that man sound. Well, I ain't gonna lie about that. I remember how he sound. I don't remember the last thing he said. I don't watch it no more because how crazy they became, how disrespectful these people have became, and how self-hating they are. Yeah, so it's not a big size difference, Andrew. You lost that argument too. Andrew, I'm trying to figure out, Fatty, which argument did Andrew win? Can y'all tell me the argument that Andrew has won thus far? I said thus far too. What argument has Andrew won? He lost with the beginning, with the death penalty. That he deserved the death penalty. And he was pushing for the kid to have death penalty. And that's what we were challenging him on when he already knows that it's unlawful. It's cruel and unusual punishment under the law. And then he said that King Riches was talking about an accident, that he was trying to say it was an accidental murder, but what King and comparing it to involuntary manslaughter as if that's kind of accident, when King Richard says, hey, there was intent to harm the person and the person ended up getting murdered, is manslaughter. And then Fatty got him on this part of the show 2 or 3 times with the size difference, with the de-escalation, and with the name calling. It's checkmated all over the place, man. The name calling, Andrew said, it's supposed to calm the person down. Told a person he told a West Walker dude he got raped in prison, got veins in his head. Now you can see the veins in his head because he ain't got no hair. He said he used I got a gun on me in Florida as de-escalation, but then said that Carmelo calling people names is escalation, and Carmelo saying touch me and find out is escalation. It's contradictions all over the panel, my brother Andrew.
Well, no, I make a comparison of what most men. I'm telling you, and I'm just giving you my perspective. I don't think most men looked at that thing, and I remember. Now I didn't see it when you guys did it live, but shortly after you guys did it, I was like, okay, this dude is like, he's a roid head, but he's not really big. He's not big for real. He's not like Larry Wheels, and he's big for his size.
I'm guessing in comparison to you, I'm also probably not very big,
very
but
small.
we're not making a comparison of me to you. We're making a comparison of me to Wes Watson.
I'm saying looking at you.
There's no human being on planet Earth who's going to look at the disparity, size difference between me and Wes Watson and think in any fucking world that guy is not way fucking bigger than I am.
That's not true at all. And you lie, hey, Andrew, we just all looked at it. You look, this is countless, and it's not being, I'm being honest. If that part with the argument you saying with Fantastic comparing himself to the other men, you can use that as an argument, but Fantastic was just saying that compared to him, they small. But we can see that you and that guy, y'all not that much of a difference. Oh, I keep saying Wes Welker. And my bad, Super Pete.
Fuck you doing that with Austin and fucking Carmelo then?
Taz got a legitimate
argument. So how the fuck you doing that with Austin and fucking Carmelo then? How are you able to do that?
Dang, was Taz just being ignorant or was Taz cooking too? Hey, was Taz, he was being logical too. You made the comparison in size to you and that man, but now you refusing to do it with Carmelo and Austin Metcalf. It's inexcusable. It's unwarranted that this kid pulled out a knife against a kid that was much larger than him because he feared for possibly getting serious bodily harm or the kid gonna hurt him. And then he put his hands on him. Come on, Andrew.
Either way it goes.
Claimed that he
was
either way it goes. Bigger.
Either way it goes, though. So let's move forward. So either way it goes, I got you. So either way it goes, it still supports the roles that we've said. You accepted yourself to be Carmelo, right? You're making him out to be Austin Metcalf. you claimed and you said, and I was actually trying to give you bail or give you an out in this, but being that you want to just staunchly stick to
Hey, family, he might not be built like that, but he built like that. Like he's still a bigger dude. Andrew not a small dude. Andrew's not a small dude. So he might not built like that to want to fight, but he's built like he's a big dude, man. Wes Walker.
to it and say that he's so much bigger than you. This literally lines up the same way. So to where you have this.
That's not in dispute. That's not the point.
Okay, right.
That are in
I'm
dispute.
just walking it down so everybody understands that we both agree now, right? And it's not about a dispute. So that people that are watching, how many tens of thousands of people you got watching, and the whole audience understands we're on the same page, right? And we're moving on from there.
That's
fair,
not
right?
what the argument is about.
I'm not saying this argument. I said we're just level setting that everybody.
And what is the
understands
relevancy of it if it's not part of the argument?
Okay, well, again, I don't know how many times I gotta say it, so I won't say it again. Again, for the audience purposes, not me and you. Either way, right?
The audience needs to know shit that's not relevant to the argument. Why?
Well, no, they need to understand that we have the proper understanding of the scenario.
The same reason you brought up California when we was talking about Texas. Practice what you preach. Don't be a hypocrite. If he shouldn't have brought up something that's irrelevant, then you shouldn't have brought up stand your ground in California when we talk about stand your ground in damn Texas.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Rules for me, but none for thee.
And the argument is all I'm saying. Okay.
Nobody's
so the argument
confused
is
about
that
the
you have
argument,
accepted,
dude.
well, brother. You don't have to filibuster, man. You don't like being cut off, but you keep cutting people off, and I'm not.
Right, you're doing the same shit. Come on.
I'm not.
Damn, Andrew. You was asking people not to cut you off, Andrew. But you cutting people off, Andrew.
Go ahead, Fantastic. I interrupted. You got it.
Yeah. So as I was saying, so this literally lines up the same way, and this is the way why Fatty pulled it up, because you did the same thing that people are mad at Carmelo for doing in essence, right? So regardless of what I say, I can talk shit all day, right? I can call you all kinds of pussies. I can call you all kinds of whatever. I can call you whatever the fuck I want to call you. If you walk over to me, you have now made it physical, which you don't get to fucking touch me over words, correct?
Yeah, that's usually a crime, correct?
All right, great. So now we agree. So no matter
usually a crime, correct?
You don't get to fucking touch me over words, correct?
Yeah, that's usually a crime.
Which you don't get to fucking touch me over words, correct?
Yeah, that's usually a crime, correct?
You don't get to fucking touch me over words, correct?
Yeah, that's usually a crime, correct?
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a fact. Oh my God, man. You don't get to touch me over words, correct? Yeah, it's usually a crime. Am I lying? Am I saying, is this a different live? Am I watching a different video than what y'all watched? Is it a crime to touch somebody over words? According to Andrew Wilson? Were we not being logical? Were we being reasonable? Did somebody catch this? Ali, did you catch that? Fatty, where Fatty at? Somebody go get Fatty. Red pill, baby.
You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
If we wanted, I could make a compilation of contradictions and the hypocrisies Andrew has done. Myron even ain't on the panel yet of this show. If you touch someone over words, it's a crime. Jesus Christ, man. I need to be a lawyer. That's what they used to tell me.
Yeah, that's
which you don't get to fucking touch me over words, correct?
Yeah, that's usually a crime, correct?
All right, great. So now we agree. So no matter how many pussies and how many whatever the fuck you trash you ass, Austin decided, and this is his error in the whole situation, to walk over and make physical contact with somebody. So now you being, let's say this plays through, would you have shot, would you think you have shot Wes Walker, hypothetically, had he walked up to you on that stage after you had warned him now, hey, I got a gun. I'm in the state of Florida.
Did Carmelo Anthony warn him that he had a knife?
Well, yes, he did. And that's what, hold on.
Where?
And that's what I'm saying. So that's
what
now you being, let's say this plays through. Would you have shot, would you think you have shot Wes Walker hypothetically had he walked up to you on that stage after you had warned him now, hey, I got a gun. I'm in the state of Florida.
Did Carmelo Anthony warn him that he had?
Now he ain't asked you that.
Well, yes, he did. And that's what, hold on.
Where?
And that's what
that he had a knife.
Well, yes, he did. And that's what, hold on.
Where?
Hey, fatty. Hey, y'all. Y'all know why we call it untouchables? He already said he was gonna kill him when he made that thought, when he made that statement. Why is the knife irrelevant if you already said when he said touch me and find out, he's saying he was gonna kill him? Why is the knife relevant? Why does he even have to talk about a knife? You said when he said that he premeditated, it was premeditated murder. That's what you said, Andrew. Man, let me drink some water, man. Hey, man, hey, man. Did he tell him he had a knife? So did he know he was going to kill him? Did Austin Metcalf know he was going to die? And did Carmelo Anthony know he was going to kill him? Or was it a crime of passion? It happened in the very moment, the way the situation escalated, because he would have stabbed him first. But now you asking him, did he tell him if he had a knife? This is called bad faith argument.
And it's what I'm saying. So that's what people are arguing. That's your premeditation argument, correct?
Where?
Oh, and fantastic on it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He didn't warn him exactly that he had a knife.
Okay.
He warned. Hold on. Well, let me finish, bro. He warned him that he had something in his bag. And to your point, since we're going to this transcript, Austin, it was said that Austin said, you don't got nothing in that bag. And then I think that's where the whole find out thing happened, correct?
No,
correct.
I don't think that's the correct course of events.
Is it so? Correct me. So I'm not being facetious. So correct us into how that played out. Then correct us and show us what it is, because I'm familiar with the transcripts. I was using CBS transcripts, and one of the testimonies said that's what was said between the two parties.
What specifically?
That you don't have anything in that bag. And then it was the ambiguous part of this whole thing was either touch me and find out or try me and find out, or the whole find out aspect of the situation.
So he didn't warn him that he had a knife.
No, well, he didn't tell him that he had a knife. He warned him that he had something in that bag.
Yeah,
and as to what was in that bag was a mystery.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so he didn't warn him he had a knife. Why? Because he wasn't supposed to have a knife, right?
Understood.
Yeah. So
not disagreeing.
The distinction here
not
is
being challenged.
I was supposed to have a gun, and I fully within my legal rights to express to a person that if you attack a person who's armed, that you're going to get that bad things are going to happen to you. Yes, of course.
Hold on. I want to cut him off though. This is what I mean. What Andrew does. He moved the goalpost on where. Fantastic. You already had him. You already had him when he said if you touch someone over the words, it's a crime. All of a sudden, he started talking about if he had a knife, and then he started talking about this situation right here with you. He's moved the goalpost. He already said if you touch someone over words, it's a crime. There's nothing else to talk about. Now he's talking about whether he had a gun or not. I said I had a gun. But he only said it because the person said that they were going to smack him. He's moved the goalpost. This is what you got to watch when people doing these discussions, and they got to deflect and derail from the point of, especially when he didn't necessarily get caught because people missed that when he said that. But he said if you touch someone over words, it's a crime. That's the part we have to focus on now. So now we have to say that Austin Metcalf committed a crime against Carmelo initially. When isn't that assault? Is assault a crime? Is pushing somebody a crime? Is pushing someone over words a crime? Isn't that assault? Yes, in most United States, including Texas, pushing someone can be a crime, even if the other person was only using words. Has anybody said that Austin Metcalf committed a crime against Carmelo Anthony before Carmelo Anthony committed a crime against them? Wouldn't it then be self-defense if it's an assault, if it's a crime? Or is the verdict biased? Is the jury biased? Is Texas biased? Is this a race issue? If is pushing someone in assault, according to Texas, it's a crime. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Nobody wants nobody to pass away. Nobody wants anybody to die. This isn't even about, and nobody would ever support. I'm not supporting the fact that Austin Metcalf's life is gone. It's one boy has lost his life. Another boy is serving a life sentence or 35-year sentence, not a life sentence. Both of what happened to both those boys are wrong. We are talking about the injustice. I'm not advocating for white people. I'm not advocating for black people. I'm advocating for justice. I want both people to be treated like humans. I'm about treating people fairly and squarely. I'm not going to say fairly and squarely. Ali, this is a conversation not to make it about race. This is not about causing a racial divide. It's about addressing the injustice that occurred because of race. I'm not trying to make it about race, observing that it's about race also. But I haven't even brought up race as much as I brought up the inconsistencies, the contradictions, and the hypocrisies of an argument. I'm not talking about Andrew's whiteness. We're not making this about race. We're making this about the argument. We're making this about law. We're making this about the arguments. That's why they're not saying nothing. That's why Andrew people and Myron people are not saying nothing. They were going crazy in the beginning of the show. When the show was done, go in the beginning of the show. And they're going to comment after the show as well, because I'm not saying nothing about race. For as far as my interactions with Andrew, it's been respectful. This is assessing what was happening on the panel and the observations. He likes good debates. I like good debates. Fatty loves good debates. Everybody on this panel loves a good debate. There's a whole bunch of contradictions and the hypocrisy that's happening in this discussion. We can't stop it in live time. We're having a discussion. We can't stop it when the panel is live, but we can break it down afterwards and review it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So this is where people get the argument, right? So now we have legally, and this was also testimony given by the police officer, Carmelo was able to have the knife. He was not supposed to because of school policy, but legally he could possess the knife.
Yeah, but he couldn't legally possess if he was on school grounds, right?
No.
My bad, y'all. I hit the wrong button.
Just arguing the case in point we have here, right? Yeah. So my question to Andrew is, okay, Andrew says whatever, has a back and forth. To Fatty's point,
somebody got smoke. Somebody got smoke. It's a link. The link. If you got smoke, ask for the link, man. It's a link. Do I need to pin the link? If you got smoke, bring the smoke.
And you saying, hey, it was just innocent banter back and forth. Well, I don't say innocent, just, friendly back and forth banter, jokes, so on and so forth. Wes walks over to fucking Andrew and grabs him up, yokes him up on fucking stage after Andrew told him, hey, man, I'm strapped.
Yeah.
Andrew motherfucking shoots him right in the chest. Andrew dies. Is Andrew wrong?
You mean West?
I'm sorry, yeah, West. Yeah. No, you're Andrew. Andrew and Carmelo are one's the same. So Andrew shoots West right in the chest because West walked up to him.
And West would be the one who dies, not Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew wouldn't die.
But that's what you said. That's why I was saying you mean West dies.
West. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. West dies. You're correct. And I don't think all white people look the same. You got, what I'm saying? You got hair. You got hair. He don't got hair. I'm not, not whatever. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. So West.
Maybe we do all look the same. I don't know.
West walks over to Andrew yokes Andrew up on live fucking television after he said, "Hey man, listen, I got this." And what does Andrew do from that point? If Andrew shoots West in the chest,
hey, shout out to my brother, the King Barracuda. He says with the $5 super chat, y'all got Andrew, the guy I respected till he lied on black crime stats like most reps. I'd shred this guy on that while y'all ain't. Hit HMU, busy now. Hit me up. My bad. Why y'all ain't hit me up? Busy now. Hey man, we told no, we ain't telling nobody. It was last minute. Okay. We didn't know if he was going to be on the show. He said he told me he was going to be on the show. He did say he was going to be on the show, but I couldn't get up with him in the last couple of days. And sometimes he does that. And sometimes people go ghost. I don't hear from him, but he ended up being on the show, so we didn't get to promote it like we wanted to. But shout out to my brother King Barracuda with the $5 super chat.
Hey, thank you for $5. We gonna keep marching.
And y'all, shout out to the 130 people still in the building. Please like and subscribe. Please hit the share button at the bottom of the screen, y'all. We need only 7 more memberships and 95 in the Cash App to reach our goals, man. Please help us reach our goals. My brother, I meant to change that too. My brother Matreon Roberts is the sponsor of the show with $45. So shout out to my brother as well too. All right, we just need, and I got the wrong. Hold on, real quick, man. I got to fix that too. We gonna keep going.
and kills him. Is Andrew justified? Some people said it was a push. Some people say it was a lineman push as to where he grabbed him and pushed him at the same time. So that's what I'm saying. Either way I go, let's just go with a seriously aggressive push, right? Let's say he seriously aggressively pushes you on the shoulder.
I think if I had shot him just because he shoved me on the shoulder, I don't think that I would have gotten away with that. I think that would not have been justified under the law.
And we would agree there. And like I said, that's more so where we would agree to where even and that's what people don't understand about stand your ground defenses, right? I don't think anybody's going to think that your life was threatened and you instantly shoot somebody from a push.
Correct.
Right. So
I agree.
That's why I'm trying to walk this down and get to the point of whatever. Had he wailed on you?
Yeah, I don't. Yes, if he had wailed on me,
yes,
and started doing something like that, and I shot him, then it would have been fine.
Yeah, but even in that's why I wanted to walk this down the way we were doing it, because I live in Florida, and I don't know if people remember a case that happened.
Well, that has much better. But by the way, Florida, I think, has better stand your ground laws than Texas.
Oh yeah, way better than Texas. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a whole different thing. Like Texas, for instance, only recently got the constitutional carry, and it still has all sorts of caveats when it comes to stand your ground. Whereas in Florida is like, I mean, you could maybe in Florida, if you did just touch somebody, it could be
but that's
maybe you could argue it. But I don't think that's the case there.
No, I was trying to. So that's the story I was trying to say, and I was trying to get rid of this. And I'm gonna land. I'm move on somebody to come up. People think stand your ground is a very, very strong defense when it's really, really not. More people lose stand your ground cases than win them, and it's not. It's cut as dry. It's not people think stand your ground is a permission to kill a motherfucker if they touch you or they do something.
Just using your firearm usually is a losing proposition.
Yeah,
almost always. It's almost always a better idea to avoid all circumstances in which you will have to de-escalate them as quickly as possible. So I don't think that these situations are analogous. I'm not here to argue about whether or not self-defense isn't appropriate or that people shouldn't be able to defend themselves. I'm a big believer that people should be able to defend themselves. Big believer that people should be able to carry guns, right? It's not the knife itself, even I wouldn't even say is an issue. If you say legally they're allowed to carry it because it's a 2-inch folding knife or something like this, fine, that's fair enough too. But that
what'd he say? So hold on.
All circumstances in which you will have to de-escalate them as quickly as possible. So I don't think that these situations are analogous. I'm not here to argue about whether or not self-defense isn't appropriate or that people shouldn't be able to defend themselves. I'm a big believer that people should be able to defend themselves. Big believer that people should be able to carry guns, right? It's not the knife itself, even I wouldn't even say.
Did he say he believes people should be able to carry a gun and a knife? Oh, I misheard that. No, he ain't say that.
People should be able to carry guns, right? It's not the knife itself, even.
What?
I'm a believer that people should be able to carry guns, right? It's not the knife itself, even. I wouldn't even say is an issue, right? It's not the knife itself, even.
Man, hey man, y'all can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. The only way they'll try to get out of it is saying, hey, maybe he shouldn't have had that knife at school, but it wasn't an illegal knife. If he believes in the right of someone to carry and have a knife, if that kid doesn't use it as a weapon, would we be against children having folding knives on them as well too? I had friends that had folding knives. They brought it to school as well too. Is it illegal to have a fold? Let me see something. Is it illegal? That might be the problem, but he agrees with people having knives though. Texas, let me see. It might be illegal in Texas. Let me see. Yes. That's the part where they can get and say it's illegal to have the knife on school property, but people don't. But a folding knife is not illegal, and he believes people should have the right to carry the gun and the knife. But again, they'll try to use the school as a reason why he shouldn't have the knife on him. But we know that kid didn't intend to murder somebody just because he had the knife on him. I'm not gonna say we know. We could assume because he ain't murdered nobody. He never used that knife on nobody, so we can assume that he never intended to murder somebody with the knife.
I wouldn't even say is an issue. If you say legally they're allowed to carry it because it's a 2-inch folding knife or something like this, fine, that's fair enough too. But that really doesn't have any merits to do with the case of escalation followed by stabbing in the chest region. And I think that
when does escalation start?
Hang on. I think the distinct. Hang on, dude. I'm almost done, and then you can go. I'm almost done. I'm right.
I got you, Tez. Don't worry about it. I got you. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, when we
and that's an interruption. That's an interruption. He's been interrupting, but Taz, that was an interruption. I'll be fair, square.
True. It sounds like you and I agree more than we disagree. Ultimately.
Let me just show this before we go. And the ladies, I'll have a different question for y'all because we need to move to the second part of this. Okay. Just to make sure it was booked and he's 5'8". Okay. Wes Watson was booked. Somebody said the police, so we went and find out. Thank you very much to the Untouchable Empire. I appreciate y'all. The homework. And he's 5'8", so we were kind of on the right track with that. Let me bring the ladies up, and Taz, you go next. This is my question for you, ladies. Okay, second part of the show. And friends, we're going to read the super chats on the third hour of the show. Okay, so we don't lose momentum. The second question is, and so Ali, you go after them. Okay?
No, Ali ain't going. Now let's get to the main part. Okay, we got through that part. The initial argument of the death penalty with Andrew. The untouchables and panelists take the W on that. Most of those arguments, and I won't go to the extreme and say all, but I don't remember one of the arguments that Andrew won. The untouchables won. The death penalty is unlawful in the United States, but he believed that the kid was deserving of the death penalty because he said the kid intentionally tried to murder Austin Metcalf, but under even law, that's premeditated murder. He didn't plan it out. He didn't think about it. He didn't process what would happen if he did it. He didn't go there waiting for the kid. It wasn't premeditated murder, right? 2, he said by talking to the guy and calling him names, he was de-escalating the situation. Even when he said, hey, do you talk to people that got a gun on them like that? He said it was de-escalation. So it would have to be de-escalation if Carmelo did it as well, too, if he called the kids pussies. And if he said, if you touch me, you'll find out. Right? And the size description, he said because of the size, he was able to tell Wes Watson that because of their size. But then he tried to walk it back and say he didn't believe he was in a hostile environment, but he doesn't want to allow Carmelo to use the same argument that there was a size difference between him and Austin Metcalf for him to react the way that he reacted in fear of being seriously harmed. It's too many contradictions. And he said, using words alone, if you use physical force on somebody, is a crime. If you put your hands on somebody just over words, it's a crime. There's dubs all over the place. Win, 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 win. All over the place. All right, with Andrew, this is dub. All right, let's see how. Okay, now let's move to Myron. Let's see how respectful Myron was. All right. All right, we're going to finish out. We're going to do the Myron part, and then I'm going to send you all the petty. All right. Let's see how respectful. Let's see Myron, man. Let's see the chain of events, how respectful Myron was. Because, you know, we know Myron, he ain't about to chimp out. He ain't about to chimp out. What racist people will say, and what certain type of people will say, hey, those kids, a black boy, a black girl,
I sent Myron the link just so you guys know.
A black boy or a black girl learns their behaviors from their mother or their father. And you're demonstrating being disingenuous when he says that kid is speaking that way. The child is typically the reflection of their father, especially if your father was in your life. And if your father was absent, typically your mother probably taught you those behaviors. When I worked in the school, can I land?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was in the school system, the teachers would say, this is what they learned at home. These kids learn these behaviors at home. So when he says that those children are probably the reflection of their father, you go prove that he taught him that. If the kids, and Landon right now, I swear to God, there's kids that carry guns and go hunting. If someone says, hey, Andrew, they learned that from their father, would you say prove that they learned that from their father, or would you typically go, yep, their father probably taught them how to hunt?
Sure. Look, again, when we're talking about, you see how you're using ambiguity in language, a bit of equivocation here. You're saying typically, normally, regularly, often, right? Which grants all these exceptions to the people who don't fall in the typically, often category, right? Through your generalizations. In this particular case, we're talking about something that's hyper specific based on a claim which is designed to impugn somebody. So if you were to say, Andrew, the reason that your son went off and shot this guy is because you taught him how to hunt, I think that claim bears some sort of evidence for it because it's an impugning claim. Now, you're right. Generally speaking, if two guys were walking down the street, two kids, when they had shotguns on their back, and someone said, I bet their dad taught them how to hunt, I'd probably say, sure. I'm sure he probably did. I don't know, but there's no impugning claim there. There's no reason for me to look at the evidence further. I can look at the heuristic and even agree with the typical, but I don't need to grant that this is true with no evidence.
Because you're being disingenuous. If I want to be disingenuous, I'd have to tell you to prove what you're saying is right as well, too, when you're making your general assessment. That's bad faith argument. We can sit here all day long and say, prove it based on our common knowledge and our experiences and what we encounter and what we research. I can tell you to prove what you just said, but it would be a bad faith argument because you said, you know what, typically that's what might happen. There's no reason for you to say prove it unless you're trying to deflect Andrew and avoid the argument, or you stuck in a place where you have to concede. You refuse to concede all the time. So you tell somebody to prove it. You move the goalposts. It's bad faith. Even in this point, when Taz said, if a kid typically is racist or says or speaks in using racist rhetoric, it's typically probably learned from his father. But if we don't want to say the father, it's probably typically learned from the mother. But no matter what, we assume it's from somebody in his family. If a kid has a gun or uses a gun and knows how to hunt, we typically believe his father taught him that. Grandfather, uncle. We don't have to go prove it. Man, Andrew, hey, W's. Let me get to Myron. Where's Myron? Myron, come on this pound. There you go, Myron. Looking lost, man. Come on, Myron.
And thank you very much, Myron, for being here.
What's up, guys?
How are you doing, sir? Thank you very much for being on the show. He's not important because he's an educated guest. I don't know why you guys keep debating. He's a guest. He's an educated guest. No. Usually, one second, Ali. Usually, when you are around,
Fatty, please. No, that's the problem I have with Andrew. When Andrew uses that rhetoric when he wants somebody to prove something, but nobody has to prove that.
No,
that's
Ali, please. That's my point. Think about it. This is the debate thing. Prove your claim. we can prove it. It's an educated guess. Just like when y'all talk about the black community and you say this is these baby mamas and this is these black people, y'all don't have no proof because that black person that is bad might be watching a YouTuber and he's taking influence from Andrew and Fatty. Like, it's an educated guess. Just like you talk about the black community and all you do is educated guess because you can prove that that baby mama, that the man who's absent caused that kid to be ABC. We can do. That's the point. It's not important. We can do educated guess to the prove it shit. It's just a debate, bro. Type of prove it.
But don't you think it's unreasonable to say? But Andrew, you're doing this too. It's like when am I doing this? When am I saying these things? What are you talking about?
I just think that it's not important. Like we're dying on a hill that is not significant. Myron, and I want King because King is then talk.
I'm going to grab a pack of smoke real quick. I'll be right back. To the side so I can put my screen down.
Chocolate, please. No, not the,
there you go.
The other ones.
Oh, but Andrew,
Myron, I know that you were watching the show and all that. Before you actually make a statement, I have a question for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you made the statement when those people were calling you like racial slurs, that if they did that to your face, you do what? Like, what is the moral high ground that you have for literally like tell that kid that if you do this to me or what? Like, what is the difference between both of the cases?
I don't really understand your question.
So there was like people are accusing you on X, like you say, words shouldn't matter. People shouldn't be riled up when people get in each other's faces and all that. And then like you have videos, or especially a particular video where you are talking about people that are kind of like harassing you. And you are saying, if y'all did this to me, I will do that to y'all. Like, what is like, why do you get the benefit of the doubt and you get sympathy from people? Yeah, this is clearly acceptable. And when something happens like this, you kind of like fall back and you don't understand the reaction to what caused that.
I don't know what particular instance you're talking about specifically. I don't know. But what I will say is I think, violence should be avoided at almost every situation and should only be used as a last resort to defend yourself from, obviously some kind of serious bodily injury or death.
Right. Should a kid under federal law, pushing someone is deemed a crime, right? It's an assault. So someone touching somebody, was it necessary, right? According to what you said. Let's say it one more time. Let's say it, Myron, because he's logical.
Violence should be avoided at almost every situation and should only be used as a last resort to defend yourself from, obviously some kind of serious bodily injury or death.
Violence should be avoided at all costs unless it's serious bodily injury or death. So Austin, according to him, will Andrew call him out? There's no reason that Austin should have ever touched Carmelo Anthony. Does everybody else see that? Does Andrew's people see that? Does Myron's people see that? You should not be violent at any cost unless it's serious bodily injury or harm or violence, right? Let's hear it one more time.
Violence should be avoided at almost every situation and should only be used as a last resort to defend yourself from, obviously some kind of serious bodily injury or death.
Yeah, but so once again, friends, I don't want y'all to think this is ambush or something. I want y'all to own your words and be consistent. Let's see what happened there.
Guys, the truth, even if it doesn't fucking benefit me, it does not benefit me to say anything negative about blacks. It does not benefit me to be critical of Islam. It doesn't. And as a matter of fact, I get a lot of hate for it. I got these stupid ass Pakistani dirty niggas in my chat talking about haram this, haram that. You're a kafir that, murtad, all these other bitch ass shit that if they had told me this shit in person, I'll fucking punch them. Call me murtad to my face, I'll fucking knock you out. Extremely disrespectful shit that they would never fucking say to me in person, ever. Because they know that it would be...
Doesn't that contradict what you said, that violence is the last resource and all that?
I'm glad that you brought
I'm glad he did that. I'm glad he brought it up too. Is that a contradiction? Is that a contradiction? If violence should be avoided unless in self-defense of bodily harm or bodily injury or death, is that a contradiction? Tell me in person. I'll punch them in the face and knock them out. Hold on. If somebody tells me that in person, I'm going to punch him in the face and knock him out. But the only time I should use violence is if I'm experiencing serious bodily injury or death, or excuse me, serious bodily injury or risk of death. That's what you said, Myron. Isn't that a contradiction? Let's see what you say. What's your response?
So that's in context of a lot of people. I get death threats all the fucking time, obviously, by being the person I am and having the views that I have. So this was during a period where I was talking and being critical about praying at Times Square being like retarded and not an intelligent thing to do in the United States. So that's what I was referring to. And obviously I get hundreds, if not thousands of death threats from weirdos from all different walks of life, whether it's, angry Muslims, angry blacks, angry, the Jews. Everybody gets pissed off at me for the views that I have. So
do you see how disgusting this person is? Hey, Myron, in a debate, I walk you. In showcasing what type of person you are, I dog walk you. You talk since you've been on this live. You talked about Muslims and Pakistanis and Jewish people and blacks. You didn't say angry whites. You didn't say angry Asians. You said angry blacks and angry Muslims, and you call Muslims praying in Times Square retarded. Since you've been on this live, sounds like you instigating. Sound like a type of person who escalates situations. Sounds like the person who does actually the name calling. So people name call you for name calling. How are you talking about all the people of color or minorities you deem necessary to disrespect them? And a lot of times those people that you disrespecting, it seems like it caters to your foundation. It caters to the people that support you. It caters to this newfound movement and grift that you're doing. It caters to that. The way that American flag is weaponized. Is that what the American flag stands for? Andrew Wilson? Is that what the American flag stands for? Myron Gaines? Is that what the American flag stands for? Or is it for freedom and justice for all? Is the American flag only supporting Christians and whites? Or Asians? Or Americans disrespect Pakistanis, Islamic people, blacks, Muslims? Talk to me. Isn't this the place of freedom? Freedom of religion? Freedom of speech? Damn, boy, I'm telling you, a lot of these people that claim to be so-called American and patriots are some of the most unpatriot, and dishonorable people walking on this earth. And then they claim to be Christians. They claim to worship God. They claim to be righteous. They claim to be civil. But when it's convenient,
why talk shit?
Well, that's
why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate.
Why talk shit?
Well, that's
why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate.
Why talk shit?
Well, that's
why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate. Materialism, if you guys want.
Huh? Ali trolling now.
Why talk shit?
Well, that's
why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate. Materialism, if you guys want.
Why talk shit?
Well, that's
why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate. Materialism, if you guys want.
Boy. Why talk shit? Why not have a debate? Instead of going back and forth, we can have a civil discourse and a debate. That's Andrew and Myron. Let's see what Myron does.
That's what I was referring to, is like, that's in context of also people giving me death threats all the time, which I get all the time. So that's what I'm saying. But me to just like knock them out only for that, or to, to have some type of altercation for that, you could get angry a little bit or whatever. But honestly, would I really hit somebody over some words? More than likely, unless they were like attacking me or I felt like I was in some imminent danger, probably not. Right.
And by the way,
but it's important to understand that was in context of me getting hundreds of death threats from these fucking guys, because I think people.
It don't matter. You contradicted yourself. And that's what we're talking about. You said violence should be avoided at all costs unless you're defending yourself from bodily injury or risk of death. That's a contradiction. It doesn't matter if people making life threats. They're making threats onto you. You don't even see these people. You don't even know these people. You said avoid violence at all costs unless self-bodily injury or the risk of death. What Fatty clips were out of context? Y'all are fans. Y'all are clout chasers. And you believe in the people that you follow. You don't have, a lot of y'all don't have your own brain. I'm not saying it's all the people with Myron. I'm not saying it's all the people with Andrew. But if you're following Myron and Andrew because they're Christian, because they're Americans, because they're logical, because they're righteous, is this a moment in time where you should call them out for what they're doing? If they're insulting people, if they're disrespecting people, and not Andrew necessarily, Myron in this case point, if they're not demonstrating righteousness, if they're not demonstrating American-like behavior, shouldn't you be calling them out? Is that, I'm asking Andrew followers and Myron followers, is the American thing to do is disrespect blacks and Muslims and Jews and Pakistanis? Is that the American thing to do? Can blacks not be Americans? Can Muslims not be Americans? Are there Jewish people that are Americans? No, both of them. Yes, both of them, because Andrew's chat be racist as well too. They be disrespectful as well too. There's Andrew's chat. Listen, again, I'm not talking directly to Myron and Andrew when I say what I'm saying at this point. I'm talking to their chat. I'm talking to their supporters. I'm talking to people that follow them that are ignorant. I just clarified. I'm differentiating from the good people that may be over there, from the people who are actually practicing righteousness, the people who are godly, the people who are trying to be Americans, the people who actually believe in humanity. I'm not talking to those people. So make sure you clip that part. I'm talking about the ignorant people that's following because of the ignorant things they may do or say. I did drop the link. Nobody's pulling up. Anybody got smoke? Anybody want the link? Who got smoke? Tell me where I was wrong. No, you don't have to be godly to be an American, but a lot of times it correlates. A lot of times when people are extreme to the right, they're conservatives and they're Christians. But I dropped the link many times. I'll drop it again. I'd have been dropping it the whole show. Only 2 people pulled up. One person was kind of aligned with me. The other person was aligned with me. No, the only person that pulled up the Fatty Show was Andrew. Actually pulled up the Fatty Show.
Well, no, when you talk about the Muslims, and Andrew could talk about this, if you
It's
criticize
always
them,
some
they
other
come at you
factors
crazy.
for y'all, though.
One second, friends.
You'll
Let
always
him land,
got
please.
these other extenuating circumstances that make it okay for y'all. I don't understand that.
Make sure you got a cam up, fam. We're not doing avatars. You got a cam up.
One second, friends. 1 second. So, but that was not the context at all. You were reacting to people in your chat. I know. One second, please. Andrew,
I'm telling you what was going
Myron,
on.
I know.
I'm telling you what was going on during that period of time that led to that. Okay. You're not the one getting hundreds, if not thousands, of death threats. You're not the one people sending your address to you saying, "Oh, I know where you're at," whatever. I literally get calls all night from weirdos. You're not getting that. So I'm telling you, that's what was going through my mind. What was going on when I said that. Now, obviously, if I were in some kind of altercation with someone and they said, "Oh, you're a Murtad, blah, blah," I'd probably walk away. People have talked shit to me in person before, and I'll be like, "All right, bro, if you're not going to do nothing, get the fuck out of here." And I'll just walk away. I typically try to de-escalate situations, not escalate.
Sure. I just wanted consistency because once again.
Well, can I take you to task on this here, Fatty?
Oh, absolutely.
What's the contradiction? Even if it was the case,
hang
on. Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Even if it was the case that Myron here said that violence should always be the last resort, but he resorted to violence himself as the first resort, what's the actual contradiction there?
Is because he made a definitive statement.
Yes, sir. What's going on? Can you put a peace sign up, my brother Geoverse TV?
Yeah. Peace.
Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate that.
All right, but I do have my wife home. Is it cool? That is this verification that I'm here in good faith?
Yeah. No. So you still have to be on cam. If she got to be in the room with you.
No, I
you
mean,
got to be on. No, you got to be on cam. I don't like people hiding behind avatars.
That's fine. People have seen me on YouTube before, but I just don't want to, bring any glory to what I got going on, right? But you need camera on, that's fine. All I'm saying is this. At one point, I was a Myron Gaines fan, right? At one point, I agree with you. When, Zerka came out, Tate was popping, a lot of young men, directed themselves toward that, side of the internet. But other men gravitated away once the Christ pill dropped. Andrew Wilson, Jay Dyer, God Logic, all these men came out and we all realized, wait a minute, I'm married. Why would I think like a passport bro? So when you say Myron fans and Andrew fans, we are not congruent at all. It's parallel, similar values, but they're not the same crowd. So if you have something to address in regards to Andrew's crowd, not everyone's a Christian. I myself have been kicked out of their Discord for holding others critical to the standard that you're speaking of today. You can ask Andrew himself, are all your followers Christian, Eastern Orthodox? He'll say no. But people have conversations and many are led to Christ. And that's the goal, right? Not every man in your panel agrees with you, holds your worldview, but you've shifted and changed a lot of married men's lives with y'all's conversations, thought provocations. So this has nothing to do with your channel, Fatty's channel. It's to do with a highly volatile situation where two young men have found themselves in a paradox where the country is split, right? If y'all were to focus on that, and in my opinion, I could be wrong, and I have had two clips in the chamber, that's what it looked like to our perception. Like Fatty had that clip in the chamber the whole time, right? So from our perspective, as joining the Crucible with Fatty and Ali's channel, that could have been something great. We didn't expect that y'all were going to agree, obviously, but that could have been a continuation of future conversations. And here we are now bashing Andrew's community, bashing Myron. Honestly, Myron's community, I don't really care about them. Fuck them. But the Crucible, they're not all smart, but they don't all think like Andrew. So like Andrew is separate, like I'm separate. Like I would never say I represent the Crucible. That's not what the Crucible is. It's individuals that have enough balls to say what they got to say. Some are smart, some are stupid. So the reason I'm joining this panel is because I just want that separation to be clear in this thing. Right.
And yes, and if I have to make it again, I've done it. I'm speaking to the ignorant people that's on Andrew and Myron's side, not the people who are acting in righteousness, not the people who are actually godly, not the people who actually practice being Americans in the way they view people as human beings. They're respectful to human beings. I'm talking about the ignorant people that's in their chats and the people that follow them for the ignorance rhetoric that they try to push and weaponize towards other people and some of the things that Andrew and Myron can say. So the people who are there for the good things, I'm not talking about them. Like I already differentiated that. I don't think everybody, it's just like everybody that's a Muslim, there's good Muslims, there's bad Muslims. There's good Christians, there's bad Christians. There's good people that follow Myron, there's bad. Well, I don't know how there's good people still. That I'm trying to figure out how I can say there's good people that follow Myron and bad people that follow Myron, given what he's done. I haven't seen Andrew go as far as what Myron has done at all. So I can see good people still following Andrew. I can give Andrew the grace of the benefit of the doubt. And I don't conflate him. I don't equate him to his entire chat. And I don't say that the chat is like Andrew as well, too. I think for the most part, and most of what Andrew says, I say I agree with. But the part that I have a problem with Andrew is when he does the debate tactics that become disingenuous, and he can be contradictory or he can be hypocritical. I'm not here saying that Andrew is a bad person, but I can say the people that may agree with some of his verbiage and rhetoric and his perspectives can be ignorant people. Necessarily, I can't go as far and talk about Andrew in that capacity. Myron is a disgusting human being, completely. And anybody is following, and again, Andrew and Myron are people that I supported. Andrew, I still can't say I'm against. And Andrew is always respectful to me. I don't have no issues with Andrew, and neither does Fatty at that capacity. Andrew's always welcome here. It's some of his chat and that he knows he should call out when they're being disrespectful, when they're being racist.
But what responsibility?
No, just like mine. No.
But if I crashed out right now, how's that Andrew Wilson's fault?
I'll let you land.
You got
if he sees it, I can't control. Andrew is not the guardian of all of what people say and do. I can't hold him to that. I'm saying if he sees it. If I see people being ignorant and racist in my channel, it's going to be addressed. And I may miss things. I'm not perfect. So my energy towards Myron is not the same as my energy towards Andrew. Andrew to me is still a decently respectable person. Myron is disgusting individual from where he's went from fresh and fit to how he's become as this extremist person that's just saying he's disrespecting anybody. He's getting to the point he just disrespect anybody that don't agree with him.
I mean, do you ever hear the X Spaces? Because that's a whole different beat. Yeah, like on Twitter, they'll have voice meetings. You know, pretty much like a TikTok kind of live like this, but no video, only audio. I will say, YouTube TOS does not exist on X, right?
Okay, right.
And so in that front, YouTube does limit us in how we can communicate, right? But that which should invoke us to be more professional, right? I'm not a big YouTuber, but I look to you guys to learn what not to do in most cases.
Right.
My only qualm, now that we have it, aligned that communities are communities and bots are bots, right?
Yes.
With the clip that you brought up with Andrew and Wes, right? I came up and talked to Fatty. I was one of the first people that came up for the whole pull up if you got smoke, and he dropped me when he asked me a hypothetical. Do you remember that?
Not necessarily. I remember when you came up and the discussion y'all were having, it seemed like he caught you in a lot of contradictions, and I'm trying to remember what the contradiction was. I think I was up there with you as well too. You were saying things that were inconsistent as well too. I do remember that, but I can't necessarily remember the actual conversation.
Okay, that's fair.
But I do remember you being. I do remember. I'm trying to remember because I remember you specifically, but there was some contradictions that you were saying as well too. And when he caught you, you said that Fatty, it was almost similar to what he was doing. You were like equating him to the red pill conversation or something. I can't remember what you were saying, but what you were saying was not true. Can you remember what you said? Can you remember what you said?
For the most part, as far as the red pill. So with the red pill, I would argue that a lot of creators who are conservative and right-leaning do not subscribe to the red pill. Andrew Wilson is one of them. He has always been assumed to be part that Andrew Wilson does not subscribe to the red pill, right? And Andrew Wilson, he does not.
He has to. He can't say he doesn't subscribe to red pill.
Look, you can go.
Deoverse, you can't say you don't subscribe to red pill.
I'm quoting the man.
I know. No.
But he can't verbatim.
Remember what I told you about being illogical? If he's saying he's not associated with certain people that are deemed, hold on. If he says he's not associated with people that are deemed extreme, or he doesn't want to align with certain people that mischaracterize him or causes him to have a bad reputation, is one thing. He can't say he's not red pill if he operates in truth and logic. He would have to be red pill.
There's a prescription and a description. I agree with the description of red pill and it having a lot of absolute truths that feminism hates. I would never prescribe to my son to be a red pill guy at 18 and slash 30 women before he's 30. I, as a Christian man, would adhere more moral virtues to my son and lead him toward a Christ pill, right? Virginity, marriage, focus, right? So the red pill as a prescription made young men become mini Andrew Tates and John Zerkas, and you know that. So the reason why a lot of Myron's community diverted from the red pill is because we did a thing called grow up, right? When you grow up, you have different elevations of perspective on how the world works. You have kids, you get married. The red pill is only a prescription for those men that feel like they're inadequate and need that motivation, right? So clear distinction. I would love for you to message Andrew on Discord, Twitter, however you have to. Ask him directly. Is Andrew Wilson red pill?
But
and
that's
I've
not
heard him say many times no.
Red pill is not about association with just women. Red pill is about someone being aware of the truth and accepting the truth, regardless
of what it is.
Prescription.
No, it's not a dating market prescription, sir.
Hey, Deoverse, being red pill is not a dating market prescription. Someone can give you a dating market prescription that has to do or correlate with what red pill can be, but just having a dating market prescription does not make you red pill. That's not red pill.
So you're saying that Christians are red pill?
No, I'm not saying that. There's Christians that can be red pill. There's Christians that can be blue pill. Red pill. The truth. Hold on. The truth is the truth, no matter what happens. When he uses that 3 laws of logic, when he's speaking about logic, the fact and the truth is the fact and the truth, no matter what happens. That's red pill.
That makes no sense.
What
What prescription does Andrew hold of red pill?
Gio. How did what I just not say? Is a fact no matter what?
A lie can be logical.
No,
right?
No.
So you have to bring clarity to what you're saying.
Gio, this is what happened with you and Fatty. This is what happened. No, you're already moving away from what I said.
Because you think you're already like you're assuming you're correct.
No, is the truth? No, if it is the absolute truth, the truth, no matter what.
It depends. A lot of people don't believe in moral objectivity. A lot of people think that everything is subjective. So it depends on who you ask. I agree with you. There are absolutes, and there is a thing as objective reality, as a description describing the world or the marketplace, be it business or dating. The red pill unveils what's conceived as truth with a $sign. The red pill does open the veil for you to understand or gain understanding. But in the construct of a prescription, would someone like Andrew Wilson prescribe, hey guys, you guys should really support the red pill? Here's why.
No.
You can never find me a clip where Andrew Wilson will say, I would prescribe red pill. Andrew doesn't even invite people to church. You have to listen to the people that are on your channel, because there are Christians that do preach and do look down upon you, and there's others that critique how you think and what you say. And that's the problem. You're so upset that you didn't understand his critique was about the context and not about the person. That's why all this is so personal. So again, how is it logical that a Christian would prescribe the red pill?
I explained to you, the truth is the truth. If, for instance, I'm gonna give you an example. If someone said you robbed the store today, and you said you didn't rob the store today, and there's one person who saw that you didn't rob the store today, but 100 people say you robbed the store today, but the fact is that you didn't rob the store. Is all those people saying a lie take away from the fact that what the truth is that you were in the store, that you weren't in the store? Excuse me.
The logic in that is that whether people saw you or not, it doesn't change the fact that you robbed the store.
No matter
if people, if 1,000 people are telling lies, does that change the truth being the truth about the truth? But
that's
no,
so
it would be a consensus.
So hold on again. There's people who weaponize God. There's people who weaponize being American. There's people who weaponize being a righteous man. There's people who weaponize a whole countless of things. The same way Myron does with being a so-called American, by seeming like he's attacking Jews, he's attacking blacks, he's attacking Muslims. So if someone's watching, they can get the perception of being a good American is attacking those individuals. But that doesn't make you American. That doesn't make you godly. That doesn't make you righteous. So what I'm saying is this: just because someone lies doesn't mean the truth isn't the truth. It's still the truth. That's red pill. Red pill. Just because someone is giving relationship advice doesn't make them red pill. There's people, our panders give advice.
You guys prescribe red pill.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Panderers give advice. Simps give advice, right? Men who just cater to what women want to hear, even though they're lying to them to get in bed with them. That doesn't mean they're red pill. But if they say they're saying the truth, they're professing to be red pill. Whoever's trying to tell the truth and become aware the truth is red pill. Whoever refuses to accept it and live in delusion becomes blue pill.
So you're saying that anyone who holds to objective truth and doesn't allow their feelings to get in the way is red pill.
Say it one more time.
Everyone that operates on objective truth, regardless of feelings or how the other person
absolutely
feels.
Geoverse.
Okay.
Absolutely. So hold on, land real quick. Hold on.
That's not red pill. That's moral objectivity.
No, that's red pill.
Objectivity.
That's red pill. But what people do is they'll take red pill and mix it up with their own agenda, their own interests, and they call themselves red pill. If they do call themselves red pill, and somehow it's morphed into the dating market. That doesn't make you, just because you give dating advice doesn't make you red pill.
Okay. If I told you I believe in objective reality, and that's all I told you, you would just call me red pill?
No, I told you, just because you believe in it, I would say you have the intention to be red pill, but just because you believe in something doesn't make it the truth. It would have to be the truth. But if your intention is to try to be truth, hold on, let me finish. If your intention is to tell the truth, live in the truth, be aware of the truth, your intention is to be red pill, you would be deemed red pill. Like when you come across the truth, you accept it. You don't fight it. If the truth makes you uncomfortable, you accept it. You deal with it. You go, hey man, that's the truth. I'm not going to go away from it. I'm not going to tell myself something different just because of my feelings. I'm not going to try to change what I just heard and make it about myself. I'm going to accept the reality and accept the truth, and I'm going to live with the truth. I'm not going to change it to something else.
So what's the blue pill?
Blue pill is when you know what the truth is and you still decide to operate in delusion and refuse to accept it. It's what people would call cognitive dissonance. You see the truth, but your reality, reality is more valuable to you. And changing and accepting the truth would have to change everything about your life. So you still choose to live in the lie and the delusion.
You ever heard the example of your wife asks you, do I look fat in this dress?
Yes.
In that moment, you can both be blue and red pill, but the red pill will have a worse outcome.
So you can lie to her, right? But that doesn't mean, so if you're trying to, so remember this, the new things we're coming across is women do what works for them, right?
Sure.
Most women don't even care about right and wrong. If a man is inside of a household where he doing what works, he knows if he tells his wife the truth, that she will become upset, but he lies to her to make her feel happy. That means he's red pill. He acknowledges the truth that if he tells her the truth, that she's gonna get distraught. But if he lies to her in that instance, that she'll still be happy and she would have a good day. That doesn't make the man blue pill because he lies to the person. Acknowledgement of truth doesn't mean you can't lie.
Say that one. You said acknowledging truth.
Acknowledging the truth doesn't mean you can be red pill and still lie.
Oh yeah, 100%. But
Yes.
my point is that if you met someone, let's say for me, for example, right? I'm going to show you how impeccable I'm trying to be. So I'm an Eastern Orthodox inquirer, right? So I don't belong to a church, right? I'm not a catechumen. A lot of things that Andrew will say or a bishop would say, I can't really say because I don't have that clearance nor that privilege, right? Because we approach church in a very, very strict traditional way. No dancing at that church, no drums, no guitars, no concert, right? So when you say Christians, right? What do you mean when you say Christians? Because Christianity is not a monolith, nor is it practiced the same by no metric. Because Andrew Wilson is a Christian and Myron's a Muslim. So Eastern Orthodox Christian and Muslim have almost nothing in common because they contradict each other. Right? So you use both an example that Myron himself was weaponizing his faith, and you included Andrew with that. What did Andrew Wilson weaponize with him being a Christian or being YT toward your panel?
So when people profess to be a Christian, typically, and I know there's different sets of religion, they typically profess to be righteous and orderly people and respectful people. If I'm a Christian person and I'm operating under the Christian faith, even Islamic faith, most of these religions are supposed to operate in supposed peace and respect of other people. Okay. If I say I'm Christian and I watch someone on a panel in real life violate somebody and I laugh about it and I encourage it and I endorse it, or I sit there in amusement, that doesn't typically reflect the behaviors and characteristics of what a Christian-like person who believes in being righteous and doing the right thing would do, especially if the person is being outrageously disrespectful and racist and ignorant. That's what I'm saying. So if I say I'm Muslim and you say you're religious, let's say you Christian, right? Are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
If we both are watching someone being disrespected and insulted, we should say something about it. We should not be laughing about it. And if we can't say nothing about it because we are in fear of our lives, it's not something that we would promote and be accepting of.
So you're saying anytime you see an argument in real life, you intervene?
No. When I'm saying in the way you view it, if you're on a panel, so I'm talking about a panel discussion. So let me elaborate a little bit more.
Okay.
If we're on a panel and we're running a panel and I say I'm a righteous individual and I'm a person of great character and I'm an orderly person, if I see something happening that's wrong, I should speak out on it on the panel. I just told you in real life, if there's a way you can put yourself in harm's way or risk your life, that's a different situation. But at least you should call the cops. You should address it in a manner. if you're capable of to do something about it. If you can't do something about it, a lot of times I'm not telling somebody to put themselves in harm's way. What I'm saying is that it's not something you should find enjoyment with. That's my main point. It's not something you should find enjoyment with.
Okay. I'll agree with you, and here's why. Any Christian that identifies as a righteous man will not avail anything, because we're all degenerate sinners, and that's why we all try our best to live as Christ-like as possible. Because to be Christian is to emulate Christ. So I agree with you. Many Christians fall short of what we would deem a righteous man or woman, right? But how does that conflate the entire system that we appeal to? Because the system is flawless. It's been the same way for 2,000 years. So if men, right, misrepresent a system, do you blame the system or the individual man?
Say that again.
If men who are part of a system that is unchanging misrepresent that system, do you attack the system or the man?
The men. If the men are, that's the point that I made. The Myron Gaines of the world, individuals who weaponize truth, individuals who weaponize religion, individuals who weaponize individuals against each other are the people who are problematic. Especially what I'm saying is when you call yourself the epitome of the American and the Christian, those people are typically supposed to move in a godly way, in a righteous way.
But Muslim and Christian do not have the same worldview. Like what is good to Christians is almost the opposite to Muslims. They don't share the same belief.
No. It's not sharing the belief. No. You keep moving the goalposts on me. My main point.
Muhammad married a child.
No, hold on.
That's not something that we hold.
And if you want to say that, you see where you're going now, right? And God impregnated a child.
Negative.
He put a baby inside of a young girl, did he not?
Okay.
Granted, let's
that's dogma. Muhammad was an actual old man.
Let's not go to a place where we can start bringing up the fact that a lot of our grandmothers were 15, 14, and 13 years old. Can we do that? Because we'll say that
that's cultural relevancy. But what I'm saying is,
let's not move to go.
Stop comparing Christianity and Islam as the same.
I didn't. You're doing that. That's not.
You're holding Myron to a Christian standard. No, I told you the Christian worldview as an inquirer.
What
you're saying, why didn't Myron?
What you're doing? What you're doing is you're not grasping what I'm telling you, and then you're saying I'm doing something that I'm not doing. We just differentiated between the religions. I said they all have different beliefs, but there's a commonality they have where they believe in respecting people.
No. Myron does not believe that. Myron is unapologetic.
I didn't say no. I said the religion in itself, when it's being practiced, when people are pushing the religion, typically Christians, Muslims, and Jews practice and tell people in practice to respect people.
I told you that we all fall short of the glory of God. So Christians are sinners.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Myron is claiming to be a Christian and he doesn't operate as a Christian.
He's not a Christian. He is a Muslim.
No, you did it again. No, listen to what I'm saying. Even if he's a Muslim, he's saying he's a Muslim. Are you listening?
Okay. I'm listening. I'm trying my best.
Whether he's a Muslim or a Christian, he's not operating in the sense of how the Muslim and Christian are supposed to act as a whole.
If I may, ask in context, in the Quran, are Islamic people of the faith told to lie if they have to?
Yes.
In Christianity, are we told to lie and bear false witness if we have to?
I'm not sure of a verse. I'm not sure.
It's against thou shalt not bear false witness. Okay. So right now, if I bear false witness to my brother in Christ, Andrew Wilson, I'm going to piss off God and I'll be committing an act of sin against his will. So all I'm doing here is not defending Myron Gaines. By no means. I'm separating. I'm bringing the divide to hopefully crucible people like me come on your show, debate you guys more, right? Andrew comes back, and the crucible and Fatty channel is more intact. I don't know what Andrew plans are, but I feel like there's more of a future with a crucible and you guys than there may be with Myron Gaines, right? So it's like I'm trying to get you to understand that.
No. One, you keep moving the goalposts. Two, do you believe
you just said that Myron was a Christian? You're making arguments that you can't justify because you have no
This is
idea what
what,
you're
hey,
talking
this is
about.
what happened with you and Fatty. I'm telling you, this is what happened. How
No, he tried to insinuate that
and you're being
consent
extreme
wasn't important.
because and you're doing what Andrew will do right now. Because if I didn't know, and if I thought that Myron was a Christian and not a Muslim, then you'll say I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know about that. That doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. Is that extreme?
That's what I've been talking about the entire time.
No, hold on. Is that extreme when you say you don't know what you're talking about?
No, you just said that I couldn't understand you. So you just made an insult that I'm dumb.
No, you're trying to be technical. No, I didn't. You said you don't know what you're talking about. Is that a broad statement when you say someone doesn't know?
No, that was an objective statement that I can justify.
About what?
The fact that you find congruency or a parallel virtue system between Myron and Andrew Wilson, where you can't understand why they hold themselves to
Geoverse. In 2026, right? I'm not going to argue with people who are just making up stuff. I did not. I broke it down for you several times, and I don't know if you lack the capacity or refusing to acknowledge what I told you. I acknowledge their different beliefs, but they have commonality in practice when it's to respect people. Christians and Jews and most Christians, Jews, and Muslims practice to respect people and encourage their people to respect people. There's people that may be extremists. There may be people who don't practice it in good faith, but most Christians, Muslims, and Jews tell people to respect people. Why you keep saying I'm conflating it to Myron? I said that Myron, now that you're saying he's Muslim, and I don't know if he's Muslim. I don't think he's Muslim. I think he denounced Islam. How is he Muslim and he's talking about Muslims? It wouldn't make sense what you're saying when he talks crazy about Muslims and blacks, right? But if he's Muslim or Christian, he's not operating in a sense by being disrespectful to not only his own people, other Muslims. He's disrespectful to anybody that doesn't agree with him. So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying he's not practicing in it. I'm not saying that Christians are like Myron. I said he's not acting like the Christian that he says he is or the Muslim that he says he is.
Do you know what righteous judgment is?
I'm not about to do that, Geoverse. Now, we're not about to do this, brother.
Am I not my brother's keeper?
You don't understand what
I'm saying. If you're acting stupid, I'm gonna
my old self would have went crazy on my old self would have went crazy on you, but you just don't. I don't know if you understand.
I don't want your beard to fall off. You can drop me.
Okay.
Have a great day, brother.
You too, my brother, man.
Yes, sir.
Have a great
Christ
day.
is king.
Thanks. Yes. Christ is king. Y'all, my sister Petty Red is live. We're gonna go to Petty Red show. Okay, I'm gonna do the second part. I'm gonna make sure I do that later this week. Let me see how long hold on. Let me see if I can finish it. Let me see if I can finish it, y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I can finish it. It's how long Petty Red been red? Where's she at? No, hey y'all, this is why you should speak to people. This is why you should have conversations. You see how I handle that? I didn't call him stupid. I didn't call him dumb. And I have to give the grace, and maybe he doesn't understand what I'm telling him. I should be able to practice that in good faith. If he can't comprehend what I'm saying, I shouldn't disrespect him. All right.
He said that we shouldn't do that over words. And in this video, like I am showing y'all, he says that about words. Is people in the chat? No, one second. Hey, Andrew, let's strip down the debate thing. I don't know if it's a contradiction. I don't know if it's hypocritical. I know that one second. I know that one statement cancels the other. It can, like you know, not the laws of logic. It can be both, right? One is one, and the other one is a one.
No, if that these violate the law of excluded middle.
So it doesn't. Well, one second. So is the law of contradiction, right? Is the law of identity, and is the what is the last law?
The one I just said, law of excluded middle.
Okay, law of excluded middle. He said it. He said right now.
Yeah, but I need you to listen to what I'm saying.
Let me just play what he said, please. And
I know what he said. I just
because I want people to hear it again. It's not for you.
Go ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead.
You know,
the point I'm trying to make is I get a lot of hate for my positions because I tell the truth no matter what. Now, someone like Abba, who's a I will tell you guys the truth, even if it doesn't fucking benefit me. It does not benefit me to say anything negative about blacks. It does not benefit me to be critical of Islam. It doesn't. And as a matter of fact, I get a lot of hate for it. I got these stupid ass Pakistani dirty niggas in my chat for it. I got these stupid ass Pakistani dirty niggas in my chat for it. I got these stupid ass.
Can you stop playing that over and over?
He's mentioning people in his chat, which is words. Chat is not fist. Chat is not. Chat is words. So isn't he contradicting what he said that violence will be the last result over words?
You know what I like about this?
Listen.
Hey, I'm just here to.
Go ahead, Andrew. Say what you got to say. Let me
explain this so that you understand what a contradiction or hypocrisy is. If I say people should not murder, and then I go out and murder somebody, that's neither a contradiction nor hypocrisy. It's still true that people shouldn't murder. It's still true.
And Andrew is wrong. Hey, why y'all pushing something to make people ignorant and dumb? If I say people shouldn't murder, I'm a person. If you say people shouldn't murder except me, then it's not you're not a hypocrite. If you say people shouldn't murder and murder, you're a person. You're a hypocrite. Y'all are just saying things and nobody challenges y'all. You're wrong. Myron is wrong and you're wrong. Now, if I say people shouldn't murder, but I can, then I've implemented a double standard. Dare anybody to refute it. The hypocrite is if you have a personal belief that you go opposite of, or if you make a public claim that you go opposite of, you're a hypocrite. Now, if I say people shouldn't murder, people should lose weight, people have to lose weight and keep in shape except for Ali, it's not hypocritical to my own beliefs system, but it's hypocritical typically to the public. But when I say that, it then becomes a double standard. So you're double talking. And the reason why Fatty tells me not to address that is that all we have to say is, hey, if you do something that you tell other people not to do, then you flip-flopping ideally. You're telling people to do something that you yourself don't do or practice. You don't practice what you preach if you don't want to make it a hypocrite. So we don't stand there all day, listen to y'all make definitions up in real time. That's definitely a hypocrite. If that's not how hypocrisy works, pull it up. Let's see. What is a hypocrite? This is, I'm telling you, a hypocrite is a person who says they believe in a rule, value, or standard, but then behaves in a way that contradicts it. If someone says nobody should lie, but they regularly lie themselves, that is hypocrisy. Let me see what we're going to put in exactly what Andrew said, because ChatGPT don't lie, right? Wi-Fi don't lie. Let's see what he said, what Myron said.
Nor hypocrisy. And then I go out and murder somebody is. If I say people should not murder, and then I go out and murder somebody, that's neither a contradiction.
People should not murder. People should not murder, but then I go out and murder. Is that hypocrisy? Yes. If you say people should not murder and then you go out and intentionally murder someone, that is a classic, Andrew, classic. That is a classic example of hypocrisy because your actions contradict the standard you said people should follow because you're a person. Statement, people should not murder. Action, you murder someone. Result, your behavior conflicts with your stated belief, which is hypocrisy. By contrast, if you said nobody should murder except me, that would be a double standard because you're applying one rule to others and a different rule to yourself. Many people would still view that as hypocritical. Ali just said that before I even ChatGPT'd it. Because we tired of them doing that. I'm tired of Myron lying about what a hypocrite is. I'm tired. What's Fugazi name again? I don't forgot what Fugazi name is. He does the same thing. That's not a hypocrite. That's a hypocrite. Again, W. That's another W. Cooley. He be doing the same thing. And a lot of them aligning with each other. Shout out to my brother Just Cuz. Salute to the channel. Much love to you, my brother. My brother Zero follow up with a $2 super chat. Red pill is the truth of the world, not philosophy. Hey man, I don't know how many this. It's the same. It don't matter how many times you tell somebody something, they're gonna believe what they want to believe. If they want to believe what they want to believe. Chirac, you got some more smoke?
Oh, for you, Ali. I ain't like how you was up here doing the Victim Olympics, man. I heard you say all that about Carmelo. I thought I gotta ask you a question to see where your mind frame is. Did you have a father growing up?
Who?
Did you have a father growing up? Was your father in your life?
Yes.
We know that Carmelo's father is in his life. I didn't have my father in my life. Now, out of all three of us, who do you think was taught de-escalation skills and how to combat confrontation?
All of us.
That's where you're wrong, because I wasn't. My mom never taught me to walk away. You know what she taught me? If someone hit me.
Hold on. Did you say your father was in your life?
I said he wasn't in my life.
Oh, I thought you said he was in your life too. I'm sorry.
Nah. So
okay.
We didn't talk about the father and teaching Carmelo de-escalation skills or walking away or being a bigger person. Why you didn't address that? It was, oh, he had the right to be there. I'm not buying that.
Okay, hold on. You can't go on a monologue. Hey, no. Chirac, you can't keep going. Hey, Chirac, you can't go on monologues. You made, hey fam, if we're going to debate, make a statement. Let me rebuttal it or agree with you. Okay. Why didn't Austin Metcalf's father teach him to walk away? Huh? I can't hear you over the silence.
Oh, my bad. That's a lag. What'd you say, bro?
Oh, that's a lag. Why didn't Austin Metcalf's father teach him to walk away and not put his hands on people?
Who to say he didn't?
Got your ass.
He put his hands on somebody, Chirac. Chirac. Why try? Hey, Chirac. That's checkmate. Give me another one. You just got checkmated. It would mean, let me finish. It would mean that Carmelo been doing what his father been saying. All Carmelo said it was don't touch me. The boy touched him. He didn't de-escalate and walk away. He touched somebody, which in what you teaching, his father taught him to put his hands on other people. So you checkmated. Give me another one.
Okay. Do you believe that Carmelo was in fear for his life?
In fear of his life?
Yes.
No, I think he was in fear of the boy seriously harming him.
Did they prevent him from leaving?
No, no. We already talked about this. Why didn't? So no. Hey, Chirac. Why is all of y'all? Hey, Chirac, you a black man, yo. You black, right? Let me finish. Why? Hey, Chirac. Why didn't they just leave the black boy alone? It was raining. He got under the tent. He didn't come there to stab nobody. He didn't come there to hurt nobody. Does that not sound weird to you that a black kid went under a tent and all of a sudden they saying he's the aggressor? And while you left, Chirac, the Texas law says the aggressor is the one who becomes physical. While you left, Andrew said the person who touches the person is committing a crime regardless of words. While you left, Chirac, Myron said that you should not engage in violent acts unless someone is doing serious harm to you or you're at risk of your life being taken. Everything you saying, they rebutted themselves.
You gonna let me respond?
You know, respond to what I said, and we're gonna go point for point. Andrew said that someone shouldn't touch anybody, and if they do, it's a crime.
Carmelo could have pressed.
No. Address what I said. Address what I said. When you left, when we kept reviewing the video, Andrew told Fantastic that someone touching somebody, regardless of what words were said, is a crime. While you left, Andrew also said that that's a de-escalation tactic. When he disrespected the dude that was on a different show, he said that's a de-escalation tactic. So if Carmelo did it, it's a de-escalation tactic if he called those kids pussies. But scratch that. I'm asking you, if Andrew said that what Carmelo did was a de-escalation tactic, why is it he looked at as the aggressor and not the person who put the hands on the person?
I think that it wasn't de-escalation. I think it was escalation.
No, but Andrew said it was escalation.
Yeah,
De-escalation.
Fight. You didn't answer my question, Ali. I said, did they prevent?
Ask it again. Ask it. No. Ask it. Look, you keep asking me about Carmelo. No, listen. You keep Chirac. Hey, no. It ain't no. Come on, you didn't even know. I responded. If the boy walked, why did they walk? Why did they walk away from him?
Yes or no, Ali? I said, did they prevent him from leaving? Yes or no?
No, it didn't prevent him from leaving. No.
So if he felt threatened, why didn't he go get some authorities? Answer that.
He did, listen. I'm gonna say it again, right? No. Listen again.
Go get somebody if he felt threatened or he felt like he needed help. Why he didn't get no help? Because he wasn't taught that. He was taught. Let
me answer. Hey, Chirac, let me answer. Chirac, you being disingenuous. Hey, Chirac, can I answer the question? Hey, Chirac, let me answer let me ask you a question. If Ali come up to you and get out my tent, sucker. If I disrespect you, if I say get out my tent, and if I'm standing over you in your face, you gonna go get authorities or you gonna do something about it?
I'm gonna go get the authorities.
That's why you laughing. You lie.
That's the right answer. Do you want it to be confrontational? Oh, that could be avoided. If I felt that you were a threat to me,
bitch, we see you.
Because real eyes realize.
You lying. You from Chicago. You. So again, you from Chicago. If a man walk in Chirac face, the Chirac that I'm talking to right now, and he walk, let me finish. Even the new you. Even the new you.
That's just words. If he punched me in the face, yeah, then we got to get it. But if he pushed me, I can get him locked up for assault. What's wrong with that answer?
So hold on.
Because most black people don't go that route.
So if he push you, you gonna get the cops.
Did you?
No. Don't look over there. If he push you, gonna go get the cops.
Yeah. What you want me to fight him?
Bitch, we see you. Stop lying. We will not have it.
That's your problem, Ali. You want to be too violent. What's wrong with doing the right thing? If someone pushed me, what you want me to knock him out? And if he punched me, yeah, I'm gonna punch him back. But if he
so let me ask you a question. Hey, Chirac, please stop monologuing, fam. That ain't gonna change. Hey, Chirac, when the last time you got in a fight?
Oh, wow.
When? No. When's the last time you got in a fight?
About 6 years ago.
Did you call the cops before that happened?
No, because I wasn't started. I did the punching.
When the last time you was in a confrontation with a man?
Okay, I was just arguing with my neighbor.
Oh, damn. Did you call the cops?
The cops was called, though.
No, did you call?
Got your ass.
Okay, let me answer.
You didn't call the cops.
I'm gonna answer you straight. I didn't call the cops because it wasn't anything physical. But like I said, you said if someone pushes me, bro, an argument, verbal and physical are two different things. I just cleared
That's
up.
That's the first one I asked you. You said if instead of walking, you said why he didn't walk away. You said if that happens, call the cops. If you're in a situation like that, you would call the cops.
Carmelo, he could have went and got the authority, some type of teacher, some type of authority figure.
Right? No. So you should get authorities too, right?
Yeah.
Right. So look what you said. Now you moved it to if he pushes you, you would call the cops.
That's what I would do. That's what me personally would do it. If someone pushes me, I will call the cops.
No, you just said instead of him if he felt threatened, this is what you said. If he felt threatened, he should have called the cops.
Right.
So when you and that man was arguing.
No, again, do you disagree with that? If you feel threatened, you should call the cops. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree with that. You have the right. You have the right to stand your ground. You have the right to stand your ground. If somebody's in your face, let me finish. Can I land? If somebody's in your face, you have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to stand your ground. You shouldn't go to the cops every time you get in a confrontation with somebody. Otherwise, you're gonna have to go to help for somebody every time in your life. And I know you didn't run to people every time for help, most people probably you couldn't get help from. If there was a situation you had to address, you addressed it. You lying on the panel.
It's times when you can get help, and it's times when you don't got to get
You
help.
never did. Okay, how many times have you called the cops when you in an altercation?
I don't be in altercation no more, so I don't have to. But if I do, I'm calling the cops.
Got your ass.
That's why we got to teach our young black brothers, man.
You don't call.
Every
Right.
altercation doesn't have to turn physical. We got to learn to be the bigger man sometimes, walk away. It's okay to protect yourself. But we got to stop doing
Hey, Chirac. It's crazy. You can't do that while I'm talking to you. You can't do it while I'm talking to you. You can ask it after me. It's crazy that you're more supportive of the kid walking away instead of addressing the fact that that kid, when he pushed him, assaulted him. You don't address that. Once that kid pushed him, let me finish. Once that kid put his hands on him, he assaulted him. That's a crime. And instead of focus on the fact that kid put hands on him, you more worried about Carmelo walking away from a situation. That's what's crazy.
Nah, you lying, bro. I said, bro, once the Austin kid put his hands on him, bro, that's assault, bro. Carmelo could have pressed charges, but he didn't want to go that route, just like most young black men don't go that route of pressing charges. They want to fight. Someone touches me, we got to squabble. That's the route most young black men go. They don't go the route of being a bigger man and going to tell somebody. And you know this, Ali. You know most black men, they don't know how to handle confrontation.
Or you trying to make no, you just Shari, you just stop monologuing, fam. You keep monologuing like it's your show. White men don't have to go call no cops and go get somebody else when they're in a confrontation. They stand their damn ground. This their damn country. This their God-given right. They'll tell you if they're in a confrontation with somebody, they ain't gotta go call the cops. They'll do what they need to do, and then they'll call the cops afterwards. Why you keep trying to do a double standard with black people, but you don't say the same things to white people? Why you not coaching white people like that? Let me guess. They do what they're supposed to do, right?
White people are the fastest one to call the cops on you. They don't even want to get physical with you. Come on, man. Stop being disingenuous, Ali. You know white people are the most scariest people on the planet. They will call the police on your ass if you get into it.
White woman or white man in a conference is most of the time a white man going to call the cop if he's in a confrontation with someone or a white woman.
With a white woman.
Who's typically calling? The white woman is known as Karen's because she's calling the cops on people. White man, if you get in a confrontation with a white man, he's not calling the cops most of the time.
Yes, the fuck he will, because most of the time when a black man get into it with a white man, the black man becomes aggressive and wants to beat his ass. So of course you gonna call the police because white people.
He'll call the police. Oh no, he'll call the police after the black man put his hands on him, right?
And before.
No, you're not calling it. No, you're not. No, you're not. A lot of times they'll talk crazy because they think they can, and then a black man put his hands on him, and then they'll call the cops. But initially, he'll talk crazy to him.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but
I know you. Now you agree. So Chirac, why he ain't walk away? If that white man's so threatened and scared, why he ain't walk away?
Got your ass.
You painting the scenario wrong, brother.
You painting it wrong. You see it wrong because the way you got people to let you see the world. That white man don't walk away though.
No, bro. I got my own eyes, my own brain. I'm soaking in my anecdotal experience and putting it with some of people say, and it's kind of lining up. Like when people say black people are the most racist, I can see that. Especially
Give me an example. Give me an example how are black people the most racist? What is a racist?
But not okay. I want to say like more derogatory with the slur. Like me growing up, like I told you, I've never been called the N-bomb by no white person. But I can't.
No. How? And then tell us how black people. No. You move the goalpost again. You talking about somebody else. How are black people more white racist than white people?
With the rhetoric, just the hatefulness. Like,
You just said that the white man calls the cops and a white woman calls the cops on black men. But then you just told us that black men are more racist than white people. If white people are calling the cops on black people, regardless of what's happening, how is the black man more racist than a white person again?
That's not how I'm measuring it. I'm measuring it as
No. How? Okay, so tell me.
I'm not measuring it like that. I'm measuring it as like the interactions. Like it's where I'm from. Black people call white people crackers. We prey on them. We victimize them. It's like a reverse racism. We prey on them, and they don't do shit to us. And what you shaking your head like you don't know? Like, and where I'm from, black people go to the white neighborhoods. They rob them. They carjack them. They steal from them. They assault them. It ain't the other way around. Ain't no white people coming in black neighborhoods carjacking them, robbing them, any of that. And you can't dispute that. And because the number one killer of black man ain't no white man. So all that victim Olympics that you're doing, man, won't
How are black men more racist than white people?
I just told you, bro. I just gave you my anecdotal experience. I could call a cracker a cracker to his face, but ain't no cracker gonna call me an ant to my face. You don't see that as racism or some type of hatred or some type of double standard? What do you call that? If I could call I could get into it with a white person and we arguing, I could call him a cracker. But he can't call me the end. What do you call that, Ali? If that's not racism, tell me what it is.
You about to do what Geoverse did to my head, Chirac. You're telling me that there's more black people that's calling white people crackers to their face than a white man is calling a black man nigga?
Hell yeah. White people are scared of black people, man. You act so I hate when y'all act so disingenuous. You might not be from the hood, Ali. You might grow up in suburbs or something. I don't know. You might not be in close proximity of violent black people, man. You might live in the suburbs amongst white people. That's where I live. I live amongst white people, man. It's dangerous we live among all black. You can't even tell me what's the number one killer of the black man, and it ain't no white man. And you're going to say, oh, it's proportionality and all that, man. That shouldn't matter. Where I'm from, man, a black man will kill you quick, man. White man won't do nothing to you. White man ain't holding me back. White person ain't holding nobody I know back. So nobody I know experienced racism. I don't think you know anyone that experienced racism personally. I don't think you have this experience.
No, I'm still waiting for you. I'm still waiting for you to give me something outside of the fact that you say black people call white people crackers, so they more of a racist than the white man.
And the violence. Black people commit the violence towards white people. White people not committing violence towards white people, black people.
You're saying black people, hold on. You're saying black people are more violent than white people too?
And as far as committing crimes, robberies, carjacking,
so this is how I know. This is how I, earlier when you did the you said 60% of black people commit crime. Remember when you said that and it's less than 1%? White people commit most of the crimes, except for I told you was homicide and robbery. They have the highest crime rate. Excuse me. Let me finish. You can't say so what. Hey, Chirac, please don't come. Hey, don't. Can you control yourself? Can you control yourself? Or you acting just like they say you act?
I'm just a little passionate about
Now don't do that. You say you a different black man. You acting like the black man you say you against. Same thing Myron did. Myron against the ignorant black man. You doing the same thing that black man does. You can't say nah. And you try to get me to believe that if we get in a confrontation, you gonna call the cops by the way you acting. Again, white people in raw numbers lead in more crimes than black people do. Black and more violent crimes as well too. The only crime that black people lead in is homicide and robbery. White people lead in all the rest of the crimes. You keep pushing the narrative that white people keep telling you to push, and you doing that black hat hate thing where you talk about yourself because white people ignorant white. And by the way, anybody who watching this white, I'm talking about ignorant whites. I'm not talking about most whites. I'm not talking about good people that's whites. I'm talking about blatantly racist, ignorant whites, and a brother who's been convinced to be just as ignorant towards himself as white people. He keeps saying things that's not true against black people that he believes in, but he claims that he loves black people, but he hasn't done enough research to see that all that stuff is not true. Are most black fathers involved with their kids?
Most. That's kind of hard for me to answer because where I'm from, I don't really see it. It's not. It's a shortage of.
Shut the fuck. Shut. Did I say no? Oh shit! Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else. Say something else, nigga.
Hey, Chirac, you need to go do some research, brother. You say you love your people. You know what? Loving somebody is to understand them. When you truly love somebody, you understand. You seek to understand them. You don't even understand your own people. All you doing is talk about the negative in your community and amongst your people. You're not doing the research of what your people are actually doing. You're perpetuating what a population of a demographic of ignorant whites are saying, and a demographic of what ignorant blacks are saying. You don't even know your own people.
So Ali, you think I hate my people because I call out the bad?
You said you loved your people, and you're. Let me finish. What's good about them? What's good about black people?
I like my people that do what I do.
No. I didn't say your. What is good about black people?
What is good about black people? That we hard working, educated. What do you want me to say? Like, look, what? Don't try to run with that. I don't like my people shit. I don't like.
Damn. You wouldn't be
separate myself from the niggas to the righteous black people. That's all. Don't come with that trying to build a narrative shit, man.
No, you building your own. You making your own case. You said 60% of black people commit crimes. You said that.
Okay, and I was wrong. I can see that I was wrong, but I'm just using my anecdotal from what's around me, and it's just like, man, you ain't grew up in the hood, so you ain't seen what I seen. That's crazy, bro.
So all black people hood.
I think there's more people that want to be hood than want to be righteous. Now, what you think?
Man, yo, Chirac, fam, you gotta hey, fam. You look like you got a nice job. You look like you work for Amazon, fam. And you know what? I think you genuinely intentional brother, right? And because of your upbringing and your anecdotal, you may be looking at black people a certain way because of the black people that maybe was around you. But fam, are the black people that's around you right now, like you said, your people, are they doing wrong to you right now? No, you talking about a minority of people in one specific group. Most black people, even in the hood, ain't doing bad to each other. Most black people in the hood ain't killing each other. Most black people in the hood ain't robbing each other. It's a small number of people.
If I'm wrong, what percent you think it is, man? If I'm wrong,
I just told you it's less than 1% of the population committing the crimes, man. Of our population.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying, man. You talking about all the petty crimes? I'm talking about the real. Okay, white people leave in the petty crimes. I'm talking about the.
No. Hey, Chirac. Hey, Chirac. You know, Chirac. You know what I'm gonna do different, fam? What other people wouldn't do, and I'm telling you, Myron would have chopped your head off. Take the time today and go look up crimes and see how many people are committing those. Black people are committing those crimes annually, and then look at the number of black people that live in this country, and then compare those numbers, and then you'll say, "Damn, man, the things people are saying is to make me view black people in a certain light." When most black people, I told you, are law-abiding citizens.
No, it's not black people in a whole. Stop putting that whole blanket on all black people. I know who I'm criticizing. I'm not criticizing black people in a whole. The ones that do righteous, I love those. Those are my people, bro. That's the part.
No. You're not. Hey, Chirac, you're not listening to me, fam. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Most white people, black people, all races of people in this country are law-abiding citizens. The news, the people who want to perpetuate this agenda and narrative is to make us focus on each other, so we divide it. So white goes against black, Muslim goes against Jews and Christians. They want us to go against each other. The majority of people who causing us most of the problems are the people at the top. It's not people that the average human being or the people at the bottom. It's the people at the top that's putting us against each other and taking advantage of each other and making the cost of living hard for most individuals. Most human beings of different races are law-abiding citizens. They're not bad people. And when you look at, like you said, you didn't want me to talk about, but it's the truth. Most people that kill each other is in their own race. It is the relativity and proximity. They kill based on who they know and who they're around. That's the truth. But most people are following the law, whether they white, Hispanic, Jew, black. It's what the news does to divide people.
Okay, I can concede that, but maybe I think this way because of the anecdotal experience. experience that I'll come in contact with. That's all I see is my kind being violent towards one another, shooting, killing, selling drugs, rapping, want to be basketball. That puts us in a box. And there's so much more for us as black people than that.
Who accounts for the majority of the shootings when it comes to extremists in this country?
You say white people.
The right-wing extremists have been doing most of those shootings that they be talking about. Who attempted to kill Donald Trump?
A white boy.
Who killed Charlie Kirk?
A white boy.
So what we talking about?
That ain't happening in mass.
Why you not addressing the white on white crime?
Because I don't care if they kill each other. I care if my people kill each other.
No. Listen again. No, you don't, because most of them don't. If you really cared about it, you acknowledge that most of them don't. Most people are not killing each other. Why you not doing? White people don't do this. Mexicans don't do this. Hispanic people ain't doing what you're doing. They taught us to do it. They'll get one of us to talk down on each other so they can look good. They love you talking like you talk. Why they don't? Because you know why? Because it's not a black thing. It's because they're around. Let me finish. If a white man kill a white man right now, they're not going to say it's white on white crime. They do it with black people so they can make black people look bad.
Now, if I was talking down on the righteous brother that was getting up, going to work, take care of his family, being a righteous man, paying his taxes, then yeah, but I'm talking about the gangbangers, stupid, ignorant black person that just mean us, that just hurts our image as a whole. Now, what you saying? I can't criticize or talk down on those guys?
No, that's not, fam.
I'm asking you. That's what I'm doing. I'm talking down on those guys. Are you saying I can't do that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't talk down on the negativity, but you don't even know when you gave me the stats and talking about black people, all your stats was wrong. You're saying the stuff that in the narrative of what the people are creating to speak about us. You didn't know no information. I asked you the information and you act like you knew it. You didn't know the answer. And then you got people co-signing for you, a couple people in the chat. All they want to do is talk down on black people as well too. And then they'll say you racist because I'm telling you to love your people and stop talking down on your people while simultaneously being able to address the people that do bad in the communities. But that's your whole narrative. Black people, let me finish. Let me finish. Who's more? Let me finish. Black people will let Indians in their barbecue. Black people will let Mexicans in their barbecue. Black people will let white people in their barbecue. Black people will let everybody in their barbecue. Most of the other races you talking about, they're not gonna let you in there and they actually know you. Like they gotta really know you. But for the most part, we'll let anybody rock with us as long as we know they're not trying to disrespect us or degrade us. They're part of us. We're too nice. Somebody kill us. Let me finish. When somebody kills us, we forgive it. Most of the time, when we kill somebody, if you say black on white crime, then white people ain't about to forgive us for a black man killing a white person. They ain't as forgiving as we are. We're forgiven even when the people did the mass shootings in the church. All the black people was already forgiving them. We some of the most loving, forgiving people. And you talking about we the most racist people? You out your mind.
Okay, then maybe I used the wrong word. What word?
How you use? No. You need to go take some time to reflect. Go burn some sage. Go play some nice music, some peaceful music, and go listen to it and research.
I'm always down for learning new things, man.
I don't think you're a bad dude, man. I think you just listening to. I think you just got some things in your mind that you need to get out. That's all I think.
I told you, man. I just don't like the negativity that comes from my community, and I just want to call that out to fix that. Like I said,
you just said they were more racist than white people, man. That's crazy.
Scratch that. Maybe I was using the wrong word, but what I was is more so like the slurs. Like I said, black people could call white people crackers to their face, be aggressive, call them fuck you, white, all that shit. But try that shit in reverse and see what happens. And you know that, Ali.
Try to reverse and see what happens.
If a white man was calling every altercation, a white man was calling the black man a nigger.
Hey,
fuck you niggas, like how black people say fuck you cracker.
That's what you see all the time.
Yes, bro. Yes, I've seen that.
Why them black? Ain't watch out. Well, I'm about to get you real quick. It's To with the $5 super chat. When was the last time you heard a 17-year-old boy pressing charges for a fight, white or black?
Why wouldn't they? See, that's the problem.
That's not what he asked you. That's not what he asked you. When's the last time?
When was the last time? It don't matter when the last time.
Can you answer the question? Can you? No, don't do that. Can you answer the question?
I haven't seen it perfect. But what I'm saying is that's the
Hey, good. Hey, T.O., good question.
She got your ass.
And then it's T.O. Hold on, let me finish. It's T.O. with the $5 super chat. Y'all saying call the cops. How many times did y'all call the cops before a fight at 17 years old? White boys don't even call the cops before a fight. And he trying to hold us to a standard that they don't even hold them people to. My brother, the real DJ Ghost, this dude is a goofy. He not too bad.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
And then my brother, the real DJ Ghost with the $5 super chat. This dude sounds too stupid and slow. Why are you trying to change his mind? I'm not trying to change his mind. And I don't think he's stupid and slow. Defender of a goofy cuck Andrew and a racist grifter Myron. You support Myron?
We did.
Damn. After he called us niggas and monkeys?
Yeah.
So we niggas and monkeys. What?
I said no.
Then why do you support him? If we not niggas and monkeys, why do you support him calling us niggas and monkeys?
I didn't say I support him calling y'all anything.
Yes, you did. Don't make me rewind the clip right on live. Hey, Chirac, I just asked you, do you think we niggas and monkeys? You said no, but you said you support him calling us niggas and monkeys.
No, you said do I support him?
Opposite way. Hold on. I said, are we niggas and monkeys? You said yes, but then I said, do you support him calling us niggas and monkeys? You said no. That's a contradiction.
No.
You didn't say that?
No, I don't support him calling y'all the monkeys. And I don't think y'all do them.
You didn't say that.
I did say that, but I don't support him calling y'all that.
Then you just said you said we niggas and monkeys, but you don't support him calling us niggas and monkeys.
I didn't say y'all was niggas.
You didn't say that? Hold on. I might be stupid. Hold on. Hold on real quick.
I ain't say that, bro. I said I support his content, though. Like I said, bro, he makes educational content, bro. I learned things from watching Myron. The relationships and talking about the bras all day, that's cool, but y'all ain't talking. I watch Myron because he talk about foreign affairs, financial literacy, laws, how the government works. Now, if you said I support Myron, yeah, I support his content, but I don't support him like just blatantly disrespecting people. Though. Like, I don't think that's cool.
Shoot, I'm muted. My bad, y'all. We've been talking about RNCGSU with the $5 super chat. Ali, can an elementary age kid stab or shoot another kid that pushes him if he's afraid of being assaulted and pushes an assault, right? We're not advocating for people to kill each other. We're talking about how the law is misused or weaponized or taken advantage of by some races of people, and other races of people can't use the law in the same capacity. That's what we're talking about. No audio now? Am I good? Can y'all hear me now? My bad. Dang, I've been muted that long. Shout out to can y'all hear me now, man? Can y'all hear me now? Okay. Shout out to Zero Fallout with a $2 super chat. Man, pull up. Pull up. Please pull up. Ain't nobody pulled up except for Chirac. It's crazy. Zero Fallout with a $2 super chat. Red pill is the truth of the world, not philosophy. My brother T.O. with the $5 super chat. When was the last time you heard of a 17-year-old boy pressing charges for a fight? White or black? We got him with that one, right? The real ghost. This dude is goofy. The real ghost, again, with the $5 super chat. This dude sounds too stupid and slow. Why are you trying to change his mind, Ali? Defender of a goofy cuck, Andrew, and a racist grifter, Myron. Tone with the $2 super chat. Are white people the standard of how black people should behave? And then my brother RNCGSGSU with the $5 super chat. Ali, can an elementary age kid stab or shoot another kid that pushes him if he's afraid of being assaulted? Push is an assault, right? You realize that what we're saying is the way other races of people are using stand your ground, and what happens with them when they engage in confrontation with black people versus what black people can do when a white man engages in a confrontation with him. We're not saying that what Carmelo did was right. What we're saying is that if George Zimmerman can stand his ground, if we're basing the encounter off of who was the aggressor and using physical violence, Carmelo didn't touch anybody. He went under a tent where people didn't want him to be, which it was not unlawful. Y'all keep saying he should have walked away, but y'all not saying those kids should have walked away. Those kids should have got an adult. Those kids should have got a teacher. Those kids should have got a coach. Those kids should have got administrative person. Y'all keep saying everything what a Carmelo done to de-escalate the situation, but not what the kid could have done. But then Andrew sat here and told us that talking about people is de-escalation, saying that he got a gun on him in Florida, and you shouldn't talk to a man like this in Florida. Should you that got a gun? Should you was de-escalation? And then he said putting your hands on somebody just because of words is a crime too. We're not exercising or practicing what we preach. We're not actually being justice. And again, y'all can say Ali playing the black card, but I'm playing the American card. Y'all not being as American as y'all say y'all are. What now, 23? Been a member for 13 months. You've been muted for a minute, bro. For real? Damn. The real ghost with the $2 super chat. Ali dude was in Fatty's show last night. Oh, he was too? Yo, I'm gonna send us. I didn't mean to go this late, boy. Especially when I wanted to send everybody to my sister Red Lipstick Vibes. All right, I'm gonna send everybody Red Lipstick Vibes. The main part I didn't even get to on the next show, or I may have to. Man, let me see. I gotta keep going, y'all. I gotta finish this. What should Carmelo have done? With the $2 super chat, what he should have done. Hold on, y'all. This I'm gonna have to do because Realistic Vibes is going. I didn't mean to go this late, but it was a smoke show. But I want to finish it, but I'll finish it. I reviewed most of the part that I wanted to review. Customization. Well, I'll send her afterwards because we're almost there. I love y'all. But let me finish this, y'all. I gotta finish this part. Red. Oh no, Petty Red. Where my sister Petty Red at? There she go. There she go. All right. We're gonna go to her show right after this. All right. Tony, that's what I should do, right? Should I? Do we need to? Should we see the rest of the? I wanted to end with the car because he almost done. Let me let him disrespect everybody, and then I send everybody. Again, what should Carmelo do? I don't know the whole accounts of what Carmelo did that day, right? I can't see him being the aggressor. And if he would, I would have told him not to be aggressive with the kids and would have asked the kids permission. Hey, man, I know y'all don't want me under this tent, but can I stay here? Nobody's saying that's what the account was, but I don't know what the responses of those kids were that day as well, too. I don't think they were so nice to him. And I think they're like, man, hey, get out of this tent. We don't want you under here. You need to move. And he responded disrespectfully. And it went up from there and it became a passion crime. He became emotional. So what I would have told him to do, I would have to know the full context of what happened that day. I don't know what happened that day. The way the evidence is showing doesn't seem like that's what exactly happened. I don't see somebody getting under a tent and just starting to name call people. I believe that kid went under the tent to get cover and he felt threatened and then it went up from there. He told people to leave him alone, don't touch him, probably was name calling after he felt threatened. And then somebody shoved him and then he responded in the act without thinking too much. And I think he went into his bag and got the knife. And I don't think he meant to kill Austin, but he ended up killing him. All right. Let me see. What y'all think? Let me see. Yeah, let me do that. I'll do a video of the end part. Let me see how much left is right here. Let me see something. Oh, y'all, it's only, it's done. It's almost done. Okay, it's about like 5 minutes left. We'll finish this.
Nor hypocrisy. It's still true that people shouldn't murder. It's still true that they shouldn't do this thing.
Yes.
It's not hypocritical either because I'm still consistent within the belief structure that they shouldn't do that even if I did. So even if Myron says violence should be the last resort, which he said, and he uses it as a first resort, there's no fucking inconsistency there to even attack him over anyway. Why the guy would even need to defend himself from such a low-tier claim is insane to me.
And Andrew, and this is why I'm not taking this to the debate university and to the verbal combat. I'm taking this to public perception and to common sense. Myron might not be, one second, let me finish. Myron might not be a hypocrite based on the definition. Myron might not be contradicting
not even
himself.
by the definition.
Basic on, no, but it's fine.
No, but wrong by the definition.
No, fantastic, but it's fine because I don't want to get on the game of semantics.
Another point.
Let me finish, please. It's because y'all are going to be.
Wait, let me the whole time. Like
no, let me. Sir, respectfully. Let me finish.
You've been yapping the whole time.
First disrespectful remark by Myron Gaines. Okay, saying he been yapping the whole time. It's our show. You yap all the time. You monologue all the time. You talk all the time on your shows. That's your show. You wouldn't take nobody telling you talking too much. He's making a point. He's not just talking to be talking. So that's your first error.
Dude.
I know. Let me finish and then you got it. You are a talker too. I don't care about the hypocritical. I don't care about the contradiction, but it's common sense that Myron is doing the rules for D, but not for me. He's pushing a higher standard to a 17-year-old and to everybody that is fighting over words, especially the N-word. And when people chuck the builder and when people are instigating other people, but then he comes on the stream and he says, if you say this one more time to me, I will do this to you. I don't care about the semantics. I don't care about the debate, bro. I care about the fact that Myron owes other people to a standard that he himself doesn't oblige.
Except
like he showed here.
He doesn't, and that's the claim that's in question.
There's
no standard he's holding other people to other than the standard he himself still believes, even if he violated the standard. Do you fucking understand that?
No, you're lying again. He said you shouldn't be violent. You should not resort to violence unless it's in risk of physical harm or risk of death. That's a standard that he set. So he's being a hypocrite if he's telling people if they get in his face that he'd be physical with them and he'd knock them out. You're wrong, Andrew.
Ask him the question.
He's too fucking stupid.
Now here come the insults. Now he's calling us retarded and stupid because Fatty played the video and he demonstrated that he was a hypocrite. He became a hypocrite. And then Andrew tried to bail him out of it, but no, he's a hypocrite, Andrew, and you were wrong again. Numerous times you've been wrong on the show.
Low IQ, bro. Like, yo, dude, Did I stab somebody in the fucking chest? Did I punch anybody? I didn't do it. Okay. So to say one thing.
1 second. Let him finish.
No, hold on. Y'all. Let him finish, y'all.
Let him finish. He's fine. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why this guy's jumping in here. This conversation doesn't concern him. Again, like I said before,
I don't like you.
I don't give a fuck what you like. Shut the
Hey,
fuck
friends.
up.
Hey, it's the last time I'm saying.
So Taz may have not should have interrupted, but you interrupted already. You told the host why you yapping. You've been talking the whole time. So you gave permission to somebody to do that. He shouldn't have talked over you, but you did it too. So if you want somebody to hold a certain standard, if you don't want to look like a hypocrite or somebody that doesn't practice what they preach, as we stated before, then you should have kept your mouth closed and waited till the host finished as well too. If he just say he didn't like you, you calling us retarded and telling him we low IQ, why can't he tell you he don't like you? Based on how you're acting, I don't think he should have done that, and Taz shouldn't have done that. But he was. Andrew told us on Fatty's show that you were trolling us and doing to us what we supposedly did to him. So if you were right in doing to us what he said you thought you did to us, then why was Taz wrong if he's doing to you what you doing to us? According to y'all, I still don't think he should have did it. And I still think that we should conduct ourselves a certain way on the panels, but he did to you what you were doing to us.
And let the person that is talking finish out. We are going to.
You still wearing 2026? Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Myron, you are on YouTube, Myron. Come on, man. Myron, you are on YouTube.
This dude's talking crazy to me, man.
No, Myron. You see, you are on Myron.
Who's this guy?
No, Myron. Respectfully, you know that you are on YouTube. There's 13,000 people. No, Myron, there's 13 people literally streaming on YouTube. 13,000, and you are saying.
I'm on YouTube as well,
Marvin. But come on, man. You know
and
the
we
TOS.
gotta
Don't
make
do
sure.
that shit.
I gotta make sure y'all see that part so that they always see.
Understand that.
Ask him the question.
He's too fucking stupid to understand it. Like, here's the thing, Andrew. These people are low IQ, bro. Like, yo, dude. Did I stab somebody in the fucking chest? Did I punch anybody? I didn't do it. Okay. So to say one thing.
1 second. Let him finish.
Oh, I take that back. Taz was right. Nope, I take that back. Taz was right. He called us. I thought he said something else. He called us retarded and he said these people have low IQ. And Taz says you got low IQ. So I take that back. Taz was right. If anybody wanted to interject at that point and call him retarded and say he got low IQ, they were absolutely right because he said that as well too. So again, Taz responded because he said we had low IQ and we were retarded. No, hold on, y'all. Let him finish,
Let him finish. He's fine. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why this guy's jumping in here. This conversation doesn't concern him. Again, like I said before, I don't give a fuck what you like. Shut the
hey,
fuck
friends,
up.
Hey, it's the last time I'm saying let the person that is talking finish out. We are going to.
You still wearing 2026? Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Myron, you are on YouTube, Myron. Come on, man. Myron, you are on YouTube.
This dude's talking crazy to me, man.
No, Myron. You see, you are on Myron.
Who's this guy?
No, Myron. Respectfully, you know that you are on YouTube. There's 13,000 people. No, Myron, there's 13 people literally streaming on YouTube, 13,000, and you are saying
I'm on YouTube as well.
Marvin, but come on, man. You know the TOS. Don't do that shit, man.
Okay, well, he started with me, so it is what it is.
Oh man.
Anyway,
go ahead, make a statement, please.
I'm not going to argue.
And he's a liar. They take it. They're taking L's left and right. He didn't start with you. You called us retarded and low IQ, and he responded to you by saying you got low IQ. We didn't start that. You did. So y'all lying, and you're taking L's repeatedly. Where was the W?
The thing is this: I'm not the one shooting people. I'm not the one stabbing anybody. I said something, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually doing it. So again, you're sitting here saying like, "Oh, look, you're being a hypocrite." Blah blah. Am I running around attacking people? No. Am I stabbing people in the chest? No. Am I shooting people? No.
That's not the point. You moved the goalpost. Fatty's saying in one point you said you shouldn't use physical violence except if it's necessary. And then in the same thing, in the same way, you said if somebody steps in your face, you can knock them out. Don't move the goalpost. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's saying we're not talking about somebody who did the stabbing, who did the violent act. You said if someone steps in your face, you have the right to knock them out. And you contradicted another statement where you said that you should not engage in physical violence unless absolutely necessary, where there's risk of serious bodily harm or risk of death. You said that.
So it's not the same whatsoever. And then again, I love how you're removing all the context from what I was discussing, where I was telling you I'm getting all these fucking death threats all the time. That's what I was also obviously including in what I'm saying. That factors into what I'm saying when I'm saying like, oh, if somebody comes up to me, calls me a murtad to my face, because I'm getting death threats from these guys all over the place. And anyone that criticizes Islam or any type of Muslims in New York City, they'll tell you, oh, they come up to you all the time. Andrew's gotten hundreds of death threats from these guys. So when I was saying, come up to my face and say that, okay, that's within the context of me getting hundreds, if not thousands, of death threats from these people. But am I going to run around and knock somebody out just for simply calling me a murtad and nothing else? No, bro, I'm going to walk away. I'm not the one doing all the fucking violence bullshit. I don't believe in it. Unless you have to defend yourself, like I said before, from some type of imminent injury or danger or loss of life or whatever. That's what it is. I carry a gun all the time. I'm not getting in shootouts. No, because I understand use of force and using it appropriately and not just attacking people because they piss you off with your feelings.
Sure. And thank you very much for calming yourself down and not calling us names.
So it means Austin Metcalf, according to y'all, and Andrew should have kept his hands to himself. He should have got out of his feelings. He shouldn't have allowed Carmelo Anthony to escalate him. He shouldn't listen to none of these words. He was just in his emotions, and you don't believe in violence unless absolutely necessary. So why don't you hold Austin Metcalf to that same standard? He should have kept his hands to himself. Words shouldn't have mattered, and you being in your emotions shouldn't have mattered. You shouldn't have reacted physically.
Right?
No,
Let me
well,
ask you.
your buddy Goat is the one that started the issues here. He's
No.
Hey, one second. Because you what? Hey, Tess, 1 second. You called us low IQ. You called us raw word. Like you being because you're bringing up that's a low IQ thing to bring up that clip as if look, you're a hypocrite. Am I running around
you just
punching
said he
people in the
started it
face?
though.
No, you said he started.
No,
You changed it.
You're changing it, Myron. You said he started it.
No, bro,
You said
no.
he started it.
No. The other dude, Goat, said some dumb
He
shit.
didn't start.
No, but you started it. It didn't start it.
No. This dude Goat said something about I don't like you or whatever. I was like, I'm not talking to you, so who cares?
After
what
you
like?
say what you said.
Okay.
After you say what you said. Yes.
What did I say? That this is a low IQ comment?
Low IQ.
Yeah. No, you said we had low IQ and we were retarded. That's what you said. The people on this panel got low IQ and were retarded. But maybe if you would have been careful with your words, maybe if you were respectful, maybe if you conducted yourself in the manner that you say black people should conduct themselves or people in general should to have a respectful conversation, that would have never happened. And especially if you practice what you preach.
If you guys want to go back and forth, what we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want. If you guys want to go back and forth, what we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want.
Our words, yes.
Yes, because you don't understand, okay? Because you're over here. Andrew Tyson is trying to explain it to you a million times. You just don't understand it. You got this clip. You got this clip, and you're like, look, I got this guy. And it's like, bro, what is that supposed to prove? What is that supposed to prove? Am I running around punching people for calling me a murtad? I'm not.
Real slow, please. Just Pat, I swear I'm not. Andrew keeps telling us Andrew keeps telling us to prove things. He made an assertion about you. You get to make an assertion and nobody has to prove anything. You both don't have to prove it. So you called us low IQ just because you came up here and didn't like what we said. It was nothing about you having to prove it or us having to prove it. You just went straight to Myron. You just came on our panel. Myron, you came on our panel for the first time and calling people low IQ. Can you prove that the people on this panel are low IQ? Did you prove it? Excuse me. No, excuse me. Did you? No. That's wrong what I said. See, I'm fixing what I said. Did you prove it before you said they're low IQ? Did you prove it? And then did Andrew ask you to prove it? The point is this. Every time y'all get into a disagreement with somebody, not you mostly, Andrew will do that. Prove it. But he doesn't have to prove it, and you don't have to prove it. That's the point that Fatty's trying to make as well, too. Y'all just making assertions and making statements that you don't have to prove, but you want the person that's speaking to you to prove it.
And I was listening to the conversation before with the whole Carmelo Anthony thing, right?
Sure.
So when I'm saying, because obviously, I was listening to what Andrew was saying, and he was trying to explain concepts to you guys. And then with this guy Fatty brings up that clip, and I was like, oh man, these people are hard to. They just don't understand shit. So when I'm saying low IQ, I mean as in your legal analysis is low IQ. It's retarded. Your name should be Dr. Retard. And then for the guy Fatty, who I can't understand anything this motherfucker's saying because he's a foreigner. The reality is you guys just don't understand certain concepts. Someone's got to come in and tell you.
His mom, he a foreigner, or at least first generation foreigner. I don't know if he's actually the foreigner. I know he a descendant of foreigners. His mother and father are Sudanese, and he's disrespecting a person because they're a foreigner. And I'm sure his mother and father probably got an accent, and he had family members that got an accent and are foreigners as well too. The man disrespects foreigners, The man disrespects black people and he disrespects Muslims. Either he has the worst case of self-hate or he's a damn what you call them things? A damn what do y'all call it, man? Not a plug. What's the word I'm looking for? A plant. He worked for the FBI, CIA, or something. He either a plant or he has the worst case of self-hate, man. He hates Muslims, he hates blacks, and he talks about the Sudanese people, and he talks about foreigners and immigrants. I thought, hey, he's catching up with I think he may be worse than Jesse Lee Peterson. But he's not debating currently. He's disrespectful.
No, it's fine. Hey, everybody stop. Hey, guys, everybody, no, hey, friends, everybody stop. Hey, I can. Myron, 1 second. Myron, I accept this. Myron. Hey, Myron. No, Myron, 1 second. Myron, I accept it. Myron, I accept it, right?
You're fat. Who gives a fuck what you think?
I know, and you have a bald spot on your head like a halo. I know, we both have problems. Yes.
Sunglasses inside. No one understands what you're saying. You're a fucking foreign fat fuck. Nobody cares. You got no motion besides your stomach moving because you're fat as fuck. We got Dr. Retard in here. We got this nigga Goat who literally looks like a fucking dude that still wears South Pole in 2026. We got a bunch of chimpanzee retards on here that don't understand basic.
You literally look like a monkey.
It's friends. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, Myron. Myron,
now
1 second.
Okay.
Myron, 1 second. Myron. Hey, Myron. No, Myron, I accept it. Hey, Myron. Hey, Myron, I accept it. You know, ridiculous. Let me finish, please, Myron. I accept it. Myron, Myron.
You can't speak English, bro. Nobody understands you. You can't even ask a question properly, you fat fucking retard. It's crazy
fine.
to me.
Myron, let me.
Andrew's laughing. Just laughing. He's not telling Andrew to stop. He's not saying be respectful to the people you have in a discourse with. Be respectful to the people who invited you. Show the respect that you want the other people to show to you as well too. Conduct yourself like a man. Conduct yourself like an American, like a Christian. He's just laughing. Calling people retarded, low IQ, monkeys. And he claims that black people be tripping out. And Andrew laughing. Remember, we called out anybody who was trying to blatantly disrespect Andrew or make it racial. But Andrew is laughing at what Myron is doing. He's talking over the host. He's throwing the show. He's derailing. He's deflecting. He's moving the goalposts. He's no longer having a debate. But both of them are supposed to be people who are held at a high standard of having actual conversations and debates, right?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate. I'm materialist.
Why talk shit? Well, that's why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate.
Why talk shit? Well, that's why not have a debate?
So if we shouldn't talk shit, if we shouldn't go back and forth with each other and have a debate, why are you both, why is Myron disrespectful to the panel and Andrew laughing? Basically co-signing.
Shit.
Can I answer that? Can I reply?
IQ panel.
Can I?
Where's the W? Where's the W? We had a smoke show. Nobody's gonna come for the smoke show because they know that these dudes are in the wrong. These dudes were disrespectful and demonstrating racist behaviors. Mostly Myron. I'm not saying Andrew was demonstrating racist behavior, but he was damn sure supporting it by laughing.
We are down.
I'm gonna fucking die over here. Stop it.
No. Let me answer, please. Let me answer, please. Okay, let me answer, please.
Ask your question, retard. What you got to say?
Okay, so Myron, you call us low IQ based on we don't know the law. I can have the highest IQ in whatever thing. Let me finish. You see, you let me finish. Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid of me? Why are you afraid of me talking? Why are you afraid of me? Why are you afraid of me talking? Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid of me talking?
Anyway, okay.
Why are you afraid of letting me talk?
Go ahead, fat boy. Go ahead, fat boy.
Okay. Okay. So, Myron. Okay. First, you didn't prove that we are low IQ because we can be. Well, let me finish. We can be very high IQ and know nothing about law. That's the first one, right? Since Andrew went to debate. We can be engineers, astronauts, do things at a high functioning level and not know nothing about law. So we don't know in the law doesn't make us low IQ. Second, I'm a foreigner. Totally fine. Piers Morgan is a foreigner and you were sucking his dick. Stephen Crowder is a foreigner and you were sucking his dick. Your motherfucking co-host is from Barbados and you were sucking his dick. So respectfully, silence. I let you finish. You are going to let me finish. Silence.
You engineer calories.
Silence.
You engineer calories, fat boy.
Silence.
That's what you engineer.
Silence.
That's what you engineer.
Let's get silence, sir. Sir.
Silence. You're a fucking retarded monkey chimpanzee fuck.
He's been calling us retarded chimpanzees. Literally, he's just calling us retarded and monkeys. And he keeps saying we have low IQ, and he keeps calling fatty fat. Where's the debate? Where's the part where he has to prove it? Where's the debate, brothers? Where is it the men who hold themselves at a high regard intervene and say, hey, man, Myron, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't disrespect the brothers like that. You shouldn't talk about black people like that. You shouldn't talk about Muslims like that. You shouldn't talk about Pakistanians like that. You shouldn't talk about Jews like that. But Andrew, you're the Christian, brother. And what you'll do is deflect and say you have the right to laugh, but a Christian would have intervened. A Muslim would have intervened. A righteous man would have intervened. A man who believes that we should treat people with respect would have intervened. Especially when you acquainted to Myron. If that fatty was doing that, he's getting bombed on. If I'm doing that, fatty gonna bomb on me. We gonna go crazy on each other. Fatty will check me, I'll check Fatty. But in the midst of this conversation, you allow Myron to disrespect the panel when you could at least intervened. But again, it's selective. Just like when you were selective with when the West dude told you that he'll slap you, you said, would you talk to somebody like that in Florida with a gun on them? And you call that de-escalation. But when Carmelo said, touch me and find out, you call that escalation, which means you're selective with how you treat certain situations when you see it benefits you, or you seem like somewhere where you should be silent and not engage at all, because maybe it would take away from Myron and make Myron look bad instead of doing what was right. There's people, again, that we finding out. It's just not the man and women conversations that these people are doing what works. These people are doing what makes the money. These people are doing what's political. These people are doing what puts money in their pockets. What gets them more followers and subscribers. Instead of doing what they ultimately tell people to do, and that's doing what's right. And have the conversation without disrespecting each other and going back and forth or arguing and throwing insults at each other. And that's their way.
Why talk shit? Well, that's Why not have a debate?
You guys want to go back and forth? What we could do is, instead of name calling, we can have a civil debate on materialism if you guys want.
Damn, where was that?
Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm freezing you niggas. Get the fuck out of here, bruh.
Yo, can I go?
Literally, that's what this is, bro.
Hey, friend.
I am here. I'm the zookeeper to niggas.
Go?
Okay, now, hey, friends, 1 second. Hey, 1 second. I got you.
That's
hey, let me ask Andrew. Hey, let me ask Andrew a question.
Retire, you fucking dumbass, retarded racist niggas. Shut the fuck up, you chimpanzee retard.
Okay, thank you. No, everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet.
Don't bite.
Everybody quiet. Don't bite. Everybody quiet. Hey, Andrew, I want to ask you something, Andrew. Right?
Racist calling people racist.
Andrew, please, can you unmute yourself? I have a question for you. Andrew.
All right.
Is Myron chimping out? Is Myron showing the behavior that he complains about the black community every day by not having impulse control, calling people names that didn't call him names, calling people down, calling people obtuse? Don't chimp out. Don't chimp out, sir. Don't chimp out, sir.
No, you're an orangutan.
I accept it. Thank you very much.
Y'all think it would have been funny if we called Andrew a right winger, a MAGA supporter, a Trumper, a fascist, a Nazi, a bigot, a racist, a sexist, a homophobe, transphobe, religious fanatic, Bible thumper, redneck, hillbilly, all those names? You think that would have been? Y'all think that would have been cool if we did that? Do you think he would have been laughing if that's what the black panel was doing to him? But he's sitting there laughing while Myron is calling us niggas and monkeys. That's good character, right?
Appreciate it. Right. Yes. So now, Andrew, is Myron displaying the behavior that he complains about every day on his panel by chimping out right now? What's your opinion? What's your opinion, Andrew? I really want to know about this, Andrew.
We're just clowning y'all niggas. You guys are fucking idiots.
No, it's fine. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
You could barely speak English.
I know. I
speak English.
I know.
You literally have titties. You're wearing sunglasses indoors. We don't take you serious.
I know.
I know.
Andrew, are you co-signing Myron?
No. We are going to let Andrew.
Why is the woman talking? Be in the kitchen, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
And y'all remember when Andrew Wilson's wife was disrespected? Whatever podcast that wasn't funny. He's still laughing. Now Smother Roses is called a bitch. The men are called retarded and chimps, and now Smother Roses is called a bitch. And the good thing is the fact that most of the people didn't say nothing just to showcase Myron's behavior, and the fact that Andrew was laughing and co-signing and being passive about it. He's not addressing it. And now Myron has got to the place and calling a woman bitch. This is joking. This is trolling. This is how you win a debate. This is how you win a conversation.
Hey, bro, can I go?
Wait, just one.
Can I please?
He being the nigga that he's talking about. He being the nigga that he's talking about. He showing how bad he is.
Look at why y'all won't let me go.
Now it's because we want Andrew to answer the question: is Myron chimping out?
No. Came into
wow.
Okay, wow.
If we see you,
do you want me
stop
to
lying. We will not have it.
Andrew, you family, you got caught in so many contradictions. You got caught in so many lies, and you kept taking the loss over and over again by not conceding to what was actually happening in front of you for the need to be right and for you to support Myron. Instead of doing what's right, you chose to align with Myron. And I know y'all are friends, and I'm sure y'all support each other. It says a lot, boy, like about the type of friends we choose. I'm telling you, I can't be with a friend like Myron. I ain't seen Andrew act that despicable before. I ain't seen Andrew, but he's laughing. So is he fine with what Myron's saying? Is he fine with being in support of what Myron is saying? He never apologized for it. He never said he was wrong. He actually said he wasn't wrong. He said he wasn't chipping out. He said no. And chipping out is literally a slang insult used to describe someone as suddenly losing their temper, acting aggressively, or behaving in an uncontrolled way. But Myron's supposed to be the Super Saiyan.
I choose when I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can control the rage.
Say that one more time.
I choose when I want to become a Super Saiyan. These chimp out, they can't control themselves. I can control the rage.
How I feel to be wrong? Huh? How I feel to know you wrong? It's okay. I'm wrong all the time. This is just your first time experiencing. You wrong now. So you want to talk about it?
And as long as I don't threaten him, I can say what I want. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
We sick and tired of that nigga there.
For we saw his star in the east, and we have come.
So not only was Andrew getting caught up in contradictions and hypocrisy, so was Myron. Both together on the same panel, both contradicting themselves and being hypocrites.
Give you the explanation. I'll give you the explanation.
Yes, and by the way, Andrew, I wonder why you were so upset when somebody broke the TOS a couple of minutes ago by saying something that they shouldn't. And these men literally are going to make us private this shit and kind of edit and all this. And you are smiling and laughing, knowing that this can jeopardize all the channels. But it's fine, right?
Okay, so
totally fine.
do you want me to give a defense here? I'll give you the defense. So,
I want you to explain to me why is he not chimping out when he didn't do nothing to this man? We did nothing but nice to this man.
First and foremost, right? I don't want the TOS broken, obviously. I can't help that shit's funny though, and I'm gonna laugh at it. Okay, a lot of you guys want to laugh right now too. Like, look at Mr. Fantastic. He thinks some of this. Shit's funny.
Trust me, I'm the one who should be talking to. Everybody wants to laugh, but I'm just
yeah, it's just funny. Okay, some of the shit's funny. What do you want me to do? I can't help but I laugh at. Anyway, no,
Yo, notice how much he's breathing, bro. This dude's taking 7 breaths for my one. This nigga's fat as fuck, bro.
Myron
why are you breathing all our air, bro?
4v1.
Like what?
I point out to you, he's not in a violation. There's no contradiction. There's no nothing. You won't engage with that. The gentleman below me, Dr. Ilkins, Ali says, well, wait a second. Andrew doesn't have to demonstrate or show evidence for a claim. But that's exactly what I did by showing you how there's no contradiction, anything like this. I'm walking you through what's called a logical claim, giving it to you in premise form, showing you that's evidence.
Bro, he's Dr. Retard.
This man is still in debate form, man. He's still debating while he's watching a man literally disrespect other men. He's still sitting here debating instead of upholding the integrity of the conversation and the way you treat people. He's still up here debating. Myron out of control. Myron unhinged. Myron is the epitome of what he says when people chipping out. And Andrew's still up here debating instead of calling out what Andrew was doing. How can y'all say y'all going on Myron comments W? You going on Andrew comments W? This is clearly L's all over the place. Y'all were hypocrites. Y'all were contradicting yourselves, and you were lying. Y'all got owned by the whole panel. There was no. You might have made arguments. You might have tried to break down your arguments as well too, and substantiate y'all positions. But y'all got owned by that whole entire panel. SH ain't get to talk. She couldn't answer some of the answers. She needed more time in researching, but everybody ultimately won their arguments. Everybody we heard talking today won their arguments. And he's still debating. And he's making himself look bad, especially again if they're supposed to uphold a certain standard. You can't talk about Americans and Christian men and other people from different fads of religion and races of people if those people are disrespectful themselves and chipping out themselves. And shout out to my brother, Nick. Where Nick at? I thought I saw Nick. My nigga. I meant to say Nick. Yeah, boy, I said Nick. Said my brother Nick with the 5 gifted memberships, man. Much love to you, my brother, man. I truly appreciate that. And I don't know if you even seen your emoji, man. We got emoji. But again, man, where's the L's in our side? There's nothing but W's. Y'all gave the Myron's crowd and Andrew's crowd gave them a W because they allowed us to be disrespected, and they promoted and condoned and endorsed them disrespecting us by not saying nothing was wrong about what Myron did.
Guys, Dr.
So
Retard.
you didn't answer his question.
Take these people seriously, Dr.
And we're not going to do, and we're going to show the demonstration. We haven't disrespected anybody on the panel. He's been the disrespectful one. He's asking.
Ali, check the DMs. No, one second. Ali, check the DMs. Hey, one second. No, one second. Hey, Andrew. You know what? You know why I know that Ali's right? Because when Tez was calling you white boy and all these things, we literally stopped it and said, let's not make this racial. Let's not go. Let's talk about the argument because both of y'all seem informed. Myron, since the moment he got here until now,
bro,
he's not having no argument, no nothing.
And you know what it is, Fatty?
Ali, check the
I see it,
message.
Fatty. I got you.
A basic
But
argument,
the real
you're fucking dumb. We got Dr. Retard talking again.
I hear you, Fatty. The real thing is when they do encounter intelligence, he has to act like this. They don't act like this to people they really think is stupid.
If you're gonna mute, Myron,
hey, Andrew, he's literally talking.
Myron, we're done.
He's literally y'all. Right, look at
y'all gone. Y'all gone.
Look at your. If y'all both gonna go then, because y'all when you.
This is Sparta!
They don't
That's
do
the
this
only
with low,
answer. If y'all gone, you're gone. This is the only answer.
They don't do that with low IQ people. They'll let low IQ people talk themselves into the grave. When they're talking to people who have intelligence and can counter their responses, they always got to do this dumb debate bro stuff. And then they got to actually throw that in homonyms and demonstrate they're the racist that they're talking about. Nobody was racist towards them. Nobody insulted him.
Everybody was calm and collected and all that. Monkey, chimp, and fantastic. I know you're laughing.
Let me have it, bro.
And I'm gonna end it right there, y'all. It just when you let people create a narrative and they're creating some type of propaganda to make black people out to look like some type of people, and then you have the Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X's in society. You have people not disrespecting people. You have people who are able to be civil, able to conduct a positive atmosphere to have the conversation. Nobody here was saying nothing except for Taz. Taz called him a white boy. And in the moment that Taz interjected when he said low IQ, he talked back. He told Myron he got a low IQ. And Taz probably said something to Andrew 2 or 3 times. But for the most part, this was a very respectful panel that we had. He came in and disrespected everybody. The worst way I've ever seen. I think that's the worst. The way we got disrespected here, we don't feel it anymore because it's like we don't care. Our feelings ain't into it as much as it used to be when it came to knowing that people are doing this as a tactic to trigger us and make us emotional. But it backfired because it didn't work. And he kept going because he was trying to look for us to be triggered. He was looking for a response and reaction and he didn't get it. And then Andrew had to laugh about it to make him look good, to make it seem like he trolling and making a joke. But it made both of them look horrible. And the funny thing is, black people as a whole throughout history have respected, after coming to America in a certain time we've been here, we respected the Mel Gibsons, the Hulk Hogans, the Undertakers, the Mafia, Italians, Asians, all of the WWF, different white people, martial arts from Asian people, thinking all of them knew karate, even if it was a stereotype. A lot of times black people saw different races of people as honorable. Even Mexicans, we look at them as hard workers. The perspectives that black people have as a whole from the certain people, they a lot of times had a value for them. Outside of people that treat us in a racist way, outside of people that are ignorant towards us or racist, we can have a great respect or value for different races of people. And no matter what we say, no matter how we conduct ourselves, there are going to be people that continue to dislike us, even if they meet people that know how to have the conversation and know how to have the debate. So I'm going to send everybody to my sister. All right. Petty Red. I had to finish the show. I at least had to get there because the main concept was talking about what Andrew did and what Myron did. All right. Can y'all not use the emojis, y'all? Y'all can't use emojis? Yeah, Myron was the worst crash out. They didn't win. They crashed out. If we disrespected them this way on Myron channel or Andrew channel, they would have said that we were chimping out and we insulted the content creators, and we probably would never be invited back again to their channels. But when they did that to us, they had to change it and say that we got roasted and took a L. But we didn't get out debated. We actually won the debate. We won the conversations, and we were able to substantiate our positions better than Andrew and better than Myron, obviously, because he, as soon as we addressed the fact that he came in and was disrespectful, he was triggered from that point on. As soon as Fatty caught him in a contradiction, and what he said, if somebody said to him something to him, he'd knock him out. But he said that you should avoid violence. He was unhinged. And same thing with Andrew. He's against Carmelo for telling the boy, touch me and find out, but he was okay with telling Wes, whatever that dude name is, that if you slap me, I'm a man. Would you slap a person in Florida that has a gun? Would you say that to somebody in Florida that has a gun? Much love, man, to everybody that came through, man. Much love to Gio. Much love to my brother Watch. Much love to all the great. Much love to DJ Vapors in the building, D Shack. Even if you disagree with us, anybody who disagree, that's fine too. Ice, DVG, Chosen. My brother Nick in the building. My brother Fry in the building. Original CMC. I try to call out everybody. Homie, man, we going over. My brother Slimmy, Holden, Johnny. I know you were disagreeing. We're different. We don't disrespect the people who disagree with us. We just challenge you. We ask you to come up, hit the link. If you even hit the link, we don't disrespect people who disagree with us. We only we might meet you with disrespect if you disrespect us, but I'll leave past that, man. I don't even like doing that. But we'll see y'all on the next one, man. Shout out to the Untouchables. All right. And shout out to Fatty, shout out to Taz, shout out to SA, shout out to King, shout out to Smell the Roses, shout out to Fantastic for holding it down the fort with us too and being able to conduct this conversation without being unhinged, just like Myron was on this show. I'm not saying Andrew wasn't unhinged. So if I said that, I apologize. I just don't appreciate how Andrew didn't call him out and hold him to a standard that most of us should have been holding each other to. If we called people out for disrespecting Andrew, then Andrew should have called out Myron for disrespecting us. All right. We going over to my sister Red. All right. I'll see you on the next one, man.